Hello everyone, and welcome to whatever this is. What I decided to do as a gift to the OG Utonical community for just being the badasses that you are, I decided to take every single surviving episode of Undercooked Creepypasta, Bad Creepypastas and Bad Creepypasta, and compile them all into a several-hour-long video, a compilation of the worst creepypastas you've ever heard, narrated by probably the worst voice you've ever heard. Now, let's just get this out of the way right here, right now. There is a disclaimer. This is not a complete series. There are some that are completely lost to time. For those out there that are into it, it is lost media. And I guess that's where I kind of come in, because in the early days of the Utonical Studios, the levels of irony to put studios behind it, back then disk space was very valuable to me. I don't have the master copies to those videos anymore because I used to delete videos to make space for new videos. And I didn't want to have to make several Google accounts just to load stuff to the cloud. It's not so much an issue for me now because I have a server machine where I run all my stuff through my local network. You know, I can upload stuff there and it's all Gucci. But yeah, I don't have every single episode. And in fact, I had to download the majority of these episodes from other people who had archived them on YouTube. So I have to give a shout out here to a few people. One of them is Jupiter9099. I actually used to watch your videos, the Downfall parodies, the Hitler parodies with all the false captions and shit. I used to think those were really funny. Another one is a Pumpkin Spice Donut, and the last person is just an archiver. That's literally their name. They uploaded the majority of these episodes, and for that I have to thank all three of them. But if any internet sleuths out there find any missing episode of Undercooked Creepypasta that you do not see on this compilation, please email me at utonicalpastas@proton.me. We can get things worked out, and I can make a complete series compilation, and I will upload it here. And they're pretty much just more recent ones. I think one of them was a live stream clip where I was reading a Toy Story one. Another one is Hope is Lost. And the one that I'm kicking myself about the most because it was absolutely torture to read through, SMB3 Blood Whistle. I kick myself every day for deleting the channel and deleting those videos because of stuff like SMB3 Blood Whistle. I read through that entire overextended melodramatic piece of dog shit in one evening, and it's gone. But, you know, that's an L I have to hold, and hold it I will. And one last thing I want to plug, if you're not aware of it already, I am on a new channel, link in the description. It is KafeJake, especially if you are interested in the return of Undercooked Creepypasta. You heard that right, it's coming back. Starting on Thursday, October 3rd, 2024 on the KafeJake channel. It's going to be an annual series where every week through the month of October is going to be a new episode. So October 3rd up until Halloween, we'll have 5 episodes this season, and I hope you guys are ready. It's coming back, and in a big, special way. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy 5 hours of your favorite Undercooked Creepypastas. I am not going to shout out my real name, but I want to tell you a story of this one of the most classic movies of all time that has been out for many years. Was a movie that everyone has seen as a kid was The Wizard of Oz. It was a very good movie of children films along with Lion King, Ice Age, Moana, Frozen, Aladdin, Beauty and the Beast, and lots of other children films that have been our childhood for many years to come. To this day, what most people do know about Wizard of Oz is a children's movie that was made in 1939 before World War II, and was a movie that most of our grandparents and our parents have seen when they were kids, and they have shown us this movie when we were young. To this day, I have been watching this movie non-stop. To this day, as The Wizard of Oz was one of my favorite movies as a kid. I am a 18-year-old Wizard of Oz fan, and I love everything that is Wizard of Oz related stuff like movies, plays, books, and even toys. I've been collecting this kind of stuff for many years, but what I heard from people on Facebook is
They said there was a violent version of Wizard of Oz on my group called Wizard of Oz for Everyone. The next day I got home from work to see a bunch of notification from people who were in my Wizard of Oz group. I never checked my group notification on Facebook often because I was busy with many other things in my life.
But where's the fucking plural? Where's the S at the end of that?
There was something someone posted about 20 minutes ago and it said, I know why the Wizard of Oz was not released in 1936 and it was never made to be seen to the public until 1939 was because this version was very violent and it was way too scary for children to enjoy watching. Then I scroll more and more through the group posts that I see. Someone also said that it had violence and even gore. I had no clue on what they were talking about, so I posted on my group that I was going to a garage sale this weekend to hope to find anything related to Wizard of Oz. People in my group said, hope you find something you like or that you don't have. The next day it was Saturday and it was around 9 o'clock in the morning, so I drove my car around to find a garage sale, which was hosted by an old man who appeared to be around age 75. Oh, here we go. Garage sale and old man cliche. Here we go. Even it looked boring enough. Maybe my luck will find anything with Wizard of Oz related things in the garage sale. What the fuck is this English? What fucking country are you from? Obviously English is not your native tongue, and if it is, you should be ashamed. I parked my car and greeted the old man as he greeted me back. I looked around but did not find anything that I was interested in until I found a box of VHS tapes that were being sold for 10 cents a videotape. I looked inside the box to find some old movies that I liked. There was a few Disney tapes that I wanted to get, so I grabbed at least 4 VHS tapes that I did not have and that I want. Then I saw an odd VHS tape that had nothing on it but a sticker that was a blue star. It was a bit dusty, so I blew the dust away to see gold marker writing that said, Wizard of Oz, 1936. I was shocked because maybe the people in my Wizard of Oz group on Facebook were right about a violent version of Wizard of Oz, but I was still not sure if I should believe or not. I walked up to the old man and asked about the VHS with a blue star sticker on it, and I also asked the old man on where he got this strange VHS tape from. He said that years ago his grandfather and his father were employees on making movies around the 1930s and 1940s, and even the half of the 1950s, and he was given the strange VHS tape from his grandfather before he passed away. But he also told me that he never watched it when he got the VHS, so I paid him the VHS tape with the blue star sticker along with the other VHS tapes that I wanted, and drove home to check out the VHS tape with the blue star on the tape. When I got home, the first thing I did was I took a picture of it and sent it through private messaging on Facebook to my group members of my Wizard of Oz group. They were shocked and told me I'm joking, not to watch it. I thought they were being silly, like I never want to know, but I wanted to see what this VHS has to say about what people have been saying. This is confusing. The sentence structure is just... So I went to my VCR and I blew the dust away from it after a while of not being used. I rewind the VHS tape, and as I waited for the tape to finish rewinding, I ordered pizza, and it was only 40 minutes before my pizza came. And I didn't have to pay any money for that bitch ass because 30 minutes or it's free. After the pizza came, the tape was all finished rewinding, so I grabbed myself a soda and along with the pizza sat myself onto the couch. My older sister along with my parents were working, so this was a great time for me to watch this strange VHS tape that I got at a garage sale that I went today. You went into a little too much description. It's like, I don't have fucking amnesia. I don't forget shit while I'm reading this. I remember where you got this from. I remember that it's strange. I remember that it's a VHS tape. I pressed play on my remote and the movie started playing. First there was the warning description which froze for 5 seconds, then played again. And then there was the MGM logo came on, and as the logo came on the screen started flickering. I was about to eject the VHS to find out why, when the screen started flickering. But why, when, who, why, where, how, who, Why? Where? How? I said who? Then the Wizard of Oz movie came on with opening credits, but I noticed something was odd. The music for the opening credits for the movie was playing backwards. Seems like this is a common trope for things that are lost. They just like to, place this in here, but like, hey, let's run this backwards. What showed on the opening credits were all the actors that I do know that play the characters in the movie, and that was all I know, and the rest were people that I had no idea who they were, and then the screen faded to black after the opening credits, and then the words came up on the screen saying copyright 1936. Run-on sentence. I knew this was what most people on my Wizard of Oz group on Facebook had been posting since I went to work a few days ago. Then the screen started to play the movie. It started off with Dorothy and her dog Toto. They were running away from thing it looked like, but it wasn't. What? What the fuck? Then the screen started to play the movie. The quality of the film was a bit shitty, so I could barely hear what Dorothy was saying, but what I picked up what she said was, "She tried to kill you, didn't she?" I was like, okay, hurt or something like that I'm okay with in a children's film, but killed? What the fuck? Dorothy never used the word kill in the movie. In fact, she was never like that in the movie at all. Oh, this is gonna be a fucking long one. Fucking fuck me right in the fucking ass. The next scene shows Dorothy trying to tell her Auntie Em and Uncle Henry about what was going on. But I noticed something on Auntie Em's face. She looked depressed, like if she was about to commit suicide or something. All she said was,
"Not now, Dorothy, I don't have time for your shit."
I was shocked of what her aunt said to Dorothy. There was never swearing in The Wizard of Oz. In fact, there was no swearing whatsoever at all. Dorothy was trying to confess something to her aunt and uncle, but she couldn't, so she ended up walking to a nearby haystack where she begins to sing Somewhere Over the Rainbow. While she was singing, the screen froze for 20 seconds. Then it played again, and I knew something is not right at all. After the song ended, it started to play the music where it was a sign that there was a character who Margaret Hamilton played in the movie. I knew who she was playing as the whole time, which she played as the Wicked Witch of the West and Mrs. Gulch. I never liked Mrs. Gulch since she was mean and nasty, but I liked the Wicked Witch of the West a lot more than Mrs. Gulch. She said, "Mr. Gale, I want to see your wife right away about
fucking Dorothy."
She said as in it sounded like she was mean and shouting, but it felt more of a scream to me. "What did Dorothy do?" asked Uncle Henry. "Her dog tried to bite the
living shit out of me,
and her dog bit my ankle," she said in a rough and gruff voice. Then the scene cuts to Mrs. Gulch in the house with Dorothy, Toto, and her aunt and uncle. "That dog is a
fucking
mutant. I'm taking him to the sheriff and make sure he is cooked alive and destroyed." Then I was like, the fuck? Mrs. Gulch never swore in the movie at all. Then Dorothy tries to beg her aunt and uncle to not let Mrs. Gulch take Toto, when they did not, and they placed Toto in the basket so Mrs. Gulch could take him away. Dorothy then went away from the scene to cry as the scene cuts to Toto, who was able to escape Mrs. Gulch and get back home to Dorothy. As the scene cuts to Dorothy crying, it shows something that looked like bleach. Then I was like, what was Dorothy thinking? Suicide? Just because Mrs. Gulch took Toto? I knew it was hard to let an animal go, but committing suicide? Okay, now I notice that was taken too far. Toto jumped from the window, and Dorothy, who was able to turn around to be so happy that Toto came back. "We got to get away. We've got to run away." It was what Dorothy said as the next scene shows Dorothy along with Toto walking down the road where the music changed. It sounded like the Silent Heaven soundtrack from Silent Hill. It lasted for at least 2.5 minutes when Dorothy and Toto ran into Professor Marvel, who saw Dorothy and Toto walking. The scene of Dorothy and Toto in the cart went pretty normal until when Dorothy and Toto were returning home in a huge windstorm. I knew that this was the scene where there was a tornado storm. The next scene cuts to Auntie Em and Uncle Henry along with the rest of Dorothy's family. They went into the cellar to hide as Dorothy went inside the house with Toto screaming Auntie Em's name for at least 50 seconds. I know, I have a timer. Then Dorothy was hit on the head by a broken window as the screen faded to black and said, "This is real, not fake. You're about to see the evil eyes of the wicked and screams of the fallen. Then the screen faded back to the movie and the scene where Dorothy, who was dreaming, wakes up and the scene was good as if there was no bloopers or anything else. After the tornado scene ended, Dorothy wakes up as she and Toto walked out of the house to see that she was not in Kansas. Toto, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. I knew that line ever since I watched The Wizard of Oz from the 1939 version of it. Then Glinda, who appears in a bubble, looked depressed. She was in that facial expression like if she was about to hang herself, much like Auntie M was prior to this, when she told Dorothy that she didn't want to
Put up with her shit.
She asked Dorothy if she is a good witch or a bad witch, and she says, "Shut the fuck up, bitch. I'm not a witch. I'm Dorothy Gale from Kansas." God. I'm not kidding. This is in the fucking transcript. Then Glinda asked if Toto was a witch, and Dorothy replied saying that Toto was her dog and not a witch. Her voice, a gruff, and the song that Glinda with the Munchkins of Munchkinland sang, the song, and it was very much like the 1939 version, when all of a sudden a big puff of smoke came up, and I knew it was the Wicked Witch of the West. She was having a evil smile like Freddy Krueger did in the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. "I thought you said she was dead," Dorothy said in a shaky voice. Then the audio went so shitty that I could not hear a word Glinda told Dorothy about who the Wicked Witch of the West is when the witch walks up to Dorothy and she had the evil glare like Freddy Krueger did in the Nightmare on Elm Street movies.
Did you kill my fucking sister, you whore?
My God. She screamed at Dorothy, but with the audio that improved after I could not hear what Glinda did. The scream that the Wicked Witch of the West did sounded like a ghostly scream. "No, it was an accident. I did not mean to kill anyone," Dorothy said.
Well, my pretty, since I don't give a fuck, you shall die. Simple bitches, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
The witch's line that made my spine shiver a bit also made me like, what the fuck? Why is the Witch of the West saying the Dorothy is a slut and stuff like that? Then Glinda, who looked angry herself, says, "Are you looking for the ruby slippers?" she asked. The Wicked Witch of the West, who was walking towards the ruby slippers, disappeared and was very angry. The rest of the scene went well like the 1939 version of the movie until this part happened.
Just try to stay the fuck out of my way. Just try. I'll fucking kill you, my pretty, and your little dog too.
Then I was like, that is not what she said in the movie from 1939. Well, obviously fucking not. So I don't even know why you had to make note of that. Then Glinda tells Dorothy to follow the yellow brick road to get to the Emerald City to see the Wizard of Oz, who will get Dorothy back home. She met up with the Scarecrow, who wanted a brain. They met up with the Tin Man, who wanted a heart. And soon they meet up with the Cowardly Lion, who wants to have courage. All that went well without any faults or anything. Not so kid-friendly until this scene appears with the Wicked Witch of the West who was flying in the sky as... I can see what it says, just a line down. Wait till we get to that shit, I'm sorry. All that went well without any faults or anything not so kid-friendly until this scene appears with the Wicked Witch of the West who was flying in the sky as Dorothy and her friends looked out from the inside of the Emerald City to see writing on the sky. I was shocked because it did not say, "Surrender, Dorothy." It said, "Fuck you, Dorothy." Then I almost started laughing because it was funny. See, even the pasta becomes self-aware at this point. Oh, I'm gonna shit myself. But then I said, why sang that in a children's movie? Dorothy and her friends walks up to the door to see the wizard and has talked to the guard on the door that they want to see him, but after a while, the guard tells Dorothy and her friends that the wizard says go away. Then Dorothy begins to break down into tears. I started to cry. It was very heartbreaking, but what the wizard said was mean. I stopped the video as I went to my washroom to splash my face with cold water. After around a half an hour of crying— Wait, what the fuck? You cried for half an hour just because someone told Dorothy to go the fuck away? What the fuck? If you're that emotional, what the fuck? Man, your childhood must have been full of go-aways. I gotta go piss. Intermission time.
Attention! If you or a loved one were born after the year 1990, you may have been anally probed at birth and be entitled to financial compensation. Symptoms of anal probing by extraterrestrial beings may include a rash or irritation around the anus, a sharp pain in the anal region when moving, pus or blood discharge, a satellite protruding from the anus, or fiery flatulence. You may also be at risk of developing a rare and deadly disease classified as Ebola AIDS if you have been exposed to brain cell killing media such as reality television, political radio shows, or the internet. Please don't wait. Call now toll free at 1-800-FUCK-YOU for a free consultation. Because why not? You may get free money. There's literally nothing to lose except your life. That's 1-800-FUCK-YOU. 1-800-FUCK-YOU. Call now.
Okay, I'm back. I must have emptied like 5 times my weight in piss out of my body. So let's continue. After around a half an hour of crying, I went back to watch the rest of the film. It shows the guard letting Dorothy and her friends inside to see the wizard, who they told him what they want and why they came to see the wizard for. Then the wizard said, "Bring me the broomstick from the Wicked Witch of the West." Then the screen faded to black and then came on with the Haunted Forest. The music was sounding like it came from Five Nights at Freddy's 4 playing in the background. Yeah, we're dealing with a fucking oh, damn, what did I get myself into? This isn't an 18-year-old, this is a 9-year-old, this is... You know, after realizing this was a kid, I was about to stop the recording and just scrap this video altogether, but I think my voice is becoming too wrecked and my brain is becoming too fried from having to read grammatical errors on purpose to even give a fuck at this point. This is when things begin to mess up. The Wicked Witch of the West was looking into her crystal balls to see Dorothy and her friends in the Haunted Forest. "Take your army to the Haunted Forest and bring me that girl and her dog. I want you to burn the scarecrow alive, pour acid to eat the Tin Man's skin inside out till he is nothing but a burning acid pile on the floor, and as for the lion, cut him open alive while hanging him upside down." The witch said that sounded like Freddy Krueger. Damn. You know, considering the Five Nights at Freddy's reference, you're probably a kid, but this is pretty messed up for a fucking kid. I was like, what the fuck? I thought Wizard of Oz was supposed to be for children and everyone to watch, not some crazy horror film. Then the next scene shows the flying monkeys heading towards Dorothy and her friends. Dorothy and Toto begin to run, but everyone else did not get as lucky as Dorothy and Toto were. One of the flying monkeys had a lighter and lit the scarecrow on fire. He was burning alive as the fire began to spread all over him. His screams and cries for help lasted for 15 seconds until he was nothing but burnt clothes and straw. 2 other flying monkeys poured acid on the Tin Man, which he began to melt very fast as the acid was eating the metal. It lasted for 6 seconds until he was nothing but a burning acid pile on the floor. Glad to know you're keeping time with that nifty little stopwatch of yours. The next scene shows the lion being hanged upside down as the monkey took a sharp knife and started to cut him open. This scene is the most disgusting part of the flying monkey fight because the angle never changed at all. The lion's organs begin to fall as he was soon having his head ripped off from one of the flying monkeys. The scene lasted for 30 seconds until the screen cuts to Dorothy and Toto trying to run away from the flying monkeys. Dorothy's friends were dead, but Dorothy and Toto were running away from the flying monkeys until she and Toto were both grabbed by the monkeys. The screen faded to black and cuts to the front of the Wicked Witch's castle. Then it shows the Wicked Witch of the West looking at Toto. She had hungry eyes as her mouth started to drawl. "What as nice little dog," she says as she puts Toto in a basket. "And you, my dear, what a unexpected pleasure. It's so kind of you to see me in my loneliness." Dorothy was strapped onto a table, which we never saw that in The Wizard of Oz from 1939. "What are you going to do with my dog? Give him back to me, please," Dorothy cries as she was begging the witch to give her back Toto.
Certainly, certainly, when you give me those slippers,
the Wicked Witch of the West said as she transformed into a lioness that looked a lot like Nala from The Lion King. But Glinda told me not to, Dorothy said as the flying monkey took Toto from the basket and gave it to the green and black lioness. She began to eat Toto by biting him with her lioness teeth, and Toto was bleeding to death. He soon died at least 15 seconds later after oozing blood from his body. Then the lioness who was green, by the way, thank you for reminding me that the lioness was green. I frankly forgot, even though it was just one line up. Then the lioness who was green used magic to disappear all the bones from inside Toto, and then she ate him whole like a snake eating an animal whole.
that was good, my pretty.
The green and black lioness, by the way, thank you for reminding me once again, I forgot even though it was another line up, transformed back into the Wicked Witch of the West with blood on her teeth and blood stains on her black dress, which they were heard to see. Then the Wicked Witch of the West put on her Freddy Krueger knife gloves. Oh my fuck. Are we seriously insinuating here that somehow Freddy Krueger from Nightmare on Elm Street ripped off the Wicked Witch of the West's knife gloves from the 1936 version of The Wizard of Oz, who no one has ever seen before? Anyway, then the Wicked Witch of the West put on her Freddy Krueger knife gloves and walked towards Dorothy, who was crying but was also angry. You fucking ate Toto, you were such a slut who slept with the wizard. What the fuck? Who slept with the wizard? This was just something put in to shoehorn another confusion moment, because it says after this, then I was like, since when did the Witch of the West ever had sex with the wizard? Whatever Dorothy said, I end up acting like the fuck. Then the Wicked Witch of the West begins to shout back, you, my pretty, are my dinner. I'm gonna puke. She laughs as she cuts Dorothy open and eats her organs. I felt like I was going to be sick at this point, but after 20 seconds, the witch ate Dorothy until she was nothing but a flesh corpse on the table. She was able to get the ruby slippers as the screen faded to black and cuts to Kansas, where Annie M and Uncle Henry walked into Dorothy's room to see blood and cuts all over the room, and they screamed in horror as the screen faded to the ending credits that said, "The End." And the cast was all the same, and the screen faded to black and then cuts to static. I ejected the VHS tape as I was so scared of this horror version of The Wizard of Oz. I stayed up till like 3 in the morning because I could not sleep after I watched Dorothy being killed. The next day I went to my Wizard of Oz group on Facebook and messaged everyone in my group of what I saw. I end pictures and even a few videos of the footage in private messaging, since I did not want to post it for everyone on Facebook to see because Facebook could ban me from the website. Everyone in my Wizard of Oz group were shocked about what I found, so I decided to talk to the old man on what I saw when I went to his garage sale. I was lucky enough to remember the street name and house number at the same time. I was then so thrilled to remember the VHS tape. The old man walked by inside his house as I sat down with him on the couch. He asked me on the VHS tape that it said, Wizard of Oz 1936, and I told him when I watched it and what I saw. I showed him photos and a few videos of the footage that I saw. The old man was shocked about it and said to throw it away when I got home. So after my visit with the old man, where I got the VHS tape from that said Wizard of Oz 1936, thank you for reminding us what it said and what it was, I threw away the tape, and a week later I went to see if the tape was in the garbage. It wasn't. I looked around my whole house, but it was nowhere to be found. I never seen the VHS tape again. If you come across a VHS tape with a blue star sticker on it that says Wizard of Oz 1936, just don't watch it or your childhood will be ruined. Promise. Oh my god. I don't think I have ever recorded for nearly an hour. It's 54 minutes right now on the recording. I had to do so many of these parts over and over again because I just couldn't read bad grammar on purpose. I feel like just fucking taking a cold shower and going to bed. This fried my brain. If you're gonna write a creepypasta, please write it in your native tongue and proofread it. In cliches out the ass. Okay. Yard sale, old man, strange dusty VHS tape. Need I say more? Yeah, I know. Creepypastas on lost episodes, or lost films, or whatever. Lost media. in and of itself is really cliche. I myself enjoy a lost episode creepypasta when it's actually unique. You can't really write them unique anymore. And if the creator of this creepypasta ever comes across this video, please don't take it in a way that is made to try to steer you away from what you want to do, but rather take it as advice to improve yourself. Because if you put up something like this, someone's going to tear it apart way worse than I did, and in a really mean-spirited way. So please don't take my critique the wrong way. This is just for comedy, and really, my actual critique would be for you to not give up, but to get better at it. I'm not one of those people that hands out participation awards to people who present me pieces of shit stuck to their shoe, for instance. But if you want to write a good pasta, you gotta avoid cliches. You gotta use correct grammar. And please, for the love of God, back off on the Freddy Krueger similarities. Take out the knife hand part. That just ruins the whole thing. And please, also, for the love of God, don't reference a kitty-ass fucking horror video game, please. That just ruins any creepy vibes that might have been left in this story, through and through.
The story is told from another character's point of view. The Loud House. Hello, my name is Yojiro Kamagaki. I'm 17 years old and male, just in case any, nice females out there wanna take care of this poor, destroyed soul after what I've experienced. Call me. I loved the Loud House show ever since its release on June of 2014. I began to watch it and started to really get addicted to the characters and the storylines of the episodes. My favorite characters were Lincoln, Lola, and Lenny. Lincoln, being the only boy in the show, seems to go through challenges dealing with 10 sisters, Lola being the pride-filled brat, and Lenny being the second oldest but the most dumbest. Most dumbest? Don't you mean the most... just the dumbest? Being the dumbest. Yeah, you don't need the most in there. You just say, but the dumbest. Needless to say, I loved The Loud House, but one mysterious day made me stop watching the show for good, and I mean it. Mean it. So, let's begin. Sit back and enjoy. It was a Friday afternoon and near the end of the school week. I, although got good grades and all, still thought about how much of The Loud House I was going to watch. I had already purchased the first 2 volumes of the show. I had also been waiting on more episodes to release soon. After I got off the bus, I ran back to go straight to my computer. I had a notification on my Gmail stating that a new episode of The Loud House had been released. If it would have been any other day, I would have gotten off the bus and found some musty old VHS tape sitting at the doorstep. At least you strayed away from that cliche. I'll give you credit for that one, boy. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough money then, so I thought I would watch it on regular TV, in which that day proved to be a big mistake. I went straight to the TV and turned it on. I changed the channel to Nickelodeon, and it was in the middle of commercial break, until they announced that coming up next was a new episode of The Loud House. I was jumping up and down. Weird for a 17-year-old, I know. But as the episode was started, I was glad to watch my favorite show of all time. The intro was normal and everything, but the next part is what confused me the most. The title card appeared, but there was no theme playing in the background like it normally did, and the episode was titled Lincoln's Dream. The picture showed a poorly drawn picture of Lincoln, which started to weird me out greatly. I continued watching and noticed that the opening scene was the Loud House as per usual. The Loud sisters were all in the living room and minding their business until Lena asked, "Where's Lincoln?" Lori, the texting brat, replies with, "I'm not sure about that." Lenny then says, "He probably may be at a friend's house." Lori then replies with, "No, Lenny, he clearly says something like he wasn't going to leave the house and had so-called plans." Okay, let me stop right here for a second. If you're reading this along with me, I leave a link in the description always for the creepypasta that I'm reading. If you look, there's no continuity in these quotation marks. I was already starting to feel uncomfortable because during this particular scene, some distorted 80s music was playing very faintly and it made my insides churn a little. The feeling of watching the episode really made me cringe. The next scene shows the second floor hallways zooming into Lincoln's bedroom. This scene too gave me a creepy feeling in my spine. This time while the camera was zooming in, it seemed like, quote, distorted, slow, and disturbing techno music was playing, close quote.
Why was that there? What was the purpose for that being there? It was odd because the zooming in was so slow. It was even creepier knowing how my parents said they were going to go out for dinner. I was alone in a living room watching a thing that would later scar me forever. Then an image flashed on the screen for a millisecond, but I couldn't have time to make out what it was. The next scene showed Lincoln in his room on a phone and then talking on a phone. What was he on one phone and then went to pick up another? What a phone. He was talking in a distorted voice and had rather odd-colored eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and it looked like they were shaking. I automatically thought, shit, what in the name of hell am I watching? I continued watching like a fucking idiot. Lincoln is then shown laughing for a full 3 minutes with bleeding eyes and laughing with the sound of children screaming and distorted 80s music playing. Oh, this was so disturbing. I wanted to just puke after seeing this. The screen then glitched and it showed Lola, who was my favorite character of all time, was shown in her room admiring herself as per usual. Then a van was outside the house and it was white. There were 3 men, but they were not drawn in the Loud House style. They were also poorly drawn compared to the family. Lola was shown admiring herself again, saying, OMG, look at me, until there was a loud knocking at the door. One of the men were talking in Japanese. He said, "Oh, that Lincoln fellow already is going to pay us a big amount, boys." I understood what they were saying, and it was odd how there were no subtitles. Lola walked downstairs and stared at the door for about 5 seconds. I had my trusty little stopwatch, and asked, "Who was that?" One of the men's voices said in broken English, "We are beauty pageant directors." Then one said in Japanese, "Lincoln described that voice as like 6-year-old Princess Beauty Queen." Lola was looking pretty happy, and it showed her pink gloved hand reach for the knob in slow motion. Again, another flashing image was shown, but for about half a second. Lola opened the door, but the next scene really helped a lot on bleaching about 40% of my brain. The man got a machete and started slicing Lola up, and blood was splattering everywhere. The man said, "Look who's going to go to a show now!" What? Afterwards, it shows Lola's graphically mutilated face for 3 minutes straight with distorted music, which this time I could make out it was David Bowie. Why David Bowie? Like why? It was so graphic to the point where I even asked and believed that I could be hallucinating. Then the screen glitches to the whole Loud House sisters all being mutilated and butchered by 3 Japanese assailants. I honestly threw up because this scene literally made The Walking Dead look like fucking SpongeBob. Lori, Lenny, Luna, Luann, Lynn, Lucy, Lola, Lena, Lisa, and Lily were all shown dismembered and snuffed up with arms, legs, entrails, heads, and eyes all over the room. One of the assailants said in Japanese once again, "Victory is ours, Lincoln is our man." My Japanese accent sounds more like fucking Austrian or some shit. After that, the screen lags, and it is showing Lincoln's head spinning with black ink squirting out and laughing so loud that it stung my ears badly. The credits of the show in the very end is what made me just lose grip on true reality. The credits was a video of Adolf Hitler! What? Adolf Hitler making a speech. Why? Why did you shoehorn Adolf Hitler of all things into this? Why? What's it there for? This isn't shock value. This just came out of fucking nowhere. The credits was a video of Adolf Hitler making a speech and with the credits of the creator showing. But then I noticed that a slideshow of the most unspeakable images showed after the credits had rolled. The images were so unspeakable, I just thought there was no point in even going to the internet anymore. What were they? I still live on, struggling to forget the most horrible thing I saw in my life, and by the way, there are letters that come to myself saying, "Hope you enjoyed it." What the fuck? You hallucinating shit? You know, you're just sitting there minding your own business, looking at YouTube or some shit, and some 3D words just come up in your vision saying, "Hope you enjoyed it." Like, what the fuck? Anyway, that was Loud House, lost episode, Lincoln's Dream. Now, I have several things wrong with this pasta. Again, like always on Bad Creepypasta, we have a thing here where we do not attack the writer of the pasta, rather just give them constructive criticism to make their future work better, hopefully. But of course, again, you know, people everywhere tend to get, you know, constructive criticism and attacking confused. But nevertheless, let's get into this. First thing. First of all, your capitalization and your grammar, of course, I'm gonna be a fucking grammar Nazi here, speaking of Adolf Hitler. It's all ass. If you're foreign, write something in your native tongue. Unless you're completely like, you know, surefire fucking dead ass fluent in English. Thing about being 17 years old and male, I can get the whole telling people your age part. I really don't get why you needed to put in that you're male. Like, who gives a shit? Like, this is a creepypasta, not fucking Tinder. Almost half expected you to go into detail about your preferences in women or some shit. I will give you extra points for not saying you found some VHS tape at a garage sale with a crazy old man. You got some notification saying there was a new episode and you went and caught it on television. Excellent. A way to stray away from cliches. Anything to get away from cliches, that's fucking excellent. Another thing here, going back to the grammar thing, going into detail about quotation marks. They're everywhere and not where they're supposed to be all the time. Some serious fucking continuity issues here. The part where it says he clearly says something like he wasn't going to leave the house and had so-called plans. The plans part is in quotations, but not the correct type of quotations. If you're gonna do a quotation mark within a sentence that's already in a quotation mark, you want to use the singular quotation mark, and then end the sentence with your normal quotation marks regardless of where the singular quotation marks lie within there. If you're gonna put out a piece of literature, make it presentable. Please. Thank you. And in the end, while the credits are rolling, showing a video of Adolf Hitler making a speech, that's just... At this point, it's fucking goofy as all fuck. That's not even remotely scary. And when you say quote-unquote, a slideshow of the most unspeakable images showed after the credits rolled, the images were so unspeakable, I just thought there was no point in even going on the internet anymore. If you were gonna go into something like that, you should have had some things in mind to describe what the images were, instead of leaving it at, this. I'm not gonna tell you. A good writer, you know, in character or not, doesn't want to spare the reader that kind of detail just because I don't want to. I can't think of anything. You know, if you can't think of anything, you really shouldn't put that in there in the first place. It's really underwhelming. It doesn't even give the reader an idea. And the ending where it says there are letters that come to myself saying, hope you enjoyed it, that was fucking stupid. Not to insult you or anything, but that was one of the worst creepypasta endings I've ever seen in my life. Basically, what that tells us is you're having hallucinations of these big words flashing in front of your face saying, hope you enjoyed it. Like, what? It really doesn't make any sense at all. And what the fuck was this referencing David Bowie for? Like, why? Did the ghost of David Bowie, like, haunt this lost episode of The Loud House or some shit? It would have been better if you would have left it at distorted 80s music. You went into maybe a little too much detail saying, you know, David Bowie. You could have just left it at distorted 80s music. And that's it. That gives people an idea of what to imagine hearing. It's stuff like this, the stuff that, you know, people pull out of their ass just to put in the pasta just cause. This is the kind of shit that makes a lost episode creepypasta one of the lowest common denominators in creepypasta genres. I think it might be a little bit of cheating that I'm featuring lost episode creepypastas on Bad Creepypasta, but yeah, there's just some I cannot ignore. And finally, it's a fucking wall of text! Come on! Do me a favor and look up paragraphs. P-A-R-A-G-R-A-P-H-S. Paragraphs. They'll come in handy. All in all, it's not the worst pasta I've ever read, but it really needs some facelifts, some fucking work. I finally returned from college for my winter break. I've been away for a long time and it was really nice seeing everyone, but I found myself alone even when I come back for a little while. As I unloaded my things from my car and carrying them to my room in the basement, I found my old Nintendo 64 console in my closet. Awesome! I haven't played the system in well over 10 years. As I unpacked my things, I quickly started getting the system up and found my old Star Fox NFL QB Club 2001, NASCAR 1999, Yoshi's Story, and many other games that I grew up on. I was so excited about the long and amazing journey while playing these games. The first game that I grabbed was Star Fox. I blew the bottom of the cartridge and slammed it into the system. Okay, break here. I hate it when people say I slammed this into the system. It's a nitpick, but it leaves a funny thought in my mind, like a rather cartoony one of someone just violently shoving a cartridge into their console or slamming a disc into a DVD player or whatever. It just comes off as goofy. Again, that might just be me, and I do apologize if it sounds a little too nitpicky. But let's continue. I flipped the switch into the on position, but nothing happened. No sponsors, no sounds, just a black screen. I looked down at the system, which had the little light on telling me it was working. I flipped the system off and sat in confusion. It should work, I thought, though it has been sitting for some time. Without thought, I started checking the console, controller, cords, and the system itself. All seemed fine until I finally figured out the cord used for the audio and display and the cord to the controller has given up. Mostly because a pet chewed the wires and they were both crudely fixed with electrical tape. I took a deep breath and silently cursed at myself for not fixing it back then. In frustration, I tossed the controller on the ground and grabbed my Game Boy and played some Pokemon. The next day, I started driving around and came across a small game shop off the belt of our small town. Curiosity got a hold of me and I parked in front of it. I walked inside and saw it had hundreds of movies and games that went to the newest game consoles to the SNES. I felt like a little kid looking at all the games. But then I came across one of my favorites, Super Smash Bros. I immediately grabbed the game and smiled like an idiot. I'm sure most people near me looked in concern when it came to me. I didn't really care. The game in general was in pretty good condition, with a few scratches here and there, but Mario's eyes blackened out with what seemed like a permanent marker. Little punk, I thought as I looked at the game. I get I'm not the best at taking care of games, but don't mark them up. I shrugged it off and placed it on the counter with the cord and controller and paid for them. As I made it to my room, I placed the controller and started setting the system up once more. You placed the controller where? Did you place it into the console, or on the floor, or on a counter, or on your bed? Where did you place your controller? Sit tight, ladies and gentlemen, it's about to get better. Just bear with me here. Cords were in the right place and a good controller was plugged in. I picked up Star Fox once more and presto! The game started up smoothly and I played for hours. When I finished the game, I grabbed the Super Smash Bros. Game and looked at the label again, wondering why Mario's eyes were drawn over. Maybe this is a bad game? I thought, well, they wouldn't sell me a bad game, would they? I took a deep breathe. I slid the game in and turned it on. Your grammar was pretty good up until this point right here. I can only see one other error, that being, you forgot to mention where you place your controller. That was enough to throw me off. I almost didn't do that the first take. Anyways, let's continue. I took a deep breath and slid the game in and turned it on. It worked! I was happy to see the Nintendo 64 logo and the opening animation run smoothly, but there was no sound. No music or character sounds as they were introduced. I checked my TV, but it was working fine. I started getting angry until a loud screech from my TV sent shivers down my spine. I'm no fan of loud and high-pitched noises because they hurt my ears. No shit, Sherlock. I'm no fan of loud and high-pitched noises because they hurt my ears, but that was one of the worst I heard. I skipped the intro to the main screen and was given all my options, one player, versus mode, etc. But there was no music still. I selected the one player mode and was greeted by all the regular 8 characters: Mario, Donkey Kong, Link, Samus, Yoshi, Kirby, Fox, and Pikachu. But they all looked different. Their eyes were all black. Some of them were harder to tell, like Pikachu and Kirby, but they had no whites in their eyes, and instead of hearing, "Select your character," I heard, "Next to die," in a deep, low voice. Next to die? I thought. I started to believe the game had been messed with in some way, but I went along with it. I selected my favorite character, Pikachu. I wanted to go on an easier level so I can warm up, but there wasn't any option at all. I only had the stock level, but I could only have one life. "Yeah, this has been messed with," I mumbled, taking a deep breath and pressing the start button. The voice announced, "Pikachu versus Link!" But it was just the voice and no dramatic sounds that normally happen, and their eyes were the same as they were on the character selection. The level loaded up and Hyrule Castle looked fine, but there wasn't a background or music playing. It didn't show a mountain and valley, but was just a dark red. As the announcer yelled, "Go!" Link and I fought, and I quickly defeated him, but as he fell off the map, I heard Link cry out as a bone-crunching splat drowned him out. Instead of the explosion and the text, "Finish!" appeared. The splat sounded so real it sent chill down my spine. It sent one whole chill down my spine. Finished? What does that mean? I thought as the next level came up. Pikachu versus Yoshi team. Under in the black part of the screen, it had a text saying 25 Yoshi Massacre. I did a double take on that text, but it disappeared as Yoshi's Island loaded. Again, no music in a dark red background, but with a very faint outline of something else in a lighter red. The announced, "Go!" once again. The first paragraph was so good. The first paragraph of this story was so good. Then it just kind of dwindled down. Like, what? Please proofread your stuff before you post it. Even for my fucking shitty troll pastas that I do, like Cars, the Lost Beta film, or Lost 90s commercials, I proofread them before I post them. Doesn't matter how little regard you have for whatever you do, you want to make sure you want to do it 110%. Because you don't want to put up something that's half-assed on the internet because people are going to laugh at it. And they could bring you into it. That's the one thing I don't do. I don't bring the writer into all this. Okay, I'm criticizing the work, not the writer. The announced "Go" once again, and I started knocking the Yoshis off the map easily with the same nasty splat every time they died. I don't think plurals have the apostrophe S, I think it's just an S. I gagged halfway through. Wait, what? Your character must have a really light stomach. Because if so, they can't watch any cartoons or movies with that kind of shit in it. I can't watch any nasty SpongeBob episodes. Number 1. Mean-spirited and immature. Hint hint at another future video. You probably know who I'm talking about. Number 2, whenever I hear a splat, I toss my fucking cookies. Alright? And then I gotta go clean it up. I don't want to do that. Anyway, back to the story. I gagged halfway through, and with the last Yoshi dead, the text "Finished" appeared. I swallowed some spit that formed in my mouth as the next level, Fox, started, but there was a large red text below saying, "Having fun?" Before I could question it, the Sector Z map loaded and both characters entered. No music in the same background, but the outline started to become a little clearer through the darker red. After I defeated Fox and heard his death, I was expecting the target bonus round, but it skipped it and went straight to the Mario Brothers. The music was still missing and the red outlines started to become more visible. I was given Kirby as a partner, but he was quickly defeated. As I beat both the Mario Brothers, I sat back and noticed I was shaking slightly. Whoa! 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 You know, I wouldn't write my character as an absolute wimp like this. This just comes off as absolutely cartoonish and unrealistic. What are you afraid of?
I played this really bone-chilling ROM hack last week of Super Smash Brothers. Oh, my hands are shaking just thinking about it.
The next person to fight was Pikachu, and under Pikachu vs. Pikachu, a red text said, "You're killing them all." I'm killing them? I thought as the level loaded. What does that mean? The map was still music-less, and the lighter red was visible. It showed a ghost-like face with sharp teeth that curved into a smile. As I moved through the levels, Giant Donkey Kong, the Kirby team, and Samus, the face in the background became clearer and clearer with each fight as text appeared before certain fights ended. After the Kirby fight, the text said, "They tried so hard to live, but you kept them from that." And after the Samus fight, it said, "Their souls are mine now." I started to think what all this meant, and then the Metal Mario fight came. "The brave heroes will finally give up to me." Mario gave up? Why did he give up? I started to think about all that's been happening, but the level loaded and the fight was as difficult as it always was. Finally, after beating Metal Mario, more text appeared. "Thank you for building my army. They fought hard, but all died by your hand. And now they are mine." The Polygon team? What was it talking about? The thought slipped into my mind. What if all the characters that I defeat are turned into the figures that I'm going to face? That would mean they were turned into these polygon figures and forced to fight me again. I was stunned at this idea. The fight started, but the background was different. It wasn't red, but completely black, and the music was back, but it sounded like it was being played backwards. Bellissimo cliché. A beautiful cliché. Backwards of music, eh?
Pop open the champagne, boys. We got ourselves a nice cliche over here.
Oh, dude. Yeah, I was listening to some video game music, right? And it started playing backwards. And then I looked down at my pants, and there was like a big old log of shit there, man. What peeves me most is there is a comment here that says, hardly any cliche in it. Hardly any cliche in it. Just because it doesn't have hyper-realistic blood in it doesn't mean it's not cliche. You can't look at this backwards music bullshit and say, "Oh, no, hardly any cliche. No cliche here."
A big old log of shit.
As I fought, I felt a wave of sadness crash down on me every time a figure fell off the map and a metallic crunch sounded in place of the explosion. I sent every single one of those characters to their deaths, and they got turned into those things. It hit me like a bag of bricks, but the final boss was approaching. Another text appeared. "Now we meet in person." Master Hand. He did all of this. This little string of zeros and ones was responsible for turning 8 other strings of zeros and ones into completely different strings of zeros and ones that are forced to fight me again. I felt anger build up inside me as the level loaded. It started normally, Pikachu standing alone on the bottom, but the background was still completely black and the music was playing backwards. Master Hand appeared like normal, but various parts of him were covered in red. How much you want to bet it was blood?
How much you want to bet it was blood?
No, he was just eating some McDonald's before the fight and got ketchup on his hand. Obviously.
Oh, go fuck yourself. His laugh was lower and more evil, and thus started the fight. It seemed to have lasted to what seemed like forever. It seemed to have lasted to what seemed like forever and proved to be as difficult as I remember. The music played louder and faster as Master Hand's health dropped. As I finally landed the last hit, Master Hand started to explode and everything, but Pikachu went to black. I let out a satisfied sigh and waited for the credits, but they didn't show. But what did show will haunt my mind for the rest of my days. It was a picture of all of the characters, their faces sad or incredibly scared, with Master Hand above them, his fingers extended out. A final text appeared below them before it faded to black.
Thanks for my new toys.
Okay, review time, even though I pretty much already did that, breaking from the pasta several times. But I'll compile all of my complaints and put them into this segment. The pasta started out pretty good. A pretty good build-up. The first 2 paragraphs have no grammatical errors whatsoever that I can find. But once it kicks into the segment where our protagonist is playing the game, it's like fucking Oprah Winfrey is giving out grammatical errors. You get a grammatical error, and you get a grammatical error. Everybody gets a grammatical error. Holy fucking shit. None of this is scary. It's just bland. Just bland as all hell. Not to mention the whole segment where our protagonist is actually playing the game is just one big ass wall of text. Other than it being bland in a wall of text and the sentence, I took a deep breathe, slid the game in and turned it on. I'm surprised I said that in one take again. That's a fucking mess. It's a fucking mess. You need to fix that shit. You need to fix it too. I took a deep breath, then slid the game in and turned it on. Okay, that out of the way. Now that I've gone on and bitched about the grammatical errors, let's talk about the contents of this cartridge itself. It's bland. It's grounded too much in the reality of ROM hacking. Our protagonist even says, yeah, this has been tampered with. But pretty much almost everything that is happening inside of this cartridge could easily be ROM hacked. If it came down to someone with some easy ROM hacking experience, they could do this in a cinch. Now, the cliches. You know, you got the, hyper-realistic bone-crunching splats. There was music later on, but it was playing in reverse. I think that right there, the backwards music, is a trope that Ben Drowned popularized a lot. It's become just a big, fat cliche. And if I was some casual reader just reading this just because I'm bored or whatever, once I see being played in reverse, I'll back out and go look at something else. Because if you're resorting to something as cheap of a cliche as backwards music, it's probably not going to get any better. Alright, final thing. The protagonist. The protagonist is a wimp. The protagonist is, like, cartoonishly wimpy.
Ugh, yeah, you know, when I heard those bone splats, I really wanted to throw up. I legit did. And when I started theorizing of what all this could mean, I started shaking. I was, like, quivering. It was absolutely horrible. I wouldn't play this again for my life.
I think even the Cowardly Lion would be braver than our protagonist here. That's pretty much it. Overall, it's pretty tame. Definitely far from the worst that we've reviewed here on Bad Creepypasta. I think if the pastas we've reviewed here on Bad Creepypasta so far were compared to hot sauces, this sits around about maybe Tabasco sauce, while something like Wizard of Oz 1936 version is easily like fucking Blair 16 million reserve, fucking 16 million Scoville units. That's the spiciest pasta I've ever read. So I give this pasta a Tabasco sauce out of Blair 16 million reserve. Not that bad, but stinky enough of a shit to be featured on this series. Franklin. An old cartoon that used to air on Nick Jr. back in the late 90s and early 2000s, based on the old children's books by Brenda Clark and Paulette Bergquan. It was a pretty typical kid show. Talking animals, a bit of comedy, and learning some life lesson at the end of the episode. I remember I used to watch it all the time as a kid. I've always had a love of animals. That's probably what hooked me on it way back when.
Yet the love I used to have for this harmless kid show all died in me after I saw it. No, not it. It. This. I don't know how something so unholy, so gruesome could be allowed to be shown on television. I've heard of things like this before, like lost episodes. You may all pass this one off as a normal creepypasta story, but let me tell you, it's indeed real. I pray none of you ever see this vile distortion of children's entertainment. Yet the images of what I saw haunt me in my nightmares. Very oddly specific, not just dreams, but, nightmares. I have regular dreams on the side. Perhaps if I tell you about it, I can get some closer. You mean closure? Because this doesn't mean shit, man. You probably mean closure. Anyway. And also warn you about the lost episode of Franklin. I suppose I'll start with how I can witnessing this horrid program. My little sister has this babysitting job certain days for the week, and usually she doesn't get home till 6:30 or 7. Yet when she shit fucking tit cunt. Yet when she she has to do her homework. Since she can't do it while watching some little kids, How can you do any homework when you're watching little shits picking their noses and flinging diapers at each other and shit? That's pretty much the age group my channel's garnered, since Creepypasta seems popular in that age group. Also, she had to use the computer for it, which so happens to be in my room. Thus, I'm banished to the living room while she does her schoolwork. I kinda want to do the rest of the story with the iDubbbz European accent. Thus, I'm banished to the living room while she does her schoolwork. So there I was, just me and my TV. I surfed through the guide a bit, looking for anything worth a damn. But Mr. Edoops, what's the point of getting all the extra channels from Cokes if there isn't anything worth watching? A bit pissed because I'd be here for a while. My sister had to do a project, so she'd definitely be in there for more than an hour at least, I bet. And boy, would I have won that bet big time. It was around 9:30 at night now. I asked when she'd been done, only to get the vague answer. I'm almost there. Yeah, almost halfway there, I thought to myself. Thus, I was back at the TV. As I scrolled through the channel, something popped out at me. There it was. Franklin. I thought this show got cancelled, I said to myself. It must have been some type of special, I assumed, hence why it was on so late. Call it nostalgia, or call it laziness for not bothering to see if there was anything better on. I decided to watch it. The episode starts off normal enough. That opening, "Hey, it's Franklin" song, which I gotta say sounded a bit dorky to me now, but whatever. Then things got fucked up, to say the least. The episode starts off with an image of woodland, the home of Franklin and all his family and friends. It's a cloudy day, almost like it's about to rain. The scene then fades to all the parents of the child animals in the show outside somewhere. Franklin's parents, bears, beavers, etc. The only ones with an apostrophe S missing were Mr. Fox and Mr. Owl. Also, there are no children other than Badger, Bear's little sister, and Franklin's little sister. Also Badger, who usually just has to use crutches to get around because she has cerebral palsy, is now in a wheelchair and had a broken arm. Everyone is crying. I don't understand why. Suddenly the scene changes. We're shown a normal sunny day along with a road. A school bus drives, and I was then shown the inside of it. Was this written by like a 9-year-old or some shit? Franklin and all his friends, along with their teacher Mr. Owl and the bus driver Mr. Fox. Mr. Owl's talking about a museum field trip the class is going on. All the students are excited, of course, in their own ways. Bear's wondering what type of food will be there. Beaver's being a snotty know-it-all, claiming she knows everything about place. Yeah, everything about place,
time and space and all the wonderful shit. You know, that's for damn sure. Fox wants to see the dinosaur exhibit. And of course, Franklin just wonders what the whole place will be like. Yet suddenly, Mr. Fox begins to clench his chest in pain. The bus swerves a bit as he starts to gasp for air. He's having a heart attack. Dad! Fox cries out in worry. Dad! A few of the other children scream in terror. Mr. Owl gets up and tries to get to the bus driver. Yet Mr. Fox falls off the driver's seat and the bus drives off the road down a steep hill. Mr. Owl falls to the floor of the bus and cries in pain. As he gets up, I saw he had a pencil in his left eye, perhaps from falling on someone's book bag. Bear pukes at the horror of this. Right on Franklin. Who then freaks out and gets out of his seat, only to then crash into Mr. Owl and Mr. Fox. As he does through, his arm hits the steering wheel, causing the bus to turn over and over as it goes down the hill ever more. In the bus, the children are crashing into everyone and everything on the bus, broken glass from windows flying into the bodies all over. Snail even got sent flying out an open window, his shell crushing it to bits, along with a shard of glass going through his neck. Eventually, the bus crashes into some trees at the bottom of the hill, and I'm shown the carnage in the bus. Glass piercing almost everyone, bodies bent in unnatural ways, the whole 9 yards. A few seconds later, a bloody, battered, and bruised badger crawls out of the bus, only to look back and watch it burst into flames and explode moments after. The scene goes back to the parents and few kids who I now see are all in a cemetery, mourning the loss of all their family and friends. The episode ended after that. Yet in the credits, which would normally show apart from the episode, it instead showed a tombstone with the words, R.I.P. Franklin and Friends. The end.
Next pasta. Ben's emulation story. So, I have an N64, no joke. But I have no copy of Majora's Mask or the expansion pack to play it, so I use emulators, and that's what inspired me to write this. It was a normal day over Christmas break, really cold, and I'm just in bed. I wanted to play a game, but being the dummy that I am, I didn't bring my N64. I wanted to play Majora's Mask, but I beat the 3D remake and didn't have the original. So I played it on an emulator. I got the ROM from MUParadise.com, which is a trustworthy site. The rims were overall normal, except this one. I hadn't known this one downloading, but it was an emulated version of Jadu Sable's Haunted Majora's Mask. After downloading, I downloaded it to my PC just in case my phone died. I booted it up and saw something weird. It was the intro scene and the fog was blue. I thought the ROM was glitchy, which isn't uncommon, so I shrugged it off. I don't really feel like explaining the rest, which is why I have 3 videos here, here, and here, by the way, which are all taken down. So, you know, so much for not explaining it in the story, dumbass. This was far too creepy, so I tried playing on PC. It was far from different. I shut down my computer and turned it back on in an attempt to fix the problem. That only made it worse. But that wasn't my first thought upon startup. Everything appeared to be working fine. Skype booted, LogMe, Hamachi, even Chrome. But an unrecognizable program also booted. Something called Ben. It was a glitched out picture I couldn't make out until I stared for like 3 seconds. It was the Elegy of Emptiness statue, aka Ben, with pitch black, empty eye sockets, and blood dripping from them. Above Ben himself, in the Zelda font, it said, "You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?" And when I pressed the close button,
a bunch of error messages popped up in an order that was possibly Ben trying to tell me something. Here's what they were. You shouldn't have done that. You're not sure why, but you apparently had a reservation. Dawn of a new day. I. Because I don't know the correct Roman numeral for 5. Go to the lair of the temple's boss. The counter resets. The window didn't close, it stayed there. There was no close button. The program didn't appear in the taskbar. There was no way to end it. Ben was trying to say something. He wanted me to delete the emulators, phone, and PC. I wish I had known that at the time. I only deleted the one on my PC. It was around that time I had to get my new phone. Now I'm stuck with him. Forever. I shouldn't have done that. I should have tried Control-Alt-Delete. Shit. Candle Cove. A possibility. Janice didn't have a lot of toys, but she loved them very much. And Speakeasy loved them too. That was Janice's name for her anyway. She never told her mother her name. Janice asked one day and the voice said that she wasn't supposed to tell anyone her name. Janice understood because one had to be very careful around strangers. So Janice tried her best not to be a stranger so the girl on the wall would tell Janice her name. But the girl on the wall said that she wasn't supposed to tell anyone her real name. Ever. So Janice called her Speakeasy after a word she heard once. She didn't like to talk too much, but she liked to watch Lydia play with her toys. Who the fuck is Lydia? It's Janice. Oh, that's a mistake. A little slip of the tongue or slip of the fingers. Tell me a story, said Speakeasy one day, when the TV was broken. She liked to watch with Janice, but the TV broke one day and they didn't have the money to get a new one. So Janice understood. She read Speakeasy her favorite books, but she was learning to read. She read Speakeasy her favorite books, but she was still learning to read, so she ran out pretty quick. Speakeasy said, "Tell me a story. Make one up like they do on TV." So Janice played with her toys for Speakeasy, and she told a little story, and Speakeasy liked it. Well, Speakeasy never said she liked anything, but she could tell because she told Janice to turn on the TV to a channel that was just static even when the TV worked, and when she did, a TV show came on. And it was all about Janice and her toys. It was called Candle Cove, and it was a wonderful present. And Janice thanked Speakeasy. Mom thought it was nice to see her play pretend, but could she please keep the TV turned off next time, because they had electric bills to think about. And Janice was a good girl and promised her mother she wouldn't. Speakeasy said that even if she couldn't watch TV, she could still make the show for Janice. Other kids might find out and like it too. It would be a gift everyone could enjoy. And Janice liked that idea very much and thanked Speakeasy a whole lot as she went to bed that night full of happy thoughts, thinking about stories she could tell about her pirates. So for the summer, Janice and Speakeasy told the story of Pirate Percy and the Laughingstock, and the bad guy Horace Horrible. One day, it was a Saturday, Speakeasy asked Janice if someone new could join in. Janice said yes. Speakeasy gave Janice a new toy. It was a little skeleton puppet. His eyes were too big and he had a brown hat and a brown cape. When Janice touched him, he was cold. Speakeasy said he had been mean to her, but Speakeasy learned his real name, and it was the Skin Taker, Skin Talker. Because where she was from, the word for take was the same as the one for talk, because to take you have to talk. What the fuck? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Janice didn't understand. Speakeasy talked the Skin Talker's name, and she took the Skin Taker as her own, and now the Skin Taker, Skin Talker was Janice's because Janice was a good friend who told very good stories. That sentence was all over the place. Can I just break for a second to say someone down here made a real good point. He says, I like the breathless falling over sentences authorial style you chose, and yeah, it's shit. And so Janice made the Skin Taker jiggle and go boo. And Pirate Pete, even though he was very scared, outsmarted him all the time. And the Skin Talker and Horace Horrible would gab about how they'd get him one day and they'd always lose, because good guys win in the end. That made Speakeasy very happy. One day Janice woke up and went to talk to her mom, and she wasn't there even though she was supposed to be in bed. Because she got done working at the diner at 3 and she would come home and sleep so she would be ready for the laundry at 9, and Janice was supposed to help her wake up. And Janice was very afraid, but Speakeasy said it was alright. Her mom was okay. She would have called, but she didn't have a dime for the phone booth, and every dime counted. So Janice ate some yogurt because she wasn't tall enough to get the cereal off the top of the icebox, and she played with Speakeasy. Her mom wasn't back the next day. Or the next day. And Janice didn't want to play because she was scared. She wanted her mom back, but she didn't know where she was, and she tried to call the police, but when she picked up the phone, there wasn't a tone or anything, and when she tried to call, nothing happened, and Speakeasy said the phone wouldn't work anymore. Janice opened the door, and outside the door there was just static. Just static. Static from the end of the porch to forever, forever, going on forever, like the world and the people in the sky had just become static, and she screamed, and she shut the door, and she screamed, and she cried, and she cried. And Speakeasy said that she was bored, and that she wanted Janice to tell a story. Janice said she wanted to wake up and see her mommy again. Speakeasy showed Janice her mommy. She tried her best, but there wasn't a lot left, so she added a little from memory. But she didn't remember things like people did. She showed Janice, and Janice screamed and screamed and screamed and screamed. Oh my god, this writing is terrible. You don't have to repeat words like that, oh my god. And Speakeasy said she was bored. And she threw the TV open. And she stepped out. And every sentence for the rest of the story is going to begin with the word "and." Seriously, you're using the word "and" a little too liberally in this story. She picked up Janice by her neck with a hand that had 2 thumbs and 3 claws because she was trying to look human, but she wasn't very good at it. And she found Pirate Percy, who was in the kitchen. And she found the laughingstock, which was in the bathtub. And she found Horace Horrible, who was in Janice's reading chair. And she found the Skin Taker Skin Talker. I don't know why you have to use both terms. That's just... that's retarded. And she found the Skin Taker Skin Talker, who was saying horrible words at Speakeasy, but they were words Janice wanted to say now too. As Speakeasy walked through the TV and closed it behind her. And not that Janice would ever know, but the door would open at last, and when the police came in to investigate the screams, there was blood and words and eyes on every wall, and they would never know that it was not blood from something that hadn't ever been on Earth. And they would never know that Janice and her mom did not die that day. Or that they would not ever die now. Not where Speakeasy took them. There were some kids who saw the last Candle Cove on TV that day. They were afraid because it was just Janice and her friends screaming, screaming, screaming because they knew. They knew everything now. And Speakeasy was waiting for them to tell the story, and when their time was up, when the show was over, it was really over. It was over forever and ever. Ugh. That was a hard one to read. Oh my god. I could barely catch a breath. Go read this one for yourself. It is fucking heinous. Ugh. 1 out of 5 dog shits, seriously. No offense to any of the writers in this, but just, you know, do better. Alright? Do better. Don't give up. Do better. That's I don't want to ruin your fun. I'm just saying, you know, do better. I'm sorry and I apologize if any of you wrote any of these that I was the one who ruined your day, but just, you know, I hope you get better. Not just for the sake of the readers, but for your own good as well. Valiant, the original ending. A Vanguard animation creepypasta. This is the first Vanguard animation creepypasta ever created. Great! Good for fucking you. You want a cookie for that shit? Oh wait, you're the birds. Okay, Polly want a cracker for that shit. Okay, never mind. Let's just read. Just a little forewarning, every time you hear me raise my voice, that's because there was a word in here that was miscapitalized. In other words,
The first word started with a capitalized letter when it shouldn't have. Have you ever heard of a movie called Valiant? It's a movie where a young woodland pigeon, Valiant, has to survive in a battle of World War II. Yeah, that movie. Well, what if John H. Williams, the producer of the movie, told you that he found an unreleased dark ending? Well, it happened to him a few days before writing this. It's a bit of a long story. He was on the movie's website looking for something to click on until a DVD promos came up for a new Valiant DVD. It says, "Get the Valiant on DVD from eBay now." He don't know how eBay recovered these copies of the movie, but it had almost everything that it could get its hands on. However, he stayed silent about that. He didn't work on the website anyway. However, as he was searching down for a new copy of Valiant, I found something that caught his eye. Why are all these pronouns for he and him and his being capitalized? We're not talking about God or Jesus or anything, so why the fuck are you capitalizing them? The only time you capitalize something like that if it was the first word of a sentence. Also, you say, "I found something that caught his eye." Who are you talking about here? Are you talking about you, or are you talking about someone else? What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, I found something that caught his eye. Valiant included a never-before-seen original ending. That was rather interesting. It had a word that reminded him of the first Vanguard animation movie that Disney have produced in the US. He bought it, and then a week later he opened the package that has the DVD in it. The cover was normal, but when he opened the case, the DVD was very different. The DVD is very different. It was written crudely with black marker saying Valiant Original Ending. He wondered what the original ending would be like, so he put it in the DVD player and began watching. The Walt Disney Home Video logo wasn't there, however, just a few previews from movies that went by rather normally. Then it cut to the DVD menu, but everything was different. The sky was red and pigeons were laying all over the floor. The billboard was smothered in some kind of liquid that features Valiant with black shot eyes staring at the viewer. The buildings had featured on the menu were abandoned and no music played in the menu, just wind blowing and a door cracking. Not creaking, cracking. He clicked play, then the DVD logo skipped and the movie opens with the Walt Disney and Vanguard animation logos like normal, but without the normal war music played within them. Then the screen goes black until it starts with a normal scene where Tailfeather and Toughwood were arguing about their idea while Lofty and Valiant tells them to shut up until Gutsy returned. But when he said, "Gentlemen," but then he said, "Gentlemen, I'm afraid is hopeless." Valiant is seen with black, angry eyes with red pupils, saying, "If you don't let me do this, it's time for you to die." What was shocking was that Valiant was talking in such a dark way. Then he did the explainable. I think you mean unexplainable. I haven't watched Valiant, so I don't know if he actually kills anybody in it or not like this, but if you're reading along with this, you can see it's unexplainable, not explainable here. Alright, so then he did the explainable. He killed Gutsy by stabbing him in the stomach with an axe and ripping open his stomach and pulling out his intestines. Then he choked Toughwood with Gutsy's intestines until his head was pulled off.
Then he killed Tailfeather by stabbing him in the head multiple times with Toughwood's head and opening his stomach to eat his organs. Then he breaks Lofty's eyeglass with his foot, stapling him in the left eye with a glass and cutting him in half with a chainsaw that he found lying across the ground. Yeah, because, you know, it's an everyday occurrence when you see a chainsaw lying around. Fuck this shit. And then, cut to Valiant returning to the Royal Homing Pigeon Sevier, where he didn't give the message to Saint Monty. Instead, the tone turned dark as Valiant pulls Saint Monty closer with his golden stick. He then stabs the RHBS messenger in the leg and was about to kiss Victoria, the nursing dove, when he returned, but the scene was alternate. Valiant lifts Victoria, seeing her breast, and stabs her in the heart with the knife, and she dies slowly of blood loss. I was shocked that Victoria's breast was actually shown, but a little turned on, to be quite honest with you. Then he pulled Felix's head off with a pencil, stabbed right in his lung, and violently removes his mom's legs and wings. Then it went black. Afterwards, it cut to the scene where it showed Valiant staring at the bodies of the other dead pigeons. Then he said, "My friends are dead now." Then the video ends with no credits. The next day, Saturday, I think I woke up at around 11:56 a.m. I turned on my computer and went to Google to look up information about the original ending. However, I couldn't find very much of anything. I went to his Yahoo Mail and contacted Gray Chapman, the director of Valiant, about this. However, I got no response back. Not really much of a surprise. I mean, these kind of things don't really exist. Do they? Alright, I think it's time I, just, you know, very quickly give my thoughts on this. Let me actually turn my camera on over here real quick. It's shit. It's seriously shit. How could you present me with something like this? Okay, think of it this way. If you were at a 5-star restaurant, okay, you were a critic, alright? You came to a 5-star restaurant, and someone offered you this steaming pile of shit on a plate. Would you give it a good review? Hell no! If you know me, you know you don't present me with a piece of shit on a plate and expect me to give it a good review, or neutrally just eat it. Also, let that be known to everyone else who wants to request me a creepypasta. I usually wouldn't have read it, since I don't want this channel to be completely about creepypastas. I just do what the fuck I want to do on this channel. Your word structure is decent at best, presentable, you know, readable. But what I can't get past is all these capitalization issues. You use capitalized letters so liberally. It's sincerely laughable. The story is cliched to hell and back. Really no creativity put in here at all. It's essentially your general run-of-the-mill lost episode / lost movie ending creepypasta. And it's things like this that have completely killed that genre. It's bad, and I've said it's bad, but that doesn't mean I don't hope you get better. I do hope you get better. Just brush up on your English skills and get creative. This wasn't creative, and what the hell was this whole thing with the bare breast thing? That was completely out of, you know, left field. Wasn't even really there for shock value. It was just there. All I'm going to say is, thank God you did not bring this to someone who was completely destructive about things and not a mixture of destructive and constructive. I also see this guy's from Andal's channel, and Andal just reads creepypastas neutrally. He doesn't, you know, particularly read ones that are good or bad, you know, all the time. He reads pretty much whatever's sent his way, and that's okay with Andal. You know, he's doing the hustle the way he wants to do it, and it's earned him 13k subs. I do a different kind of hustle, and, you know, you present something to me, if I think it's good, I'll read it neutrally.
But if it's bad, it's ended up on Bad Creepypastas. Sorry, bro. Also, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate you. Read up and educate yourself on English capitalization if you're going to write in English. I don't know if you're foreign or not. I have no idea. If you're native to English speaking, then this is absolutely pitiful. You legit should be ashamed. And you need to brush up on your skills. 5616. Hi, I'm Aiden, and I'm writing this blog about a series called Spongebob Schizophrenia. In recent times, a tape has been discovered in the Nickelodeon studios. It is a Betamax tape. Wait a minute, what the Betamax tape? Did that, hang on one fucking minute. Did Betamax become obsolete? In 1988, Sony began to market its own VHS machines, and despite claims that Sony was still backing Beta, it was clear that the format was dead. So 1988 was when Betamax tapes died. Alright? Why a Betamax tape? Why the fuck? Anyway, it is a Betamax tape with the writing SpongeBob Season 10 premiere episode. The episode is called SpongeBob's Schizophrenia. According to sources, the episode starts in SpongeBob's house. He looks crazy and is saying, "The shadows, play with me." Then he laughs maniacally. The strange thing is, SpongeBob's voice sounds like a demon's. Ooh. SpongeBob starts to ooze foam from his mouth. He takes an antipsychotic pill. The pill fails to work, and SpongeBob takes out a cartoony pistol and kills Gary. His body isn't shown. Squidward then yells to SpongeBob, "SpongeBob, shut up!" And SpongeBob looks straight at Squidward and says, "The shadows shall engulf you, mere mortal. Give praise to them or perish." And Squidward says, "Whatever." And returns to bed. A time card appears saying 25 past midnight, with a strange sound in the background. Squidward is shown sleeping for nearly a minute. Squidward wakes up and sees a square shadow holding a chainsaw. He screams as the shadow revs up the saw. The screaming was like a person shouting, not cartoon. He keeps screaming over the sounds of the saw. The shadow puts the saw to Squidward's body, and Squidward screams as he's being cut up, and blood splatters on the wall. Then he died, and SpongeBob emerges from Squidward's door, holding his cartoonishly severed head. He feasts on it and laughs maniacally. He then runs to his house again and emerges with a pair of knives. He runs to Patrick's house. He screams, "Oh, Patrick, come and play with me." Seriously, that's how it's written here. I really don't know if this is a troll pasta or not, because I saw this on Troll Pasta Wiki, so it could very, very well be a troll pasta. I have no fucking idea. It's under review on the Spin Pasta Wiki. You know, it's not classified yet, so I have no idea. He screams, "Oh, Patrick, come and play with me," as he stabs Patrick repeatedly. SpongeBob then draws a pentagram on Patrick's floor. He sacrifices Patrick's corpse. There is literally no sound for this 7-second sacrifice. I think a sacrifice is a little more than 7 seconds. It's just not, throw a dead body into a pentagram. That's not it. I think you need at least, something else like a fire involved, but you can't really have a fire underwater. Oh, fuck me. Never mind. Never fucking mind. SpongeBob laughs again and runs to his house. He is seen at a table with Squidward's partially eaten head, brain exposed, and eyeballs hanging out. He says, "My beautiful honey, will you marry me?" As Squidward's left eye blinks once, revealing he is alive but slowly suffering and dying.
His skin sheds, leaving only muscle and tissues exposed, and his facial organs and nerves snap and fall apart. His head is now nothing but a pile of random organs, and his eye blinks again. The bubble transition shows, and for 30 seconds, SpongeBob is seen kissing the pile of organs and putting a ring on it inside of a church. SpongeBob looks demonic and says to Squidward's organs, "I am your Lord and Savior, Bikini Bottom. Praise me." As the episode ends with SpongeBob committing suicide by stabbing himself in the heart, at least that's the only point the contents of the tape are known up to. The episode was written by Jill Francis and Philip Refkensky and animated by a person named Jorgs Pubenstein. Yeah, oh my god, Pubenstein. This is definitely a fucking troll pasta. No doubt. But it's kinda on the fence between troll pasta and shit pasta, so we're gonna continue. Even if this was a troll pasta, this isn't a good one. Trust me. The tape itself was watched by the SpongeBob staff, and they were put into medical help right after watching. Reports vary, but it was said that when questioned, they all refused to tell what happened after SpongeBob committed suicide. And when they were insisted, they still refused. No one knows what those employees saw, and no one will ever know the full truth. There have been many attempts to find the tape, but no one has ever found it. The only things that remain are a few screenshots of the episode and a possible audio track of the episode. The audio track lasts 10 minutes, but strangely enough, after 6 minutes, the audio is merely a strange static sound, but 9 minutes in, a strange, loud, distorted audio can be heard. 3/14/17. Hi, it's me again. I haven't been on this for a while, so nothing has happened to me after writing my first blog. I have been recently mailed a tape that was from John Deaf. I looked up this guy's name, and apparently he's a worker at Nickelodeon. I also got a letter from him. This is what it says. Dear Aiden, I have noticed that you're interested in this quote-unquote series of ours. This tape contains the episode you were talking about. The manager told me to burn the tape, so I said yes, and instead mailed it to you. Please, talk care of it, and don't tell anyone else about it. Jeff.
My name is Jeff!
I opened the box, and it contained a tape called Spongebob Season 10 Premiere. So I played it in my VCR. It showed what I said for 6 minutes. Then after SpongeBob kills himself at the 6:24 mark, it abruptly cuts to the Krusty Krab. It shows the inside of the restaurant. It shows inside the restaurant. It looked so abandoned. Mr. Krabs was just standing there looking at a wall, then he falls to the ground and he opened his office door. It zooms into the door, and for about a second it showed a image. It looked like a body. Then it shows the kitchen and a mountain of bodies. Then it cuts to Sandy's dome, where Sandy looked like she was gonna commit suicide. She does commit suicide by hanging herself. Then it cut to SpongeBob's house, and cut to his room where his dead body remained. At this point, it was 9:01 when this loud, strange static sound played. SpongeBob's body stands and turns to the viewer. His eyes were so yellow and red, and his body had the biggest slit mark I have ever seen. Then he walks closer to the screen. When he was close to the screen, he said this, "Ha ha ha." Then a loud static followed, then the tape ended. I put the tape in my safe and locked it and put it in my closet. I'm gonna call Jorgs Pubenstein. I want to see what he says about this quote-unquote series. So for now, peace. 3/15/17. Today I got in contact with Jorgs Pubenstein after 3 times of calling him, which led me to his voicemail, which said, "Hi, this is Jorgs Pubenstein. If you're looking for him, then he's busy animating or something. So leave a message, thank you." I left a message. This is what it says. "Hi, this is Aiden. I was wondering if you can give me more information about Spongebob Schizophrenia. I've seen the tape, so please just contact me, thank you." An hour later, he contacted me. At first, he was crying for the first minute or two. Then he said this. Hi, Agent. This is Yorks. I'm the animator of Spongebob Schizophrenia. I wanted to tell you, I did animate that, and I was forced to. So this is what happened. I was recently hired as an animator for SpongeBob SquarePants, and these two people told me that they were directors for a new SpongeBob episode, and they told me to follow them. They knocked me out, and when I woke up, I was strapped to a chair in a warehouse. Those two people told me to work on SpongeBob Schizophrenia. They told me the story, then they forced me to animate it. It was hell on earth. A few days later, they let me go. It was on February 17th, 2014, when they hijacked it on TV. I seen the full episode, and I couldn't go to sleep for a whole week. I asked him about the audio and how it was loud and weird at the 9-minute mark. He said this. The loud static contains screams and people getting murdered while there is static. Okay. Yeah. I said thank you and contact me when you can remember more information. Then I hung up. I will blog tomorrow with something by. There's a 9-year-old little kid detective on the lookout for more of this SpongeBob Schizophrenia information. It's a juicy fucking story. 3/20/17. Well, today was a little interesting. I was looking at my blog and it had 145 followers. One of those followers as Andrew Schizo. He is an animator, and apparently he was one of the animators for the SpongeBob Schizophrenia series. He emailed me saying this. Hi Aiden, this is Andrew, the one who emailed you. I wanted to talk to you about that series. I was 23, a fresh new animator out of college. I was thinking of studios to animate for, and the first thing that popped in my mind was Nickelodeon. So I contacted them to see if they were hiring animators. Surprisingly, they were hiring animators. So I got hired for Nickelodeon. I was told by a manager of the studio that I was going to animate SpongeBob SquarePants. I was so excited. On my first day, I was sketching SpongeBob. The second day, I was approached by Jill and Phil. They told me that they were managers for SpongeBob SquarePants. They also told me to follow them to their office. I was gullible back then, so I followed them. When they stopped, we were at an abandoned-looking office. Limited. As soon as I looked at the office, everything went black. I woke up in a warehouse with a guy named Yorks. They told me to animate now or they will kill me, so I did. There was more episodes we made. I have all of them, but I will send them through a period of time. I asked him if there was credits at the end of the first episode, and he said yes, and I will send them with the mail maybe tomorrow. I hung up. That's all I needed to know. 3/21/17. Today I received a package from Andrew. It was a box. Inside the box was a DVD titled Ending Credits. I immediately remembered the phone call yesterday with Andrew. I put the DVD in my DVD player and it cut to the credits of the episode. This is what they said. Credits. Philip Reckf, Jill Francis, Andrew Schizo, Jorgs Pubenstein, Andy Freer, Nick Judes, Stephen Hillenberg, Denton Reeves, Harp Nuit, Tech Worth,
Tortaroo.
Then the DVD ends. The credits had no audio at all, which was sort of weird. I do have a question. Why is Stephen Hillenberg in the credits? 3/22/17. I am still weirded out by the fact that Stephen Hillenberg was in those credits, but I decided to give him a call. Call 3/22/17. Me. Hi. Stephen. Hi. Me. Do you know SpongeBob Schizophrenia? Stephen. ... Stephen. That ... Stephen.
Fine. Steven.
So it was 2013, and I remembered that I hired 2 junior managers for my show. Well, turns out that they were apparently black market users. So one day I was called into my office by Jill and Philip. They told me they needed me for a minute. Well, it was way over a minute, I'll tell you that, haha. I ended up at a warehouse. They turned to me and said, "Right now." I looked down at the table and there was a piece of paper and a pencil. They told me that they were going to make a new series called Spongebob Schizophrenia. I wrote the horrible story for them. A few days later, I was called into my office again. It was Jill and Philip, but they had a VCR player. They told me to sit down, so I did sit down. They put in a tape. Then they pressed played. What I saw was hell right in front of me.
Me. Yes, I have seen that. Steven. Oh, ... Ellipses. Sobs. Ellipses. Steven. I'm gonna go. ... My God. Call ended. Well, there I have it. There is Steven's story. I think the best part of this pasta is like the sign-offs for each entry in the blog. It's so blatantly written by a kid, and if it's not, then it's some great mimicry, I have to say. 3/23/17. I got mail from Andrew. It was a box again, and it contained a VHS tape called Spongebob Schizophrenia Episode 2. Yes! I said as I rushed to my VCR player. I put the tape in and pressed play. It started out with an intro.
Who has schizophrenia? SpongeBob! Who's gonna murder everyone? SpongeBob! Who are you gonna hail to? Bobagnops!
Bobagnops! Oh my God. That's what I'm gonna call SpongeBob for the rest of this episode. I'm gonna start calling it Bobagnops. The intro then ended and cut to episode cards saying Bobagnops before the murders. It cut to SpongeBob's house, then to his room where he was playing with a paddle ball with Gary. He proceeds to stand up and goes to his kitchen. Then he is shown cutting up some beef meat. Then he says under his breath, "Kill." Then proceeds to chop up the meat. Then he eats it and goes outside. He is shown walking with Patrick to the Krusty Krab. Bobagnops then says,
Patrick, would you ever kill someone?
Patrick says, "No." Bobagnops then proceeds to say,
I have these voices in my head saying, ... to kill people. I don't know why, but I don't want to kill. I'm SpongeBob SquarePants. Why would I kill? I have been happy my whole entire life, and this is what it come to. Isn't it a sponge wanting to kill people? Then so be it. For the love of fish, I'm going nuts, Patrick.
Patrick says nothing. Then it cuts to the Krusty Krab and into the kitchen. SpongeBob is making Krabby Patties on the stove. Then out of nowhere, a deep voice says,
Do it. Kill them.
This voice says it about 30 times. I could be wrong. Then SpongeBob says,
Yes, I will kill them all.
A time card says, 1 day before the murders. Then it cuts to SpongeBob's room with SpongeBob sitting there looking at the floor saying,
I will do it.
Then Bobagnops looks at the screen briefly and then the episode ends and cuts to credits. I noticed something odd about this credit. Steven's name was not shown. 3/25/17. Hi, this is Jill Francis. I will get you. 3/26/17. I do not know why you guys get in my account and do this shit. So today I got in contact with Techworth. Call start. Me. Hi, do you know anything about SpongeBob Schizophrenia? Tech. Yes. Me. Okay. Me. Do you have a story? Tech. Yes. Me. Can you tell that story? Tech. Yes. So it started maybe 3 or 4 years ago at Nickelodeon Studios. I was an animator for SpongeBob at the time. One random day, these two fucks named Jill and Philip came up to me and said, Hey, do you want to be on our new SpongeBob project? Yes, I said. So they took me to a warehouse with some other people. Come and sit down.
So I sat. They told me in the ugliest voice, "Animator, you'll die in pain." So I animated this shit of a series. I wasn't amused when they showed me the episodes. Man, I hope those fuckers are dead. They treated me like a black slave in the 1800s. They whipped and punched me. After it was over, I quit Nickelodeon Studios and moved to a new location. Man, it has been so long.
Me. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. Call ended. Wow, I can't believe it. 3/27/2017. The photo you see above is the photo I took during the SpongeBob Before the Murders episode. It is funny of how I uploaded it here. I will talk tomorrow. Bye! Fucking retarded. 3/28/17. I got another episode today. It is called Running the Boys from Andrew. It was a VHS tape. I played it on my VCR and clicked play. It started out with the intro from the previous episode, but this episode had better animation. It cut to Patrick's house where SpongeBob and Patrick were playing on their new video game system they got. The game that they were playing was called Fish Fighters. Then Bobagnops says,
I am gonna beat you.
He does. Bobagnops laughs in victory while Patrick just sits there looking at the game over screen. Then it cuts to downtown Bikini Bottom. Bobagnops is shown walking on the sidewalk with some groceries. Then out of nowhere, some fish that look like 1950s gang members come up to SpongeBob. They say, "Give us all the stuff." SpongeBob then refuses this and grabs out a very large sword, then proceeds to chase them. This goes on for about 6 minutes, but it showed different angles of the chase, which was really odd. Then it goes to an alleyway with the gang members and SpongeBob. SpongeBob then says, "Who's up first?" with a crazy look. The gang members scream and it cuts to a view on the sidewalk, not showing the alleyway at all. There is a sword sound. Then it cuts to SpongeBob and Patrick. SpongeBob says to Patrick,
What a day!
They proceed to laugh and it cuts to credits. I took the tape out in amazement. There was no gore in this episode, I thought, but I do have a question again. Why was there excellent animation? Why is there excellent animation in these things? I don't understand. It's always supposed to be bad because it's lost. You know what? Why does anything have great animation at all? Why does everything just have to be animated so greatly? If I want to make animation, it's going to be shitty. There. I said it. 3/29/17. I'm confused at the animation quality. I looked at the credits and found it's Steven's name again. My guess is that they forced Steven to animate with quality. Also, I found a wikia called Spongebob Schizophrenia Wikia. It only had the 3 episodes that I posted on this blog. I also got another email from Andrew today. This is what it says. Dear Aiden, I see that you viewed the 2 episodes I gave you. Well, but what I'm gonna give you, oh boy, that is gonna be a treat. I'm gonna stay low till I mail you the next episode. Peace, Andrew. Again, what does he mean by treat? 3/30/17. 2 things happened to me today. 1. I got another SpongeBob episode, and 2, I got a voicemail from an unknown person. Here is the dialogue of the recording. Voicemail start. Unknown. ... Well, look who I found. Aiden. Well, if you hadn't guessed it, it is Philip, that creator of SpongeBob Schizophrenia. I swear if you post one more thing, I will. Voicemail end. Well, I know it is Philip now. I got another SpongeBob episode called Treat. I think Andrew was punning me. Oh, that silly Andrew. I played the episode on my VCR because the episode was on a VHS cassette. The episode starts out with the intro, but there is more dialogue. Who you gonna kill? Tack! Then the intro ends and cuts to the title card.
Then it cuts to SpongeBob's living room where Gary and SpongeBob have been just sitting there doing absolutely nothing. Gary meows in hunger. SpongeBob realizes that he needs to get food for Gary, so he rushes out the door and runs to a car. He throws the fish out of the car and drives off. The next scene is at a forest, possibly outside of Bikini Bottom. Baba Knops stops the car in front of a tiki-style house. He walks towards the house, and it cuts to inside the house where Baba Knops is about to go into a room. He does go into this room, and we are shown two fish who are sleeping in a bed. Baba Knops grabs an unidentifiable object and runs to the bed. He puts it over his head and he thrusts it down before anything else happens. It immediately cuts to SpongeBob's living room. SpongeBob is giving food to Gary. The food looks like mush covered in ketchup. I was grossed out by this. The episode ends there and shows the credits. I noticed Techworth's name is not in the credits. 3/31/17. Nothing really new happened today. I got a voicemail from another unknown caller. It was just static. I found a website with info on the episodes. There was only 5. I have not viewed it yet, but it apparently is called Blood. The description says this: SpongeBob goes to his house and finds B. Also on the main page there is a phone number, so I called it. It took me to an automated system and said this: press 1 to die. Press 2 to meet Philip. I pressed 2. Then a man deep voice said, "Hello." I said, "Hi," and immediately hung up because I'm a pussy. Go who knows who the hell that was, but it sure did sound like someone. 4/2/17. Nothing new happened yesterday. It was April Fool's and I got a lot of emails from people who claimed to be the workers for Spongebob Schizophrenia. I got one in particular from Nick Jones. "Hi, this is Nick Jones, one of the volunteers for the show. If you have time, please contact me back. Thanks." So I emailed him back asking him about the show. I got a response about an hour later. "Here's what I know. I helped make 7 or 8 episodes and an episode for season 2. It was maybe 2013, 2014 when we made this stuff. I have not got in contact with the creators in years. That's all I know. More info I need." More info I need. 4/3/17. Sorry I've not posted something in a while. I've been busy with things and you know how that is. But you posted yesterday, you dipshit. Are you losing track of your days, me boyo? You know? You losing track of your days? I got another episode from Andrew today titled No More. I played the episode on my Betamax system. It starts out with the usual intro, then it shows Bubbles, then shows the Krusty Krab. It shows a fish ordering a regular Krabby Patty. Squidward says in an unusual voice,
"Congratulations, you are the 1 millionth customer. Here, come and follow me for your prize."
It abruptly cuts to the kitchen where SpongeBob is making some Krabby Patties. The patties have a more orange color than they usually do, which is odd in my opinion, but that's just my opinion. The door next to SpongeBob swings open and slams SpongeBob into the wall. "Ow," SpongeBob says.
"This is our 1 millionth customer,"
Squidward said. Mr. Krabs comes out of his office and says, "What's going on?" Squidward says,
"We have our 1 millionth customer."
Mr. Krabs then proceeds to get a smile on this face and says, "Let's celebrate," in a creepy tone. The door then closes and SpongeBob, Squidward, and Mr. Krabs circle around the fish with crazy looking faces. Then it pans out of the kitchen and into the dining area. Then beating up sounds play. "No! No more!" the fish says. It pans out to outside where a liquid sound is playing, and it does this for about 1 or 2 minutes. Then I cuts to credits. I was not very amused that it was just another not blood murder episode. 4/4/17. I was looking up some random things today on Google, like puppies, dogs, cats, houses, studios, random towns, etc. Well, I was looking for places near me from about 50 or so miles, and I found a building that looked pretty abandoned but looked brand new. I don't know how those two could go hand in hand, but only if you could see it, maybe you would believe me. Okay, so I decided to go to this building, and oh boy, I've got a story for you. Yes, sirree. Yeah. So I arrived to this building about 30 minutes after I left my beautiful home. Note, it is not that beautiful. That was just a little, over-exaggeration on my part. So I got out of my car and walked to this building. The grass looked like it hadn't been cut in 60 or so years. I opened the double doors to this building, and the first thing I saw was a receptionist desk and some chairs. Next to a wall at the end of the room was a door. I decided to walk to it and open it. There right in front of me was a long hallway with many doors. I walked down this hallway with many doors. The doors had names like production room and animation storyboard room and others like them. I reached the end of this weird hallway and stumbled across a door named Owner's office. So I decided to crack the doors open like I crack open a cold one with the boys, and what I saw was, say, in the most fact, creepy. The room was like a big warehouse, and very few lights in it. Was a desk table, a chair, and a ... person. The person was mumbling things like SpongeBob must continue, and I will make more episodes. This person looked at me in the creepiest face I seen. I slammed the door shut and ran down the shitty hallway. I was stepping in shit that whole time. I closed the double doors in front of the building, got in my car, and got the hell out of there. I looked in my mirror before I was completely down the road, and I saw the person looking at my car. I think that might be Philip. 4517. One of the main questions I get is, where did you find that info on the first blog? Well, it's sort of simple. I was searching up SpongeBob on the internet and stumbled upon a weird website. The website had a shitload of words. So I read most of the words, and they were about a show called Spongebob Schizophrenia. So I decided to make a blog about it. I abandoned it after one blog because of daily life. I also got another episode called SpongeBob Stories. I am pretty sure this is the last episode for all 7 episodes. I played the episode. The usual intro started, but the ending of the intro was the kids saying, "Kill all!" But I was not amused by that, since the show evolves around murder. So it cuts to SpongeBob's house, where SpongeBob is writing on a piece of paper on a typewriter, which in fact Bob Benoit does have a typewriter if I am right. He keeps typing for 30 seconds and goes to Gary.
I wrote a story. Now I'm gonna share it with all the people in Bikini Bottom,
Bob Benoit said. Then it cuts to the Krusty Krab and asks Mr. Krabs to read a story. He does. He screams and runs to his office. He then shows his story to Squidward. Then he reads it and melts it into a liquid, saying, "That was." SpongeBob then leaves the Krusty Krab and goes to downtown Bikini Bottom. He then shows his story to random people in downtown Bikini Bottom. Most of them freak out when they read the story. SpongeBob questions this and retreads his story out loud.
I can't believe I murdered him.
Holding his stomach.
What kind of person am I to murder my best friend? But it feels so good to murder people. It just feels amazing with their screams. Oh hell, time to murder other people.
SpongeBob then laughs and goes back to his house and writes some more stories, and the episode ends. Well, I won't be updating this anymore until maybe I get some more SpongeBob episodes. Till then, peace out. 5317. Why am I back here, you may ask? I'm back because I found something interesting on the website a few weeks ago. There is apparently an alternate episode of the first episode. Another one is that I have not gotten the blood episode yet. Lastly, there is apparently a 2012 pilot reel. On April 8, 2017 at 4:33 p.m. I got a box from the mail saying, "Real." My first thought is that this was a joke, but it was not when I opened the box. There sitting in a box was a 1930s reel tape and a projector. I was actually amused by this because I was fascinated with all things from the whole 20th century. I found a plug-in for the projector. I put the tape in the projector and played it. My first thoughts were, this is probably an old film. But when a familiar theme started playing in that old audio of the projectors, I knew this was gonna go somewhere. A title card popped up saying, The Life of SpongeBob SquarePants. I knew this was made from the same people from the previous episodes, but this episode had more quality animation. It starts in what is supposed to be SpongeBob's house. His house is a box. So SpongeBob was sitting there watching his TV and says something. The audio sounded so blurry and aged that I thought that I was gonna blow up. Bobagnops then gets off of his couch and walks to his kitchen, saying in now more clear audio,
Time to feed Gary.
he opened a cabinet in his kitchen, and what was in there was sorta unusual. It was filled with boxes saying human feet and bloody-os and death food. These names I thought were funny. Boo, when he fed Gary the death food, Gary became pale and went unconscious. Did I mention that this was in color? Bobagnops is shown dragging Gary's body to the backyard. SpongeBob grabs a shovel and buries Gary. SpongeBob cries for about 10 to 20 seconds and it cuts to the credits. On April 10, 2017, I received a box containing 2 videotapes. One was called Blood and the other was called Alternate. I decided to play Blood first. The SpongeBob theme plays and cuts to the title card Blood. It starts in Patrick's house where SpongeBob and Patrick are playing a game. Spo gets bored of the game and leaves. Spo, you didn't even bother. It cuts to Spo's house. Spo is on his couch, looking really dehydrated. Spo says in an old man type voice, I need it! I need it now! Spo runs out of his house into Sandy's house. By the time he got there, it was already night. He opens Sandy's dome door really quietly and sneaks into Sandy's tree. SpongeBob, of course, is wearing a bowl with water in it. SpongeBob licks his lips and gets something out of his pocket while looking at Sandy.
My tasty blood.
SpongeBob puts this object, which turns out to be a needle, into Sandy's arm and sucks some blood out of her. It cuts to a montage of SpongeBob to the same theme with other people in Bikini Bottom. It cuts to a card saying 3 hours later. It shows SpongeBob's living room with a pool filled with blood.
Yahoo! This is fun!
The episode then cuts to the credits. Alternate of the first episode. I'm not a big fan of alternative episodes, but this one was odd on its own. I decided to play the tape after the Blood episode. This episode doesn't even have the theme song in it, it just cutted to the title card which said Suicide. It starts in SpongeBob's room and SpongeBob is on the bed muttering to himself. Say things like, I must end it all. He cries loudly for 5 to 10 agonizing minutes. Then he proceeds to get a wired-looking gun and, well, shoots himself right on the spot. He falls to the ground and blood splatters everywhere in his room. There is a piano playing in the background while it shows a gravestone of Bobagnops, and the piano music turns into a screaming person while the image gets disturbing. A hand pops from the gravestone and an image of a dead Bobagnops appears. I got scared when that happened. Then it shows his dead corpse running down the street, and when someone see him, they scream and run. Spo continues to run and runs into the Krusty Krab. He runs into Mr. Krabs' office and says,
Oh, honey, I'm home.
Mr. Krabs looks up and says, What's the horrible smell? SpongeBob then proceeds to jump on Mr. Krabs and chokes him to death. SpongeBob runs to see Squidward, but Squidward ran while he had the chance. The sky turned pure black and everything disappeared besides SpongeBob.
It's just you and me, Alfred.
The thing that sacred me the most is when he knew my name. Are the creators watching this blog?
Oh, my Alfred, you know, we made this just for you.
I was terrified. Although my name isn't Alfred, it's Aiden, you dipshit.
Well, I better get going to your house.
The episode ends with Baba Gnops walking away. I can't go to sleep now. 5/6/17. I got an email from Andrew again. Hi, I gotta mail you an episode that was inspired by a video game, but it doesn't have a minute. Thanks. An hour later, I got a package, and in that package was a tape named A Bad Night Shift. I decided to play it. It had the normal intro, then it cut to the Krusty Krab. Okay, boys, I'll see you in the morning, Mr. Krabs says.
Okay, sir.
SpongeBob and Squidward said. They proceed to talk about their day, and they hear a creak noise.
You should go check it out,
Squidward says.
Okay.
SpongeBob says. Baba Gnops walks to where the noise came from, and there standing in front of Baba Gnops was a dark figure standing there making creepy noises. Spo runs back, saying,
Squidward, something is here.
They both proceed to hide, and the screen fades to black. Words appear on the screen saying, "Tune in for part 2." Then the tape ends. I found another tape saying, "A Bad Night Shift, part 2. I will watch it tomorrow. 5/7/17. Part 2? Here it is, part 2! So it cuts to a time card that says 2 a.m. Then it cuts to SpongeBob and Squidward are hiding in the cash boat.
What is it?
Squidward says.
I honestly don't know.
SpongeBob said. Spo Baba Gnops peeks up from the boat to see the figure standing next to the boat. Baba Gnops and Squidward screams while the figure comes closer, and static happens. Then it is just static until it cuts to SpongeBob's house, where SpongeBob is looking at a wall. Baba Gnops turns toward the viewer with the same look from the pilot, and the episode ends. I was looking on that website and found out there are a lot of episodes I didn't see, so oh boy. 5/11/17. Today I got an email from an unknown user. Hi, I want to show you something. There's a censored link right here. I censored the website, so I decided to click on the website link. It led me to a website with the world download, and I clicked it. I received a message saying, "Thanks for downloading." And then I was taken to a video. The video started out with a title card saying Evil SpongeBob. Then I realized that this was a SpongeBob episode. Yes. The episode starts with SpongeBob sitting on his bed and murmuring some things. He then stands up and walks downstairs. Music is playing in the background. He proceeds to get a knife and looks at Gary. He walks to him but puts the knife on his wheel. He didn't stab him, but the knife was on top of the shell. SpongeBob then stabs the shell of Gary. The screen that cuts to black while weird music is playing. A time card appeared saying March 16, 2013, 7:30 p.m. I realized that this was the date before March 17th, the day SpongeBob murders people. Baba Gnops is writing on paper, which I assume he is making plans for his big murder. He says in an evil voice, "Yes." Then a calm, normal SpongeBob voice says,
No! No!
Quiet, you.
No, I won't let you murder people.
Yes, I will, and no one will stop me. Ha 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 ha.
Evil SpongeBob then proceeds to chalk calm SpongeBob. I could hear the painful gagging of the calm SpongeBob.
Finally, he's dead. No, I will do what I have to do.
Evil SpongeBob says. It cuts to SpongeBob's house with a timestamp, March 17, 2013, 2:34 a.m. Creepy music starts to play and SpongeBob doors opens, and it immediately cuts to black. It shows SpongeBob's corpse. His corpse comes up and looks at me. This is like the events of previous episodes.
Why are you back?
SpongeBob said.
You should have gone back a long time ago.
Then he jumps toward the screen. I could see those eyes again.
Hee hee hee. I will get you one day.
It cuts to the credits. Why did I re-see a segment from a previous episode? I need a break from that one. I need to rest my voice. It's shot right now. I'll give my assessment in a little bit. Alright, it's been a few weeks. If this thing, regardless of its nature, had a physical form, it would be a diarrhea-infested toilet. Not just a toilet with diarrhea in it, but a toilet infested with diarrhea. Like somebody with irritable bowel syndrome who possessed a diet of nothing but the shittiest food you could get your fucking paws on. Used the toilet and didn't flush it for 11 years and 2 months. That's how shitty this is. Regardless if it's a shit pasta some 9-year-old made or some troll pasta on the troll pasta wiki like I found it on. It doesn't make you laugh. It doesn't make you scared. It makes you really confused. And seriously, I don't even know if I'm male anymore. Alright, let's break this thing down. The grammar is horrible. That goes without saying. That's all in your face and shit. But the problem I have most with this is, number one, the scare factor isn't really even trying. Bobbing Knops being SpongeBob backwards isn't scary. Reverse shit is not scary. Everybody and their mother and their dogs and their fleas on the dogs have done reverse audio in some form or another already. That is a dead trope. The exposition and background information of this entire story revolves around these two people working at Nick Studios, kidnapping a bunch of other employees, including Steven motherfucking Hillenberg, and telling them to write, animate, what have you, this messed up story. Other than these tapes being possessed and haunted and shit, this has to be one of the most predictable, lousy backstories to something like this. Just the whole lost episode genre is completely worn out and worn down. Every possible theory as to why something like this would be made has already been done, whether it be crazy employees, the creator going crazy, a tape being possessed. I think the only way you're able to make a lost episode creepypasta not cliched at this point, or rather why one would be created, is just the creator being bored as fuck. You know, some staff goofing off or whatever. Something as simple as that. You know, why not have like the crew goof off and make something one-off like this? In fact, if I ever write a creepypasta, that's how I'm going to start it off. And it would make sense with the animation being very cheesy, or even, you know, storyboards or sketches, because they don't want to use too much resources, because something like this would cost the studio a shit ton of money for something they wouldn't even air, or even mean to air. Anyway, back to the characters. None of the characters talk like they have their own character. They all have a personality akin to the narrators. They are incredibly two-dimensional and wooden, and I tried giving them as much character as I could by making voices for each person, especially Andrew Schizo. But at the end of the day, I think the first part of this is a troll pasta, and some 7-year-old thought it was serious and then took it and spun it off and added more shit to it, and that's the most plausible thesis in my opinion. Whoever added on to that troll pasta, you have a lot to learn. Anyway, that's my 2 cents on this pasta. Whatever it is, even if it's a troll pasta, it's not a good one. I didn't laugh at it at all. If the entire thing was made ironically, you need to work on your irony, boy. Does anyone remember that old Playhouse Disney cartoon called PB&J Otter? It was a kids show about 3 otters named Peanut, Jelly, and Baby Butter that taught kids about using your brain to solve your problems. In the middle of every episode, they would do some goofy dance called the Noodle Dance, which is once again their way of solving problems. I grew very fond of this show and watched it every Saturday morning as a child in 3rd grade. One day, I was working at a local BJ's wholesale club around my area where I lived, and after work I went to Staples to have a look around for a gamepad controller. On my way there, a man that looked like around me my age 21 ran up to me and was completely out of breath.
I asked if he was okay, but he just handed me a DVD and said, "Please, just get rid of this fucking thing. Don't watch it. It's for your own good." Now, the way this guy looked, he was either on drugs, or he hadn't had any sleep at all for a few weeks. He then ran across the street and into an apartment building. I'm guessing that's where he lives. I looked at the DVD, and it was a blank disc with an, as you guessed, the words PB&J Otter missing episode, watch at your own risk. I thought about just throwing it away or breaking it in two, but then I thought, hey, this is a real PB&J Otter episode never released. Why would someone be afraid of a little kid show? I don't know, why don't you, ask all the people who watched Paw Patrol lost episodes? Why Paw Patrol?
Fucking why?
I then put it in my coat pocket and took the bus home. Later that night, around I believe 9:30 or 10, I was bored, so I thought, might as well check out this disc. What could be the problem? I wish I'd never popped in that disc. The intro was normal, but the theme song was playing in, you guessed it, reverse, with terrible quality. Like it was an old VHS tape. They cut to static and it just cut to the episode, but something was off. The sky that was supposed to be blue was dark red, like the color of, wait for it, blood. And Lake Hoo-Ha, instead of water, was black goop. It looked like tar. It then cut to the inside of the Otter boathouse, and Mrs. Otter was sitting at the table along with Mr. Otter, crying. Quite predictably, it wasn't acting. It was someone actually crying over Mr. and Mrs. Otter's voice. Predictably. Typical, What the hell was going on here? I said to myself in confusion. The next scene was in the forest, where Peanut, Baby Butter, and Jelly would usually play. It then showed one of the otters facing away from the screen. It was Peanut. The camera had zoomed in very closely, and when it got close enough, he had turned around. And that's when I knew something was horribly wrong with this episode. Peanut had... Wait for it. Hang on. Bloodshot and very hyper-realistic eyes, and had a crooked smile with realistic teeth showing. We're just hitting all them cliches, boy. Walking down cliche lane. It kinda reminded me of Smile Dog's teeth, but worse. Don't bring Smile Dog into this, okay? He killed my son. He then stared at the viewer, and an image quickly flashed on the screen. We're taking a page out of Squidward's suicide now. I know where this is fucking going. I took the remote and went back a few minutes, because I waited a few minutes before I rewound it. Not a few seconds, a few minutes. Anyway, I took the remote and went back a few minutes and paused it. And what I saw will be stuck in my mind forever. It was a dead girl hanging in a tree. It was supposed to look like Jelly as a human. I then pressed play and Peanut started to speak. He wasn't really talking, but he was chanting something in a low voice. So in other words, it was barely audible. The screen then went to static again, and the next scene was even more disturbing. The Otter's house was on fire, but not cartoon looking. The flames were realistic, as if I could touch the screen and the fire could burn my hand. Peanut was standing in front of the camera and said something I didn't even understand, but this time it was audible. So how did I understand if it was audible? Life is nothing but insanity. I didn't understand it, but then again I understood it. I then jumped in shock at what he just said, even though it was really, really predictable and very, very tame. And then another image flashed on the screen, but this time it was Baby Butter and Mr. and Mrs. Otter laying dead on the kitchen floor. Again, it was a human version of them. The creepy music started playing and Peanut was rocking back and forth on a rock. Afterwards, it cut to a black screen with the camera zooming in on Peanut at a fast speed, with him looking crazy. The only sound you could hear was heavy breathing.
Like a fat person trying to get to McDonald's before they stop serving breakfast.
When it got close to his face, it just paused in a jump scare
of Peanut looking like the Exorcist girl with with a loud scream. Like in those Flash games you had played to break your friends with.
Oh my god.
This is what you come up with. How can anyone come up with this unironically? Anyway, afterwards it just cut to a white screen with loud beeping. I took the DVD and put it through the garbage grinder in the sink. I couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning I had to go back to work, feeling tired, along with fear. That day after work, I went to the guy's apartment to confront him about this stupid episode. That made my heart race like a bomb ready to explode. He didn't answer after 3 knocks, so I opened the door. Why it was unlocked, I have no clue. And found him dead on his kitchen floor with a bloody knife in his hand with the words, "Life is nothing but insanity," written in BLOOD on his wall. An hour later, after coming home, I found a newspaper article saying a former mental patient was captured today and brought back to a mental institution for the murder of a little girl by forcing her to hanging herself in a tree along with killing her family that was found dead on their kitchen floor. He made a DVD based off a Playhouse Disney cartoon from the late 90s, early 2000s called PB&J Otter, which the murders we mentioned was put in this disturbing film. If you find this episode, please turn it into your local police department. Luckily, I destroyed the disc, so nobody will see this pile of garbage. Please, if you find another copy, if there is another copy, do not ever watch this episode. This is why we have to be more careful on what we watch, because you can end up watching something like this and could be mentally scarred for life, so please be careful on what you watch, whether online or buying strange DVDs. You never know what you're going to be watching. The end. Oh my god, that was shitty. I feel like I need to take a bath after that one. What the fuck was this? Now this pasta was so bad that it's just too easy, and it's cheating basically, and it could be bait. It could be written like that just to be written like that. You never know anymore if it's a bad creepypasta or a troll pasta. The lines are too blurred at this point. But it brings up a certain trope that's really just, even when it was original, fucking stupid. A certain disc or VHS or whatever is sold at a store or given to somebody just to get off their chest, but they're like, "Oh, don't watch it." But why are you selling it? Why are you giving it to somebody? Why don't you destroy it? Is the manager of the store making you keep it on the shelves just to torture you? But the goings on in this disc were absolutely just god-awful. What our protagonist basically watched was a YouTube poop burned onto a CD. If I wanted to make a creepypasta video at this point, I could essentially, since I've done it before, I've made YouTube poops before, I can make a YouTube poop and burn it onto a CD. And I can even write, "Contains lost episode." I just wrote on a Spongebob DVD with permanent marker. I'm a dumbass. Ah, got it off. None of this was scary. It was downright goofy. The fuck was this line in here? Life is nothing but insanity. That is a cheap, tame line. Yeah, it's out of character, but it has no depth. And it just sounds like a parody. Then we have another cliche where the protagonist goes into the person who gave him the DVD's apartment and he killed himself and wrote shit on the wall. Again, it's life is nothing but insanity. And I don't even need to mention the grammar. If you're reading along with me, which I hope you were, you saw it. 5 out of 5 dog shits for this one. Goodbye, Sonic. When I was little, I loved watching Sonic Underground and Sonic.EXE. Always admired that blue hedgehog and the yellowish-orange two-tailed fox. So on my 16th birthday, my mom got me a Sonic game for the computer. My mom said the owners before me were scared of this game, but what harm could a game do? Boy, was I wrong. Record scratch! Freeze frame. Yup, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. I went upstairs and poked the CD in my computer. The Sega thing came up like always, but the voice that always says Sega was more like a demon than a person, so I just thought that there was a bug in the system. The game Tittle came up. It said, "Goodbye, Sonic." Confused, I pressed play. It started off with Tails and Sonic fighting Eggman. After a few minutes, Eggman killed Tails, and instead of Tails responding like he always does, he doesn't. Then Sonic killed Eggman, and I was not touching the controls. The screen faded to black. A new scene showed Sonic leaned against a wall, his eyes closed, his arms crossed. Then he opened his eyes and said,
"Hey kid, look, sorry if this game is short, but can you do me a favor? Look, you really don't want to see me do this, so can you turn off your computer for me, pal? I don't want to upset a fangirl like you."
I was shocked. How did Sonic know I was playing on a computer or that I was a girl? Anyways, I didn't turn off my computer. Then Sonic said something.
"Okay, suit yourself."
Then he started running and he came to the end of a cliff.
"Don't say I didn't warn you, kiddo."
Sonic said just before he jumped off the side of the cliff. The screen then showed Sonic's body face first into a spike trap, then something flashed on the screen. It was Sonic, but instead of white eyes with green pupils, he had black eyes with red pupils. His smile was twisted with dagger-like teeth, and he had blood coming out of his eyes. And the screen showed Sonic's dead body, then Sonic's eyes snaped open, showing the same eyes that was shown on the screen before. Then the screen faded to black with words, "R.I.P. Sonic." Then it showed the title screen. I was shocked. How and why did Sega do this? The next day I sold the disc back to the store. I never wanted to see that game again. Tails doll. When I was 10, my dad got me a Tails doll. I heard that the Fox doll was cursed, so I looked it up online. It said that if you have the Tails doll play a song and go and look in the mirror, if you do that, you would see the doll beside your reflection with red pupils and blood coming out of his eyes holding a knife. I didn't believe that, so to prove it, I played a song, grabbed my phone, went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror and started recording. I was gonna post this on YouTube and say that it was just a myth and it's not real. But then I looked, all I saw was 2 red dots. It was just a reflection of my red earrings. But that night my parents went out and left me alone with the doll. I fell asleep but later woke up to the doll floating in midair with his head cocked to one side, a twisted grin showing fangs, a knife in hand, and blood coming out of his eyes. Scared, I jumped off the couch and ran upstairs to my room and shut and locked my door. My heart was pounding. I grabbed my pocket knife, which was 5 inches long. And no, I refused to put a dick joke in here. I heard banging on the door and then I saw the end of the knife shoot through my door. I was scared. I opened my pocket knife and opened my door. I bitch slapped the doll to the floor and opened his neck. The doll laid lifeless on the floor. I felt guilt rise up in me and I just killed my dad's doll he gave me. I shoved the doll in the trash and fell asleep. I just got rid of a fucking possessed doll. That really tired me out. So I'm just gonna fall asleep. I'm not gonna call anybody or say anything or be anxious that something else might happen. I'm just gonna pass out. Yeah, I'm just gonna peace out for the night. Eat, sleep, kill Tails doll, repeat. Killer girls. If you read Goodbye Sonic, this is the rest of the story. My mom found out I got rid of the Sonic CD she had got me, so she got me a new one, only this time the title screen said Sally, Amy, and Cream. The game started off with Sally, Amy, and Cream. If you watch Sonic.EXE, you know who Cream is. They were doing something, then Sonic came along. Instead of grabbing him like a yandere, however the fuck you say that, Amy got a knife and stabbed Sonic in the chest. I was shocked. I wasn't even holding the controls and directions came up. It said, help Amy, Sally, and Cream get rid of Sonic's body. I was scared, but I did it anyway. Then I noticed... Is this an ironic... Did they write this ironically? I don't know. Then I noticed their eyes, they were black with red pupils, and they had this grin on their faces that could send chills down you. They killed the other boys, and all I had to do was get rid of the bodies. Soon enough, Blaze joined them, and she killed Silver. I was horrified. Why did they kill the guys? Then I found out the end title came on, and the girls were standing there with those eyes with blood coming out of them, and their grins. A message was on the screen. It said, now we are the new Sonic heroes. Thanks for your help. They didn't want the guys to be the star of the show. They wanted to be the star of the show. They thought the boys were hogging all the attention, so they killed them. Even Eggman.
All systems, full power! All systems, full power! All systems, full power!
You know, I need to start picking apart better written creepypastas than this. I just thought this one would give you guys a good laugh, but after reading these, I had a little bit of an epiphany. I gotta review more pastas that try to make sense, but don't. That are well written, but in the long run are goofy and or just don't make sense. If you read along with me, which I hope you did, don't be this person. Don't be this person who writes this stuff. This is a prime example of how not to write a creepypasta. And as always, I wish the person who wrote this the best of luck in writing better content, but like a comment or a view of these pastas said, just think before you write. But I think at this point, I really need your guys' help with finding pastas that on the outside look good, but are actually bad on the inside. I think we need to dig just a little deeper. To protect my privacy, I have kept my name anonymous. I'm not sure how to begin my story, but I'll do the best I can. I guess I'll start by informing you about the Blue's Clues show. For those of you who have never watched it, Blue's Clues is a show for young children that was created in 1996 and lasted for 10 years with a total of 6 seasons and 142 episodes. The show involves Steve or Joe looking for clues and solving mysteries with help from the audience. Blue was an animated dog that labeled the clues with her paw prints. Blue's Clues was a hit for many little kids, including me. The idea was original and the artwork was amazing. However, Steve Burns was the backbone of the show. Steve Burns was the actor who played Steve. He was more serious than Barney the dinosaur, but he loved kids and knew exactly how to make them happy. There was just something magical about his enthusiasm that made me want to watch more and more of his episodes. The saddest part of my childhood was when Steve left the show in 2002 and pursued a musical career. Steve was replaced by Donovan Patton, who was the actor for Joe, but it wasn't the same. I stopped watching Blue's Clues after Steve left. It just lost its magic. Joe was nothing like Steve. He was a total goofball, and my mother told me that Donovan Patton was quote-unquote acting too hard. When I was 16, my family moved to a large 3-story house in New York that was previously owned by a nice old lady. Man, you guys must be rich as fuck then. Do you know how much it costs to live in just a little apartment in New York? Also, do you know how much New York takes out in taxes? You guys must be absolutely loaded. Just a little apartment in New York is like $800 a month. Give or take a few hundred, you know, depending on the area. A few weeks after moving in, I decided to do some exploring in the attic. I found an old trunk. To my surprise, it was filled with a bunch of old VHS tapes. Oh, we have hit the, mother lode. All of them were Blue's Clues tapes. I knew the old lady's cell phone number, so I decided to call her and ask her about the tapes. She told me that she bought them from a collector a few years back for her little grandson to watch. After I thanked her and hung up, I emptied the trunk and checked the tapes. All of them had episodes that I'd already watched, except for one. The one tape I found just had a regular sticker, not a factory sticker like the other tapes had. The title on the sticker was Blue's Clues, Sorrow. I thought the title was a little strange, but I figured it was just a copy of the Steve Goes to College episode, the one where Steve goes off to college and Joe takes his place. Because Steve said goodbye to all of his friends in that episode, I considered it to be very sorrowful indeed. When my parents went on their anniversary trip and left me in charge of the house one night, I figured it was the perfect opportunity to check out the tape. Our TV has a VCR, and I have to admit I felt a tingle of excitement when I placed the tape in the player. Wait a minute, okay, so you guys have a 3-story house in New York. You guys can go on anniversary trips and whatnot. But you don't have a more up-to-date TV, because TV VCR combos was the shit in the late 90s. Hang on. TV VHS combo. Let's see what comes up. Okay, here's the first result right here, Pinterest. Alright, here's the second result. CRT television. Alright, here's the third result.
Some of these more modern ones for flat screen. Yeah, some of these are flat screen and have a DVD with the VCR TV combo, but TVs are still cathode ray tubes. Okay, let's do a quick recap here. You guys have enough money to go on anniversary trips while having a 3-story house in New York, but you can't get a TV that doesn't go like this when it's turned on. Anyway, our TV has a VCR, and I have to admit, I felt a tingle of excitement when I placed the tape in the player. I was about to relive my childhood memories of watching Blue's Clues. I didn't care that I was too old to watch it. I knew for sure that I would enjoy it. At least, that's what I thought. That's what they always say. This day was gonna turn out like any other day, but it didn't. That's a total shocker. Points off for that cliche. The episode started off completely normal. The Blue's Clues book opened up and Steve looked out the window of his little yellow house. Hi out there. It's me, Steve. Have you seen Blue? Wait. She's not here. Well, come on in. The front door opened and Steve was in the living room, looking concerned. I need to tell you something important. Blue is at the pet hospital, and she's having an operation on her heart. I hope she's okay. Steve stopped talking and looked down at the floor. The scene ended. Well, that's a very brief scene. But I guess if it's just an episode meant for shock value, that doesn't matter much. The next scene shows Steve at the pet hospital. He sat in the waiting room without making a sound. He did nothing else but stare at the doors that led to the operating rooms. A surgeon opened the door, but she wasn't in animation. She was a real person. She whispered in Steve's ear, but I could hear everything she said. Her heart stopped beating. We tried our best, but we couldn't get it to beat again. I'm sorry. The scene ended. The next scene started with a title card saying that a month had passed after Blue's funeral. A deep voice spoke. There are 5 stages in the grieving process. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. The voice said, Steve will experience 3 stages all at once. Depression, anger, and mental illness. But wait a minute, mental illness wasn't in the 5 stages of the grieving process. There's denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. Anyway, Steve was in his bedroom, lying in his bed. He began to cry, and the color of the episode turned black and white, like a depressing old photograph. He cried so hard his breathing grew shallow. The scene ended. The next scene showed Steve sitting up on his bed. He stopped crying, but his face was red and his teeth were clenched tightly. In his hands, he had his stuffed anteater, Horace. He screamed, Blue! Blue! At the top of his lungs. His scream sent chills down my spine. Steve ripped off Horace's head, and black ooze squirted out of the stuffed animal's neck. Steve threw Horace in a fit of rage. When the anteater landed, the ooze completely covered the floor. I felt the urge to vomit. Against my better judgment, I decided to keep watching. Steve's body began to turn a darker and darker color by the second. After about 5 seconds, Steve turned completely black. He got up out of his bed, walked out of his bedroom, and walked into the living room. I thought he was going to sit in his big red thinking chair, but he didn't. He stood in front of the chair and stared at the screen for a full minute. His eyes lost their pupils and became nothing more than white dots. He started crying again, and white tears streamed down his face. Some sad piano music began to play. The music was so heartbreaking I shed a few tears myself. A message flashed on the screen. Here's the horribly made, horrible excuse of a screenshot that ruins the whole thing and is a total deal breaker on this story. You can figure out Blue's Clues,
but you can't figure out insanity.
It's pitiful.
Look at this shit.
Oh, that is painful.
Oh, but don't insult the person who made this picture. Do you not have any idea how long it took to make the outline for Steve and fill it all in?
Have you ever heard of GIMP? You ever heard of Paint.net? Anyway, the scene ended. The next scene shows Steve still standing in the living room. He was no longer crying and his body was a completely normal color. "I can't live without Blue," he said. "She was my best friend. She gave my life happiness and meaning. Without her, I have nothing to live for." The kids in the background that helped Steve find the clues started to cry and whimper. They shouted, "Please don't do it, Steve. We love you. We're your friends too." "I'm sorry," Steve said. "I'm sorry if I break your hearts for doing this, but I have no choice. Goodbye." He held up a container. The camera zoomed in on the label, which said potassium cyanide. Steve had a calm look on his face as he swallowed the contents of the container. He instantly collapsed. He foamed at the mouth, and his body twitched and thrashed on the floor like he was being electrocuted. He eventually stopped moving, and I knew that he was deceased. The episode finally ended as the TV cut to static. I sat still, dazed. It took my brain a few minutes to comprehend what I had just watched. I made the decision then and there to play detective and find out where in the world this episode came from. I looked up the name of the episode online but came up with nothing. I knew that the company Viacom owned Blue's Clues because their company name was shown on the factory stickers of the other VHS tapes. After a bit of research, I wrote a letter to the Viacom headquarters. I told them about my experience and asked them if they knew where the tape came from. 2 weeks later, I got a reply in the mail. "Dear Mr. XXXXX, thank you for taking the time to write to us. We were quite surprised about your story about the unaired episode of Blue's Clues that you discovered. We are grateful that you contacted us concerning it. We can personally assure you that Viacom Media Networks, as well as Viacom, claims no ownership or liability whatsoever regarding the episode. However, we still feel that an explanation is in order. Unfortunately, we are unable to provide details of the tape's creation as we simply do not know how this happened. Back in 2002, we received a VHS tape in a package with no return address. The words Mr. Ted were written on the package. Along with the tape, there was a letter from Mr. Ted stating that he was the biggest fan of the Blue's Clues series and asked for our approval to air his fan-made creation on television. We were quite flattered that a fan would send us a fan-made episode for airing. However, when our editors viewed the episode for refinement, they were quite appalled by its nature. A few of the staff who viewed the episode unbelievably went into shock and had to be transported to the emergency room immediately. Okay, after seeing just that, from seeing something fan-made, from a horribly made MS Paint Steve crying white tears from his white dotted eyes just because Blue died, that's kind of goofy. Not gonna lie, that's goofier than Joe on Blue's Clues. Okay, that's how goofy it is. And why didn't the narrator go into severe shock and have to be transported to the hospital? Huh? Plot hole. Gotcha. Due to the horrifying content, we had absolutely no plans to air this episode. We passed the tape to a private collector, but we were dismayed to discover that he had many copies made. We ask that you please do not release the contents of the tape or this letter to the public, as we do not want to upset the viewers who love and support our shows for young children. With warm regards, Michael D. Frickless, Executive President, General Counsel, and Secretary. Man, you know, I hated when people do this whole thing where they make the letter that says, oh, don't release this to the public. Yet they do. Like, in the back of your mind while you're reading this, you're just like, They just stepped in a pile of legal shit. Men in black are gonna break into his house and overdose him on elephant tranquilizers or some shit. Questions bounced around inside my head, and they still do to this day. Who is Mr. Ted? How was he able to create this demonic episode? Gotta love the sprinklage, the usage of demonic in here. There was nothing demonic about it. Also, if it was demonic and these editors who viewed this episode went into shock and were rushed to the hospital, does that mean that the narrator is immune and is the key to stopping this demonic curse of the haunted tape? If that's so, then there's probably a sequel being written where our narrator hunts down Mr. Ted and douses him in holy water, causing Ted to shriek in demonic terror and explode into red chunks of flesh. Then Viacom sends the narrator an email thanking him for stopping this curse. Then they invite him to their headquarters where they play checkers for the remainder of the story. Yeah. Is he even, well, human? Out of respect for Viacom, I'm afraid I cannot provide any footage. However, I figured releasing a single screenshot and a copy of the letter to the public wouldn't make them too angry. Well, okay. They said specifically not to release the letter to the public, yet you did anyway, but you still have respect for them. Yeah. I'm not falling for it.
You're not gonna swindle me this time.
Poor excuse of plot armor there. You're probably wondering, why are you telling me this? How the fuck am I supposed to know? What's the point of the story? To be honest, I just wanted to get it off my chest. I've kept it a secret for a little while, but I eventually felt the desire to tell someone, whether they believed me or not. A part of my brain told me to throw away the tape and the letter, but I've kept both in my closet to remind me that what I experienced was real. I now realize that some so-called fans of TV shows are not as normal as you might think they are. I agree there. I think some Loud House fans are off their fucking rocker. Well, where do I begin? I kind of ran my mouth a bit with this story, didn't I? To start off, it doesn't add up that they appear to be a rich family owning a 3-story home in New York and going on anniversary trips and whatnot. But in the same hand, owning a VCR TV combo from assumably the 1990s. Assumably as their main television. Next, how can this be a demonic tape that sends people into shock, resulting in a trip to the hospital if the narrator is perfectly fine other than being shaken by the contents of this tape? Two plot holes here that have no explanation and are just poorly written in general. Last but certainly not least, the screenshot quote-unquote is insanely horrible. Just look at it. Heinous. Now, what would I do to make this better? Number one, make a better, more convincing screenshot for one. Just ugh. Next, I would take out the whole TV has a VCR thing and just say I popped the tape into an old VCR. That really didn't need to be there and doesn't add up in the first place. Next, I would omit the whole demonic reference to the tape and how badly it affected the employees who reviewed said tape. It doesn't always have to cause bad effects to people in the story to be shocking to the reader. I would have liked a more realistic approach to the backstory, with a fan just sending in a disturbing tape to the crew where it just left a lasting bad taste in everyone's mouth. That's how I would have written the story. Anyways, not the worst pasta, not the worst flaws either, but I don't know how it got a best pastas tag on the Lost Episode wiki. August 7th, 2017. It was approximately 5:30 p.m. when my son, Jack, asked if I could hook up my old DVD player to the living room TV. I'd once had the DVD player hooked up to the TV, but one day about a month ago, my son got a TV of his own installed in his room. So I unhooked the old DVD player from the living room TV and replaced it with a brand new PS4. But his TV mysteriously fizzled out. Why you shouldn't buy a TV on Craigslist for 26 dolans. And so he asked me to watch SpongeBob on the living room TV. I agreed, and after I sent the other television to the scrap heap, I hooked the DVD player up to the main TV and inserted SpongeBob Season 7 Disc 1. My son wanted to watch his favorite episode, The Curse of Bikini Bottom. But when the disc had finished loading, something strange happened. The Nickelodeon logo appeared, except it was all grainy and it was jet black. The background was a dull blood red.
Blood. I love it. Blood.
Then near the very end of the logo, the background became pitch black, and the only clue to the logo's existence was a blood red highlight.
I love me some blood.
I explained to my son that it was probably just the DVD being misread, but I wasn't completely sure. Then the normal FBI warning screen came up, but the letters were black and the background was dark red. There was no grain, however. After that, the DVD menu appeared like normal. I breathed a huge sigh of relief, thinking everything would go normal from now on. Sadly, with all the creepypastas I had read, I had not learned my lesson. Yeah, throw in the fact that I read creepypastas and just to break the fourth wall and everything. Yeah, you break that fourth wall, motherfucker. Before I could start eating my pre-dinner snack, Jack told me to see something odd. I like how that sentence was structured. Jack told me to see something odd. You could have put it as, before I could start eating my pre-dinner snack, Jack came in and told me to come look at something he thought was odd. Something like that. No, you just settled with, Jack told me to see something odd. Sounds like a sentence a 9-year-old would structure. I ran into the room fearing the worst. Sure enough, the scene selection had changed. The thumbnail for the very last episode, Squidward in Clarinet Land, was not as it should be. Instead of SpongeBob's hand holding a clarinet, it was a blood-red Squidward with a look on his face that appeared either angry or scared. I asked my son if I could see the episode if anything had changed.
See this creepypasta if you want to see what I was originally afraid the episode was going to be.
And it's a link to Squidward in Clarinet Land original version. And he just plugs another one of his shitty pastas. Great job, dude. Luckily for me, my worst fears weren't realized. Sadly, the episode was not what I was hoping for. The title card was extremely malformed. The normal words and the mirrored words were both stretched and overlapped each other. So instead of saying Squidward draws clarinet letteralk, it supposedly said Squidward-EXE Clararalk, which, in case you were wondering, was where I got the title for this pasta. No shit! No fucking shit! Absolute mad lad. I would have never known. I would have never fucking known. You know, I can't put two and two together. I can't. I'm stupid. The opening credits were not malformed as the title card, but instead the words were completely white, making them hard to make out, and the rocks in the background were replaced with pits of green fire. Unfortunately, I could not get a screenshot of it in time because there was only one line of text that lasted 1 second at most. The text was messed up, so I could not quite make out what it said, but there were 2 words, and the first looked like P***, 2 exclamation points, capital U, /. This made me think of Paul Tibbet, but I wasn't completely sure. The episode started out mostly normal, except the motion was all blurry. It starts out with Squidward in a good mood as he rides his bike to the Krusty Krab. The fish in the boat ahead of him speeds off, causing pebbles to fly in his face. Squidward just ignores the pebbles and continues to ride to the Krusty Krab happily. When he gets to the Krusty Krab and puts on his hat, Mr. Krabs rushes up to him and remarks on how happy he is. He explains his clarinet recital later and that nothing can dampen his mood. He even holds up his clarinet case for Krabs to see. He walks to his post and soon a fish with bad breath walks up to him. There is drool on the fish's chin as he asks for a Krabby Patty. The fumes whack Squidward in a comic manner, only it harasses him more than in the normal episode. Finally, it delivers the final blow and vanishes. Squidward's smile is now a little less meaningful, but he still looks as if in a good mood. He tells SpongeBob to cook up a Krabby Patty and then turns back to the customer. The customer thanks him and leaves. Squidward says, nothing can ruin my happy mood today. He holds his clarinet case, but soon the next customer's baby squirts milk all over the case. The customer says,
Oh, terribly sorry, sir.
Squidward, however, is not angry. He explains that there is not a drop of anything on his clarinet and makes a mistake of opening the case for the customer to see. The baby leans over the clarinet and a drop of drool falls on the clarinet. Squidward's smile suddenly vanishes and is replaced with a frown. He has an angry look and the screen turns blood red. I think, uh-oh, this must be where things get bad. Sure enough, the screen zooms in quickly to Squidward's face as he shouts, I can't take it anymore! Once the color is normal, he walks over to Mr. Krabs and says all the stuff that happened in the episode, yada yada yada, up to the point where Mr. Krabs gets Squidward a locker. There is an extremely gruesome shot of a bloated, rotting corpse in the locker. Oh, I would have gotten a snapshot, except for the following reasons. It was enough to make the most avid creepypasta fan puke. I don't think so. There are a lot of desensitized people out there, so I don't know. I was too busy making sure my son didn't watch. When the corpse finally got dumped out behind the locker, Squidward remarked on how filthy the locker was. Immediately, SpongeBob began cleaning. However, everything that wasn't yellowish enough was black and white. In other words, the only things of color were SpongeBob and the floor. Then something both relieving and awful happened. The DVD player stopped and set up an error screen. I thought my DVD player had burnt out, but luckily, it was only turned off. When it turned back on, everything was as it should be, so I let my son watch the cursive Bikini Bottom and left. That's all for now. Report soon, I hope. Bye. December 6th, 2017. Sorry I haven't edited this article for quite a while. Let's just say I've been disconnected. Anyways, I regret to inform you that I have no more screenshots to show, but I do have a little more story to tell.
Last week, I was just watching a YTP called Zoo Dystopia.
Don't ask. When halfway through part 2, the screen froze up, except the cursor. I frantically waved the cursor around the screen to see if anything happened. Nothing. I clicked Alt-Control-Delete. Actually, it's Control-Alt-Delete. Still nothing. But as my finger hit the spacebar, suddenly the screen whirled around in a flash of color and a deep voice screamed,
Clarinet Squidward.
Which was obviously Squidward Clarinet in reverse. The name of my creepypasta. Holy fuck, dude. I'm shitting my britches right now. That's the scariest shit I've ever heard. The screen stopped whirling and I saw the same image of SpongeBob cleaning from before, only this time he wasn't squirting out water. This time the yellow and the red showed up, revealing the liquid to be blood. Also, the sequence went on in a continuous loop. The 7th time the loop played over, I heard something that sounded like SpongeBob's laugh from a distance. Then the 12th time the loop went over, there was a laughing that sounded closer, only this time it was a man's deep voice. The 19th time, the loop finally ended, and when it did, a hideous face showed up on the screen for a split second. The horror of the face was too much to describe, and no, I am not exaggerating. Then the episode cut, without transitioning, to Squidward happily giving a customer change. A drilling noise comes from the kitchen, causing Squidward to angrily mumble to himself.
Now, Sponge better not be messing with my Clarinet.
I noticed that he had uttered part of the creepypasta's name. He threw the change to the ground and went into the kitchen, and people noticed. Suddenly, everyone dove for the loose change. This is where something disturbing happened. Krabs charged at the people like an angry ape protecting his territory. Well, this was an angry ape protecting his money. One fish didn't leave. Suddenly, the background color was inverted, and it almost seemed like the background was melting. Krab's eyes became as black as coal, and he lunged for the fish. Suddenly, everything in the world was warped except Satan Krabs and his victim. Love the name, Satan Krabs. Just quality name. I'm doing the okay hand sign right now. Quality name. Then he grabbed the fish's throat and started torturing him. He slammed the fish's head on the floor in a disgustingly realistic and gruesome way. Soon blood squirted from his head like a volcano or a geyser. Now the fish was screaming and crying for mercy. But Satan Krabs, instead of showing mercy, violently jerked the fish up to his face and whispered in a deep, twisted voice,
You have messed with the devil. Now you deal with me.
I turned around and threw up in a garbage bin. For some unknown reason. I don't know. I don't fucking know. This was nothing that would normally make someone vomit, but I don't know. I guess I was just already queasy a little bit, you know. I had some maybe a little bit of bad chicken, you know. Maybe some rotten cheese. I don't know. Something made me puke. I don't know. Suddenly my computer went dead. I tried to turn it on, but it wouldn't turn on. I took out the hard drive. It had been snapped in half and horribly burnt. They look more like 2 pieces of charcoal now. So 2 days ago, I got a new hard drive for my computer and mostly forgot that day until a week ago. And one more thing, I'm almost done making a video based on the cursed Nickelodeon logo. Oh, logos! Retards love them. And I promise the next time I edit, it will be up here. That's all for now. I love how one of the categories in this pasta is, do not edit this page or else I will throw a tantrum. This is obviously a kid. This is either a kid or some really cringy teenager. I love the liberal use of blood in this pasta. Like, not everyone faints from seeing or thinking of blood. Sorry, blood isn't scary. I get cuts on my finger all the time and I don't faint from the sight of it. I don't know, if you add blood for shock value to a creepypasta or say blood red or whatever, just you have no creativity. You lack creativity. I'm sorry, but you need to get those creative juices flowing a little more. This isn't gonna cut it. Also, speaking of shock value, do not fucking have any shit possess your fucking computer. You know how many times that's been done? It's old. It doesn't work. It doesn't work anymore. Also, some of the sentence structure here is just god-awful. Like, fucking Jack told me to see something odd. I know I've already touched on that, and I've already expressed how I would revise that. But after I read the pasta, I always make a summary of whatever's bad in it. I also like how you break the fourth wall and mention that you read creepypasta, and how you plugged one of your other creepypastas about the same fucking thing in this pasta. I'm just trying to become a renowned pasta writer. I don't know. This is a 0.5 out of 5 dog shits. Seriously. Remember the Super Mario World series, which made Dick Entertainment in 1991? Well, I speak of an episode that never passed. This would be episode 14, after episode 13, Mama Luigi! Dick made 14 episodes that aired, but the series was cancelled over a lost episode that never was released due to its violent content and black humor. Well, I worked on that series. My job was to watch episodes of Super Mario World. The episode was screened with 7 people I worked with, some Dick executives, 3 children, 8 people I did not know, and me. We saw Mama Luigi, the episode where Luigi tells Yoshi a story about how he found him and rescued the princess. Episode 14 started. The episode began with the Super Mario World music, as always, but the quality of animation was bad, like a movie made in the 1970s, and the title screen was made by hand. The title of the episode was The Big Suicide, and the letters below the title said, Written by Lucifer. The cheerful music was playing as always, but something was wrong. The music was playing in reverse! Luigi was running around, behaving like an idiot, while an annoying Mario walked behind him. But the voices were those of the original actors, so we kept watching. Luigi stopped, and Mario hit him in the face, Ren and Stimpy style. The princess and Yoshi were walking elsewhere for about 10 seconds until Koopa appears and captures the princess. Yoshi goes and tells Mario about what happened to the princess, but Yoshi was speaking Russian, so nobody could understand what Yoshi said. After that, the screen went black for a minute. When it returned, Mario and Luigi were in the castle and Koopa had photorealistic eyes. He began to laugh diabolically for 2 minutes. I almost accidentally read that as diabetically. I'm just expecting the worst. Anyway, he began to laugh diabolically for 2 minutes, and we heard an evil laugh so realistic that we were impressed, as if the laughing really were that Koopa. Koopa dropped the princess in lava, and Princess screamed in agony. Mario and Luigi were shocked to see that, while Yoshi became hysterical. While the audio was silent, Yoshi rushed forward and began to eat Koopa, but the video quality became fuzzy. After, Yoshi had blood dripping from his teeth, from his chompers. The scene changes to Mario's house. Luigi was crying with his face in his hands, but he only made a loud buzzing noise. The camera zoomed into Luigi's face over the course of 2 minutes while the buzzing became louder, as if Luigi was screaming. The children in the room were running around, probably because they were bored. They began shitting their diapers and spitting on each other. No. Anyway, yeah, the children in the room were running around. The test viewers who were there were panicking, and the geek executives were nothing but frightened. There was a sudden flash of a frame, but it was too fast for most of us to see. But I think I saw it in detail. I think. The image was Yoshi with eyes dripping blood and his body riddled with bullet holes. This frame was drawn in a realistic sketch style. Luigi slowly looked up, also with blood dripping out of his eyes, all drawn realistically. Mario chased Luigi into an unknown house, where the inside walls were covered with blood and corpses and bodily organs all over the floor. Mario ran into the house, pulled out a knife, and started stabbing Luigi violently for over a minute. The geek executives were outraged and decided to get us all out of the room, but the door was locked, trapping us all in. Ooh, we're getting into supernatural activity here, lads. The next scene was the image of Luigi hung on a rope, but his eyes had disappeared, blood dribbling from his dribbling from his mouth. Mario had photorealistic eyes. Oh, so fucking realistic, dude. And stared at the camera for 40 seconds. With a grim voice, he said,
"This had to happen sometime."
Mario pulled out a gun and killed himself. The blood splashing onto the screen. The last scene began with a picture of the princess's body burned and bloodied with no arms. Yoshi's voice said, "Spread the word." Then the episode ended. We finally managed to get outside, where most of the executives went mad. The test viewers were traumatized, and the children were terrified enough to not be able to speak. We called the police about what happened, and they explained that they were unable to identify the person who'd written the episode. So all we could do was erase any memories of that episode. In the end, the series only went to episode 13. If you contact Dick, they only tell you that they have no record of such an event or episode. What a bunch of dicks. What a sack of dicks. What a dickload of dicks. I have never dicked in all my dicking life. Such a dickload of fucking dicks. Well, oh my good golly. When you ask for extra cliches, you get extra cliches. Not even to mention that it's a Squidward Suicide clone, and even that one sucks. Maybe Squidward Suicide will end up on Bad Creepypastas someday. How many more times can you say blood in a creepypasta? I mean, seriously. I mean, it was seriously starting to look like the day of all the blood. And the hyper-realism is off the charts, ladies and gents. Hyper-realistic this, photorealistic that. I just want to go to bed. And what's this with the scene with Yoshi speaking in Russian for no reason at all? I mean, that came way out of left field and just seemed like a non sequitur. I mean, you throw in that a character started speaking some other language just out of nowhere, without any context. Seriously, if you're gonna make a creepypasta where there's a character that starts to suddenly speak in a different language, you have to make it sorta, not come out of left field and not confuse the reader. A good example of this was the Willy Wonka creepypasta that I read on this channel last year, where Wonka starts talking in some sort of tongue that sounds like a mix between German and Yiddish. If you describe something like that, or like starts speaking in tongues, because when I read this, the Mario one, when it came up to where Yoshi started speaking Russian, I immediately thought of like a dub, not like the English voice actor speaking in Russian. If you're gonna make a creepypasta where, the character starts speaking in another language, maybe you should go into detail about how it's the English voice actor somehow speaking in another language, or like speaking in tongues, or some shit like that. But this just came out of left field and confused me when I read it. Then the rest was just senseless trite. Everyone's acting odd and uncharacteristic. I find that the best last episode creepypastas have things that happen to the character, something the character does that is shocking and shocks the reader, but is still within the realm of something that character would do canonically. I hope I pronounced that properly. Anyway, I can't go on about this one anymore. I've said my piece. I'm a total Sonic the Hedgehog fan, much like everyone else.
I mean, that's kind of a bold statement if you think about it. I don't like the Sonic franchise as a whole, but I love the Sonic games that I do like to play. But only if that makes sense to you. Anyway.
I like the newer games, but I don't mind playing the classics. I don't think I've ever played glitchy or hacked games before, though I don't think I want to play any after the experience I had. It started on a nice summer afternoon. I was playing Sonic Unleashed. I like how you get to explore the towns in it. Until I noticed out of my peripheral vision that the mailman had arrived and put something in my mailbox as usual and left. I paused my game to go see what I got in the mail. The only thing in the mailbox was a CD case for computers and a note. I took it inside. I looked at the note first and realized that it was from my dear friend Kyle. Let's just call him that, whom I hadn't heard from in 2 weeks. I know that because I recognized his handwriting, but what was weird is how it looked. It looked badly written and scratchy and somewhat difficult to read, as if Kyle was having a hard time writing it down and did it in a hurry. Now, I'm pretty sure this has been said many a time before, but how would you recognize his handwriting if, it's all scratchy and shit and far from his norm? But I digress. This is what he wrote. Tom, I can't do this anymore. I had to get rid of this thing somehow before it was too late, and I was hoping you'd do it for me. I can't do it. He's after me, and if you don't destroy the CD, he'll come after you too. He's too fast for me. Please, Tom, destroy this godforsaken disc before he comes after you too. It's too late for me. Destroy the disc and you'll destroy him, but do it quick, otherwise he'll catch you. Don't even play the game. It's what he wants. Just destroy it. Please, Kyle. Well, that was certainly weird. Even though Kyle is my best friend and I haven't seen him in 2 weeks, I didn't do what he asked me. I didn't think that a simple gaming disc would do anything bad to him. After all, it's just a game, right? Oh boy, I was wrong about that. I hate those fucking lines. It's so fucking cliche. You put that whole "boy, I was wrong about that thing" bullshit in there, you're a fucking cunt. Anyway, I looked at the disc and it looks like any ordinary computer CDR disc, except it had black marker on it written Sonic.EXE, and it was much unlike Kyle's handwriting, meaning he must have gotten it from someone else, like a pawn shop or eBay. When I saw Sonic on the writing of the CD, I was actually excited and wanted to play it since I am a big Sonic fan with a big throbbing fur cock. I went up to my room and turned on my computer and put the disc in and installed the game. When the title screen popped up, I noticed that it was like the first Sonic game, and I was like, awesome! Because like I said earlier, I like the classics. The first thing I noticed that was out of place was when I pressed start, there was a split second when I saw the title image turned into something much different, something that I now consider horrifying before cutting to black. I remember what the image looked like in that split second before the game cut to black. The sky had darkened. The title emblem was rusted and ruined. The Sega 1991 was now instead Sega 666, and the water had turned red. Like blood, except it looked hyper-realistic. But the freakiest thing that was in that split-second frame was Sonic. His eyes were pitch black and bleeding, with 2 glowing red dots staring right at me, and his smile had stretched wider up on the side of his face. I was rather disturbed about that image when I saw it, though I figured that it was just a glitch and forgot about it. You fucking dumbass. After it cut to black, it stayed like that for about 10 seconds or so, and then another weird thing happened. The save file select from Sonic the Hedgehog 3 popped up, and I was like, what the fuck? What is this doing in the first Sonic game? Anyway, then I noticed something off. You're doing that real often right now, aren't you? The background was the dark, cloudy sky from the Bed Stardust Speedway level from Sonic CD, and there were only 3 save files. The music was that creepy Caverns of Winter music from Earthbound, only it was extended and seemed to have been in reverse. Oh, we're just stacking those cliches up, aren't we? And the image for the save file where you see a preview of the level you're on is just red static for all 3 files. What freaked me out more was the character select. It showed only Tails, Knuckles, and to my surprise, Dr. Robotnik. Now, I was sure that something was up. I mean, how can you play as Robotnik in a classic Sonic game, for crying out loud? That's when I realized that this wasn't a glitchy game. It was a hacked game. Oh my fuck. Yeah, it definitely looked hacked. It was really creepy, but as a smart gamer, I wasn't scared, or at least I tried not to be. I told myself that it was just a hacked game and there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, shaking off the creeped out feeling, I picked file 1 and chose Tails, and when I selected and got started, the game froze for about 5 seconds and I heard a creepy pixelated laugh. How can let's just stop right here. How can a laugh be fucking pixelated? Don't you mean something like artifacted? Because these sound chips have to downsample these sound clips? Let me fix that for you. The game froze for about 5 seconds and I heard a creepy downsampled laugh that sounded like an awful lot like that Kefka guy from Final Fantasy before cutting to black. The screen stayed black for about 10 seconds more, then it showed the typical level title thing, except the simplistic shapes were different shades of red and the text showed only Hill, Act 1. The screen faded in and the level title vanished, revealing Tails in the Green Hill Zone from Sonic 1. Even in Haunted Hags, Green Hill Zone is the first level. The music was different though. It sounded like a peaceful melody in reverse. Anyway, I started playing and had Tails start running like you would in any of the classic Sonic games. What was odd is that Tails was running along the level. There was nothing but flat ground and a few trees for 5 minutes. That was when the peaceful music started to lower down into slow, deep tones very slowly as I kept going. I suddenly saw something and I stopped to see what it was. It was one of those small animals lying dead on the ground, bleeding. That was when the music started to slow down, by the way. Tails had a shocked and saddened look on his face that I never saw him have before. So I had him move along, and he kept that worried look on his face. As he kept moving, I saw more dead animals. His tail moved past him, looking more and more worried as the music lowers and he moves past more dead animals. I was shocked to see how they all died. They looked like somebody killed them in rather gruesome ways. A squirrel was hanging on a tree with what appeared to be his entrails hanging out. A bunny had all 4 of his limbs torn off, and a duck had his eyes gouged out and his throat slit. I felt sick to my stomach when I saw this massacre, and apparently so did Tails. After a few more seconds, there were no more animals and the music seemed to have stopped. I still kept Tails to continue. After a minute passed, after the music stopped, Tails was running up a hill and then he stopped. It wasn't until I saw why. Sonic was there on the other side of the screen with his back against Tails with his eyes closed. Tails looked happy to see Sonic, but then his smile faltered, obviously noticing that Sonic wasn't responding to him, if not acting as if he was totally oblivious to Tails' presence. Tails walked slowly towards Sonic, and I noticed that I wasn't even moving my keyboard to make him move, so this had to have been a cutscene. Suddenly, I began to have a growing feel of dread as Tails walked closer to Sonic to get his attention. I felt that Tails was a danger and that something bad was going to happen. I heard faint static growing louder as Tails was but inches away from Sonic and stopped and stuck his hand out to touch him. The foreboding feeling in my gut was growing stronger and I felt the urge to tell Tails to get away from Sonic as the static grew louder. Suddenly, in a split second, I saw Sonic's eyes open and they were black with those glowing red dots, just like that little image. Thought there wasn't a smile. When that happened, the screen turned black and the static sound was off. It stayed black for about 7 seconds and then white text appeared forming a message saying,
"Hello? Do you want to play with me?"
At this point, I was creeped out. I didn't want to continue the game, but my curiosity got the better of me when I was taken to a different level with the level title now saying, Hide and Seek. This time I was in the Angel Island level from Sonic 3 and it looked like everything was on fire. Tails looked as though he was scared out of his wits this time. He actually looked at me and made frantic gestures to me as if he wanted to get out of the area he was in as fast as possible. I was starting to get freaked out by this. I mean, Tails was actually breaking the 4th wall trying to tell me to get him out of there. So I pressed down on the arrow key as hard as I could and made him run as fast as he could. A pixelated version of that creepy theme when you meet Shadow at the Argus Robotnik from Sonic Adventure 2 was playing as I made Tails trek through the desolate forest, trying to help him escape from whatever he was trying to run from. Suddenly I heard that creepy laugh again, that awful Kefka laugh right after 10 seconds had passed as I helped Tails run through the forest. Then I started seeing flashes of Sonic popping everywhere on the screen, again with those black and red eyes. The music changed to that suspenseful drowning jingle as I see Sonic behind Tails slowly gaining up on him, flying. Sonic wasn't running, he was actually flying. Flying Pose's sprite was making it look very similar to Metal Sonic's flying pose in Sonic CD, except it was just Sonic and he had his black and red eyes again. Only this time, he had the most deranged looking grin on his face. He looked as though he was enjoying the torment he was giving the poor little fox as he gained up on him. Suddenly, when Tails tripped, another cutscene by the way, the music stopped and Sonic vanished. Tails lay there and started crying for 15 seconds. Gotta have that handy little stopwatch with me at all times. The scene was rather upsetting to watch and I kinda teared up myself. But then Sonic appeared right in front of Tails and Tails looked up in horror. Blood started to come down those blackened eyes of Sonic's as a grin slowly grew from his face as he looked down at the horrified fox. I could do nothing but watch. In just a split second, Sonic lunged at Tails right before the screen went black. There was a loud screeching noise that only lasted 5 seconds. The text returned, only this time it said, "You're too slow. Want to try again?" And that god-awful laugh came with it. I was so shocked by what had happened. Did Sonic murder Tails? No, he couldn't have. He and Tails are supposed to be best friends, right? Why did Sonic do that to him? I shook the shock off as I was brought back to the character select. The save file that had Tails was different. Tails was no longer in the box itself, but in the TV screen itself, which was flickering with that red static. Tails' expression scared me. His eyes were black and bleeding, his orange fur had gone black, and he had an expression of anguish on his face. Trying to ignore it, I picked Knuckles next. The laugh came again, and the screen cut to black again and stayed there for another 10 seconds. This time the level said, "You can't run." I was really freaked out by now. I couldn't really tell if this was a glitch or a hack or some kind of sick, twisted joke, or anything really. But despite my fear of what happened next, I kept playing. The next level looked much different. It was the ground of Scrap Brain Zone, but the sky background looked like the main menu. It had the dark, reddish, cloudy sky, but it was the music that creeped me out the most. It sounded like Gygas' theme right after you beat Pokey in Earthbound. I also noticed that Knuckles looked afraid just like Tails did, though not as much, more rather he looked a little unnerved. He broke the fourth wall just like Tails and looked as if he wasn't sure about going on, but I made him move anyway. He ran down the straight pathway in this dark level, and as he did, the screen started to flicker red static. A couple times, and then that maddening laugh came again. Then after a few seconds of running, I noticed several bloodstains on the metallic ground. I felt a growing sense of fear again, thinking something horrible was going to happen to Knuckles. He looked nauseated walking down this blood-stained road, but I still kept him going. Suddenly, as Knuckles ran, Sonic appeared right in front of him with those black and red eyes, and then red static appeared again. When the static vanished, showing nothing but black screen with text saying, "Found you." I was now scared. Sonic found Knuckles already? What was going on? Anyway, red static came again and I was back in the level. Knuckles looked like he was panicking and Sonic was nowhere to be found. And this time that high-pitched squealing from Silent Hill 1's final boss was playing. Was this some kind of boss battle with Sonic? Also, was all this music pulled from different source material some sort of fucking retarded mashup? I hope to God it wasn't, honestly. Suddenly, Sonic appeared right behind Knuckles in what appeared to be pixelated black smoke. I made Knuckles turn and then punch Sonic, but Sonic vanished in black pixelated smoke before I could even land a hit. That terrible laugh went off again. Then Sonic appeared behind Knuckles again. I made him punch again, and Sonic vanished again, laughing. Knuckles was panicking even more, and even I felt like I was going crazy. Sonic was practically playing with us. He was playing a sick, twisted little mind game with me and Knuckles. Another cutscene played as Knuckled fell to his knees and clutched his head, sobbing. I felt his agony. Sonic was actually driving us both crazy. And then at a split second, Sonic lunged at Knuckles and the screen went black with another distorted screeching noise that lasted for at least 3 seconds. Another text message appeared. "Somebody souls to play with. So little time. Would you agree?" What the hell? Just what is going on? I started to think Sonic was actually trying to talk to me through the game, but I was just too scared to think that. I was brought back to the main menu, and this time the second file box had Knuckles in the TV screen. His red fur had darkened to a reddish gray, his dreadlocks were dripping with blood, and his eyes were black and bleeding too. And he had a look of sadness on his face. I began to think that those are the actual characters trapped in those TV screens on those save files, but I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it.
And then I realized that the protagonist of the story is an autistic man-child going stone cold crazy. So I shut the game off and took a break. I took a nap. I wish I hadn't, because I then began to have the most disturbing nightmare. I was in pitch black darkness, though I was under the light given off by a lamp that hung high above my head. I could hear the cries of Knuckles and Tails nearby. They were saying stuff like, "Help us," and "Why did you give us to him?" and "Run away before he gets you too." Their cries died out as I then heard Sonic laugh. His laugh, it sounded a lot like the distorted Kafka laugh. "You were a lot of fun to play with, kid. Just like your friend Kyle, though he didn't last long." I was scared and looking around for the source of the voice. "Won't be long now until you join him and all of my other friends." I saw him walking toward me, flickering in and out in several directions. "You can't run, kid. You're in my world now, just like the others." When he grabbed me and I saw his bleeding black and red-eyed grinning face, I woke up with a fright. After a couple hours, I decided to continue playing the game. I don't know why. But I had to know. I had to figure out why this was happening. So I turned on the computer, turned on the game, and selected Robotnik next. I still thought that was wacky playing as Robotnik, but anyway, the level title appeared again, and this time it said Ellipses, which I found really freaky. This time I was in some kind of hallway. It didn't really look like it was from any of the classic Sonic games, so it had the pixelated style. The floor was shiny and checkered, the walls were dark grayish purple with animated candle lights and the few dark blood stains here and there. And there was a dark red curtain hanging above the top part of the screen. Every 12 seconds or so, that red curtain sways very slowly, but whenever you're playing the game, you can barely see it move. The music was oddly pleasant, a piano playing a rather sad yet peaceful song. But I knew better. This was the song that played in Hill Act 1, only it wasn't in reverse. Robotnik didn't look entirely nervous like Tails and Knuckles did, but he did have a suspicious look on his face as if he was just a bit paranoid. He did a little animation when I just left him standing. He turns his head to the left and to the right at least twice and then shrugs at me, as if he has no idea where he was or what was going on. Even though I was scared out of my mind about what was going to happen, I had Robotnik continue onward. Did his usual running animation. You know, when you've beaten him at the end of the classic Sonic game and you chase him. As we continued going through the hallway. Then I stopped at a long flight of stairs leading downward. Now I was nervous. Even Robotnik seemed unsure of himself, though I pressed onward. As I led Robotnik down the stairs, I noticed the walls had gotten darker and more reddish. The red torches are now an eerie blue. Then we landed onto another hallway. This one was longer than the last one, or at least it felt like it. Then we headed down another flight of stairs down. This one was much longer. It took at least 1 minute. Then I heard that horrid Kefka laugh again, and then the music slowly faded until it was quiet. As it did, the walls turned more dark red and the torches were a black flame now. When Robotnik landed onto the third hallway, I noticed he now looked really creeped out. Though he tried to hide it, I couldn't blame him, I was scared too. Suddenly, Sonic popped right in front of Robotnik the same way he did Knuckles and then red static. The red static lasted for about 15 seconds and then it showed me the most unpleasant image. The image showed a hyper-realistic of Sonic standing in the darkness, where you can only see his face while his head and torso faded into black. And when I say hyper-realistic, I mean that he looked so real that you could actually see the lines in his blue fur. As if you could actually feel the fur if you touched the screen. His face. Oh god, he had the most horrifying smile I had ever seen. And that's saying something considering I saw that image at the start of the game. His eyes were wide and black and once again crying blood, which also looked hyper-realistic by the way, just wanted to put that in there for you just in case you didn't know. And there were 2 small glowing red dots in those black eyes staring right at me, as if staring into my mind. His grin was wide and demonic. It literally stretched to the side of his face like a Cheshire cat, except Sonic had fangs. Very sharp fangs, much like the werewolf's teeth except more vicious looking. Somewhat yellowish, and from the look of it, he had stains of blood and small bits of flesh on his lips and fangs as if he ate some animal. I stared at that gruesome image for a good 30 seconds, never taking my eyes off it. I felt as
I felt as if he was looking right at me, smiling at me. That face. It just took 10 seconds for it to etch itself into my brain for good. Then the screen flickered with red static again 3 times, and on the 3rd time I heard the Kefka laugh, except this time it sounded distorted, demonic even. It went back to the image again, except this time there was the text again, though it was messed up. But it was pretty much one of the most horrifying things I looked at since I had this game. I am God. It was when I read that message while looking at Sonic when it hit me. I realized right there and then, this Sonic was a monster. A pure evil, sadistic, all-powerful, nightmarish, demented monster. And all of his victims, including Tails, Knuckles, Robotnik, and possibly Kyle, are just his little toys. And the game is the very gateway into his chaotic, nightmarish world and the very hell his victims are trapped in. Suddenly, in an actual split second, I screamed as Sonic lunged at the screen, screeching loudly with his mouth wide open to an unnatural length, revealing nothing but a literally spiraling abyss of pure darkness before the red static came again. This time much louder and distorted, so loud that it hurt my ears. I yelled and grabbed my ears as the red static screeched for a good 7 seconds. Then it stopped and showed me nothing but black screen. As I sat there staring at the black screen, one last text came up. "Ready for round 2, Tom?" The Kefka laugh, now sounding more clear as if Sonic was right behind me, played again 3 times as I looked at that text in shock and confusion. Then I got booted back to the main menu, and this time the 3rd save file had a TV image of Robotnik in the same tormented state as Tails and Knuckles. Robotnik's skin turned a dull gray, his mustache drooped and had blackened, his glasses broken, blood is coming from them, and he had a mere dead-like expression on his face. I looked at Tails, Knuckles, and Robotnik, and I cried a bit. I pitied them for the agony they're going through. They were forever trapped within the game, forever tormented by that horrid hedgehog, and always will be. Then the computer shut itself off. I couldn't turn it back on no matter what I did. I sat there for maybe 25 seconds. Handy little stopwatch. I love that thing. I even take this stopwatch with me to the bathroom to time my piss to see how long my bladder empties. But anyway, I sat there for maybe 25 seconds, horrified by what had just happened. Sonic is the very embodiment of evil. He tortures people who play his game in more ways than one, and then when he gets bored, he drags you into the game, literally drags you into hell, where he can play with you always, as his toy. I can't get the game out of my computer. I think it's stuck in there, but at least I managed to turn it back on now. After I sat there for 25 seconds, I heard a voice right behind me, like a whisper.
"Try to keep this interesting for me, Tom."
I turned around to see where the voice came from, and what I saw made me scream. Sitting on my bed, staring right at me, was a Sonic plushie, smiling with bloodstains under its eyes. God, oh, I destroyed my voice and my brain reading this story. This is like the unabashed forefather of most every popular creepypasta cliche out there. Every worthless little one. Back in its day, it was a really popular creepypasta, but looking back on it, it has aged like fucking milk. What a frickin' atrocity. You name it. Whether it be hyper-realistic blood or including music from other franchises completely unrelated to what we're talking about, it's showing up in real fucking life. You know, the whole thing's bad, but my god, that quote-unquote twist ending, like I even hated the ending back when this pasta was popular and everyone was singing its praises. This is just, that ending is a stab in the stomach. I want to do a funny pasta next. Okay, /B. It's been 4 years since this happened, and I feel like it's finally time to tell someone and get this off my chest. My name's Samantha Myers, and since the year of 9, I've been a sleepwalker. However, my sleepwalking wasn't normal like others. I was fully aware of everything I was doing. It's just, I wasn't doing it. It was like I was being controlled. I've never worried about this though, because I always wake up like I've had a full night of sleep. 4 years ago, when I was 13, My sleepwalking changed to, instead of me being aware of what I'm doing, I'm out of my body, watching myself. I can move anywhere I choose to. I looked this up, and apparently it's called astral projection. I can see other people while I'm quote-unquote astral projecting. Some of the people are normal, something entirely different. I call these things Pandoros, derived from Pandora, because they're all male. It's not visibly obvious, but you can tell by their process. One night a Pandoro came up to me, my physical body, and stared my body into the eyes for several seconds. He proceeded behind me and whispered in my ear something that sounded like, "Go piss." It's probably just telling me I had to use the bathroom because I don't want to wet the bed, but, you know, whatever. Then he faded away. I didn't understand this at all, but for some reason I felt afraid for my life. I waited until I woke up, told my parents I wasn't feeling well and that I should stay home. They allowed this. After they left, I took a shower and saw some scratches across my chest, from my right nipple to around my belly button. I figured I had just scratched myself in my sleep, so I didn't pay attention to it. I finished taking a shower and immediately went to my computer to try to find out what "co-piss" meant. I couldn't find much, so I messaged my friend on Facebook what he thought. He messaged me telling me to post of the paranormal section of 4chan. I had never heard of this site, but Alex, my friend, explained to me how to post there. I told them about the whole astral projection thing in co-piss, and many members replied, but one caught my eye. Someone suggested that it might have been kopis, Greek for to cut open. I immediately thought about that scratch from earlier and looked down at my blouse, and to my surprise, I saw nothing. I was astonished it went away this fast. So surprised, in fact, that I took my shirt off, and when I did, I saw a shadow in the corner. I looked towards the corner and saw nothing. I turned back to my chest only to see a Pandoro in front of me. I tried getting up, but I couldn't move myself or control anything I did. My eyes stared deeply into his eyes, and he proceeded to take off my shorts and panties and touch me all over. He pulled something out of his stomach area that he put inside of me. I had no idea what this alien-like creature was, but I presumed it was his version of a penis. He then proceeded to rape me.
Whoever wrote this, you're a disgusting son of a bitch.
I was knocked out halfway through and was watching from outside my body. About 30 minutes later, I woke up and saw that I had on all of my clothes and I felt completely normal, even though I remembered very precisely what happened. I went back onto the paranormal section of 4chan to see if there were any more posts, but I found out that my post was deleted. For the next 9 months, I didn't have any out-of-body experiences and I didn't sleepwalk. For the first couple months, I thought I was getting fat. However, my mom thought I was pregnant. I told her I was a virgin, but she didn't believe me. She took me to the hospital the next day and did some tests on me. I learned 2 things from that. 1, I was a virgin, and 2, I was pregnant. This astonished the doctors and advised me to come in twice a week to have to check me. 9 months later, I felt like I had to pee really bad, but I had realized I was giving birth. I was at home by myself and very stressed. I was so stressed that I passed out. I was astral projecting again. I saw that Pandoro that had gotten me pregnant. He walked over to my body and slid his finger across my stomach, cutting it open. He took the baby out and then cut my neck. He walked over to me and said in a very strong accent, "Enjoy your stay." I've been stuck in this world for many years now and I'm able to interact with electronics around me. That's how I'm posting this. I need help. I need a way to get out of this world. I need a body. If you're committing suicide and live near Dallas, Texas, email me. I will take your body.
SamanthaMeyer727@gmail.com. Please. What the fuck did I just read? Wow. This has some very serious overtones. Some very, unneeded serious overtones. This pasta gets an I'd rather be taking a shit and my toilet grow teeth like a trash compactor and shred my asshole into Kingdom Come than read this again out of 10. It included the very touchy subject of rape, a first on this channel, and you can tell in the writing it was very forced and shoehorned just for the shock value. Oh, this ghost dude took out his ghost cock and ghost raped me. This story was trying to make sense of what the idea was, like someone had found out what astral projecting was and then tried to make it creepy, but it just ended up falling flat on its face and just being overall a really stupid fucking story. It was all over the fucking place. It didn't really know what it wanted to be. And then the protagonist goes and encourages people to give them their body, to basically commit suicide and give them their body. That's really fucked up. And I mean, really, really fucked up. Like, not even in a shock value way, it's just abhorrent and just fucking despicable. But my main gripe with this one is the whole rape aspect that really, it served no purpose. It could have easily been, you know, it bit me, it injected me with some sort of parasite, and that's how I gave birth to this alien ghost turd. It's in there to make it scary, but it was just completely unneeded and could have been done 5,000 other different ways. It's trying to be serious, but it just turns out to be just, I don't know. I don't want to say this is a funny pasta, it's just a really stupid one. Caillou is supposed to be one of the babiest cartoon characters in the world, but now he is one of the most violent cartoon characters in the world. He became a suicidal person. I was on my computer while listening to My Little Pony, and that figures. But someone brought me a box. I opened the box, and the box had a disc inside. The cover page was just words, Caillou, Season 6, Episode 1, The Thought. I was confused. Caillou hasn't a Season 6 because they cancelled it. I was curious to know what the episode could be. I opened the disc and listened to it. There was no theme. It was weird. It starts when Caillou was happy like normally. He sings a song, but I think that the lyrics was simply stupid. I am very happy, my family is around me, and I love it very much. La 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 la, I will show my ass. Bye bye, you suck. I'll show my ass. My ass! The song was so stupid. I don't know why Caillou was acting in a weird way in the episode. I simply continued to watch it. His parents called him, but while waking, he heard his sister's cries. What's wrong, Rosie? Mimi's dead. Who the hell is Mimi? It has started to be creepy. Caillou don't insult, first of all, and second of all, who's Mimi? Mimi is Daddy. Daddy's dead? Yes, Caillou. Daddy has passed away yesterday because of cancer while you were at school, crying in asterisks. I am so terribly sorry.
No! What the hell? Dad passed away? No. It's not possible. I can't live without my dad.
Crying in asterisks. Let's put this on the front page of the Creepy Asterisk subreddit, please. Thank you. In the next scene, there was a text. 3 months later, we can see a depressed Caillou, and he was fat. And he was crying.
I'm done without my dad. I miss him so much that I want to join him. Anyway, I hate my life. I do have cancer too. I'm bald and nobody likes me as I am.
Caillou's mom. Caillou, don't say that. You're beautiful no matter what as you are. Caillou.
Mom, just leave me alone. I don't want to see you for now. Get out.
Caillou's mom. Okay, I'll just get out. But I love you, Caillou. Caillou.
talk raspy in asterisks.
Me too, Mom.
I was shocked to see that episode. Why would they put violent content on a Caillou episode? It was ridiculous. Much like this pasta, holy fuck. Worst one in a while. Caillou.
I'm done with it. I'm going to go.
Gilbert.
Meow.
Caillou.
Just shut up, Gilbert, you piece of shit.
Hits Gilbert in asterisks and throws him out the window in asterisks. Scream in asterisks. If you have to resort to animal abuse and creepypastas for shock value, I mean, yeah, that shocks any animal lover such as myself, but it's such a cop-out. It was horrible. The camera zoomed to the dead body of Gilbert and then it's faded to black. I see Caillou in a cloud, along with a harp music and the voice of the singing angels along with his dad. Then, Rosie wakes Caillou to play with him.
Caillou, idiot! Oh my god, Rosie, let me sleep, you little bastard. Fuck you.
Caillou was creepy. I was shocked. He do the finger to his sister and he was not himself. Like if he wanted to die soon. Caillou was going outside the house without his mother permission at midnight. He had enough of his life and he was going to a tree.
I'm done. I will finally set free of that family. I am dying. Goodbye forever, life, Grandma, Rosie, and Mommy.
He says his last words.
Goodbye.
Then, Caillou records himself and the camera zooms to Caillou who was choking to death. After he was dead, we can see his dead body. Then, it's faded to black again. The next morning, Caillou's mom is trying to find his son. Wrong pronoun there, dude. Dudette, whatever you are. Anyway, the next morning, Caillou's mom is trying to find his son when she finds out Blood's footsteps. Blood with an apostrophe S, like a possessive... This is astounding grammar here. It's good to dive back into the really bad shit. Caillou's mom.
What the hell? Why is there blood?
She follows it until she finds out a tree along with his son's corpse. Caillou's mom.
No! He hung himself!
Hick, crying loud in asterisks. Then the police arrive. They tried to save Caillou, but in vain. We can see Caillou's grave in the next scene, along with his dad's grave. Grandma, Grandpa, Rosie, and Caillou's mom were here to says their last goodbyes to Caillou. Grandma.
Goodbye, Caillou. I will miss you. You were an angel to me.
And I was so scared, but I even continued to watch it. Grandpa.
I'll miss you too, grandson.
Then we see a flashback of Caillou as a... Then we can see a flashback of Caillou has a baby when he was born. He was crying. Flashback in asterisks. Caillou's mom.
Aw, let's call him Caillou.
Daddy.
Good idea, sweetheart.
End of flashback in asterisks. I was so crying that I couldn't resist. It was the end of the episode. I was so shocked and depressed. I was scared of the episode now. I couldn't resist. Caillou was dead now of suicide. It made me think of a girl who killed herself while recording. I called the police, but they didn't believe me. My mom didn't believe me too. I called Sprout, but they didn't believe me once again. I called the creator of Caillou about this. She believed me. Dear Marie, I'm very sorry you've seen this episode. That person who sent you the disc was one of the oldest artists of Caillou. But because he killed one of the artists, he got fired and fled before he could be caught by authorities. He became a murderer and he promised revenge to others. I promise you won't see this episode again. Promise, promise. I've seen this episode too, and it made me cry and made me uncomfortable to talk about it, and I was so shocked. Creator of Caillou. Wow, Geoshi's Lost Episodes Wikia, you are really lacking the good content. It has been the first story to be featured on the month Creepypasta. If the story has been on the month Creepypasta, it will be an ultra quality article. Ultra quality my ass. Wow, what a shitfest this was. Everything is wrong with it. The grammar, the lack of shock value, the trying to get shock value with animal abuse and murder. The whole thing is a damn cesspool. So the creator of this pasta is French, but they claim to have a better grammar in English too. That's absolute bullshit. If you can't write English fluently or properly, then you shouldn't even bother trying to write something in English. It's like you originally wrote this in French and then put it through Google Translate and then said, yep, this is good enough, then posted it. You know, this really reminds me of the first episode of Bad Creepypastas when I reviewed the Wizard of Oz 1936 version. Not only was the grammar equally as bad, but the exposition was equally as laughable. Just being rude, uncouth fucks to each other for absolutely no reason, and swearing just like some 9-year-old discovered how to swear. But yeah, this gets a 10% on the shitometer. You didn't even fucking try to make it scary. This was one of the most ass-blasting pieces of schmegma that I've ever read in my entire life. You just lobbed a bunch of shit together and decided to put it on the internet. Hi everyone, Zachary here. If you're reading this, then I'm probably locked up in my room with a flashlight at 3 in the morning, terrified. You're probably wondering, why the hell are you this terrified? Well, the truth is, I had seen a long-lost PBS logo. It may sound a bit dumb and quite funny, but this logo actually freaked me the fuck out, dude. I'm not even joking with you. It was horrible. Well, let's just start the story by saying I was on YouTube watching some PBS logos from the 70s with my brother Neil. Neil liked the PBS 1971 logo because he thought that the head in the form of a P, commonly known as P-head, haha, was really cool, along with the oddly geometric B and S, just like this pasta and any logos that people commonly think are scary, BS. So I searched up some PBS logos from 1971, but then came across a video called The Lost PBS Logo. Now I made a huge mistake by clicking the video. I would never do that again. It began with the ending credits of some old show from 1970. The last of those credits lasted for 12 seconds. It says second, they meant to type S but didn't proofread, before fading out into black. Then it cut to the PBS 1971 logo, but it was in poor quality and the sound was replaced with ominous whistling in the static. Then it faded to black once again, but lasted for 22.5 seconds. Then it cut to a disturbing picture of P-head. He had red eyes with blood coming out of them. He said, "This is not PBS." He ate the camera. Oh, we're getting into some of that shitty voice shit now. That's a whole nother layer of cringe right there. Then it showed a B/W, I'm going to assume that means black and white, B/WP head with blood. There was text above him that said, "You're next." When I put down my laptop, Neil was gone, but eventually I found Neil in his room with a fever. His head was really, really hot. The video was automatically deleted right after I watched it, so I couldn't load the video back up, no matter how hard that I tried. A few hours after I'd watched it, I received a note from the mailman. It said, "Hello. If you are reading this, Zachary, then I want to let you know that you had offended me by deleting the video. I wish I wouldn't have to resort to violence, but I have no choice. Goodbye. P.S. I know where you live." I assume all of you have heard of Dan Curtis Productions. If not, let me tell you. It's a company created by a man named Dan Curtis that made such movies and TV shows such as Dark Shadows, Bram Stoker's Dracula, and most famous, The Norliss Tapes. However, It wasn't the movies that made this company famous. It was their logo. I remember seeing it on YouTube. I had nightmares for weeks. It's a man, the camera is zoomed in on his bloodshot eyes, with really creepy music playing. I thought it was the worst logo they ever made until I found out about the Lost logo. Last Monday, I had gotten an email from an anonymous person. Curious to see if it's spam, I opened it. Here's what it said. Dan Curtis Productions.mp4. For your own good, never watch it. Reshare this with 2 of your friends, or the monster will get you. I knew the email was bullshit, so I deleted it. But I was a bit curious to see if it was real, so I hopped onto Snopes.com and looked it up. I expected it to say false, but surprisingly, it was undetermined. This is what the article read. Dan Curtis Productions.mp4. Undetermined. Staff at Snopes.com gathered 3 people who had claimed to have watched this video. But the only things that they would say were, the eyes may make them go away. And, Dan, how could you do this? I was going to leave it a mystery, but curiosity got the better of me. I went back on Google and searched for Dan Curtis Productions.mp4. I found nothing, and when I was going to give up, I found a website titled www.haildan.exe.org. I clicked on it, and the only thing on the entire page was a MediaFire download link for a video called DCP.mp4. I clicked the button, and it downloaded in about 1 minute. When it finished, I opened it up and clicked play. But let me tell you, if I had a chance to go back in time and prevent myself from watching this video, I would. Oh, here we go, we got those. Oh, if I could go back and stop myself from doing this very regrettable thing that I very much regret doing, I would. Cliché. The video started with just static, nothing else. After 3 minutes, there was a really loud white noise, and the static disappeared. It cut to what appeared to be a very bad quality version of the final scene in the movie The Norliss Tapes, except there was no music, making it even more creepy. However, right before I could finish zooming in on the man's eyes, the screen cut to black again. This time, the black screen lasted for 2 minutes, but a weird voice that sounded like the horror demon, whatever the fuck that is, was whispering the whole time. Then the static came back. This time, however, there was a video hidden in it. It was an old man, somewhere in his 70s, holding a giant butcher knife, slicing up a 12-year-old girl like she was a catfish. She was screaming really loud for about another minute, then she stopped. That's when the man started slicing off her arms and legs, causing blood to squirt everywhere. I was ready to hurl all over the place. After what felt like 25 minutes, the old man stopped cutting the girl, looked right at the camera, and yelled in a demonic-like voice, "Intruder alert." The old man ripped off his skin to reveal a demon with 6 bloodshot eyes, wings, a tail, and a giant bloodied-up butcher knife. He looked at the camera and flew directly at it, but before he hit the screen, it went black again. After another 2 minutes of blackness, another video popped up. It appeared to be the guy from the actual Dan Curtis Productions logo, but he was facing backwards. After another solid minute,
his head spun around like The Exorcist.
His eyes were completely missing, leaving nothing but 2 gaping black holes. He was giving up an evil smile with his alligator-like teeth, and his nose was also gone, leaving another hole. He then opened his mouth, but right when he was about to say something, his forehead exploded, releasing hundreds of blood-soaked cockroaches and a pure red cobra. His eyes and nose also began to squirt out blood. This lasted for 15 seconds before the words, "Dan Curtis Productions" appeared. Then the screen went black one last time, and the video was over. I slowly got out of my chair and laid on top of my bed. I tried to comprehend what I had just watched, but it only loaded for a minute before my dog Daisy began barking like crazy. I figured a cat was outside, so I got up and walked to the living room, only to find Daisy barking at some man facing the wall. I asked him to leave my house at once, or I'll call the police. But that's when he faced me, and I quickly noticed it was Dan the monster.
Yes, sir. I am indeed Dan.
the monster said in a demonic yet sort of like Morgan Freeman voice. His forehead exploded once more, and in less than a minute, there was a blood-red cobra and an army of cucarachas headed towards me. Daisy attacked the cobra, killing it off, and I quickly stepped on all the roaches. Dan quickly ran after me, so I pulled out a shotgun that was hanging on my wall and shot him 3 times, once in the head and twice in the heart, but it was no good. He was still trying to kill me. So I did the first thing that popped into my head and shot him in the eye. Surprisingly, he yelled in pain and fell on the floor. I then shot him in the other eye, which swiftly killed him off and caused him to explode. There was a mess of blood, bones, and guts all over my living room. Shit, it'll take me a week to clean all this up, I said. My thoughts were once again interrupted by the doorbell. When I opened the door, the only thing there was a package. I brought it inside and opened it, only to find the gosh darned bloodshot eye's head inside, which I quickly threw in the trash. I hope that's the end of Dan Curtis forever.
June 24th, 2003. Summer break. My name is Timothy, and I just finished my freshman year at Barry Goldwater High School, while my 8-year-old sister, Rachel, was done with 2nd grade. We were watching Ed, Edd n Eddy on Cartoon Network when it cut to a commercial break. Sometime after the Geico commercial called Warm-Blooded Employees, there was one saying, Walt Disney's Sleeping Beauty is re-releasing for 7 weeks as a director's cut. Experience the film like never before. Screenings available in select cities. The strange thing about the commercial was that it was not narrated by Mark Elliott, the usual narrator for a Disney movie commercial. Since Rachel loved Disney princesses, I went on the computer to go on the AMC Theaters website. I looked at the AMC Deer Valley 30 showtime list, and I scrolled down the showtimes list for June 25th until I came across one saying, Sleeping Beauty, Director's Cut, 11:15 a.m. Later that night, I asked my dad if he could drop me and Rachel off to see Sleeping Beauty at AMC Deer Valley 30, and he said yes. Afterwards, we all went to bed. June 25th, 2003. This wasn't even properly paragraphed. If you're gonna start a new date, put it on a new fucking paragraph. Early that morning, our mom went to work, while our dad took us to McDonald's for breakfast. We got to the theater. Our dad spoke to the box office manager. 1 adult and 1 child for Sleeping Beauty at 11:15 a.m. He handed us the tickets and handed us a $40 bill saying, if you two get hungry, you two can eat at Panda Express. But if you two ever get bored, you can see another movie. Have fun. We thanked him. The ticket's stub stated that Sleeping Beauty is in auditorium number 16. Meanwhile, there was an usher who looked traumatized and shocked with fear, and he asked us, are you two seeing the director's cut of Sleeping Beauty? We tell him, yes, why? Then he said, what you're about to see will haunt you for life. We went in not believing him, but when we got in, the auditorium was empty, which was out of the ordinary for a popular Disney film or any film playing in a large auditorium. We sat in the stadium seats. The AMC Coming Soon bumper from 2002 to 2009 started along with the previews for upcoming movies like Freaky Friday, Sinbad, Legend of the Seven Seas, Elf, Big Fish, School of Rock, and Brother Bear. Then the feature presentation logo came on, along with the film. The Walt Disney Pictures logo came on as usual, but it was off key. Can you tell this guy is obsessed with logos? Anyway, the Walt Disney Pictures logo came on as usual, but it was off key. Then the opening credits came on, but the song Once Upon a Dream was muffled, and we could not hear anything. Then it cuts to the book, but the shot just froze on the book. I couldn't hear Marvin Miller, aka the narrator's voice. Then it cuts to Aurora's christening, where Maleficent places a curse that when the sun sets on Princess Aurora's 16th birthday, she would prick her finger on the spindle of the spinning wheel and die. Audio comes into the film. King Stefan orders his guards to kill Maleficent. And I thought,
That's not what he said in the original film. Something's fishy here. Something's askew. Something's disheveled. Then it cuts to the scene where Princess Aurora is in the forest singing I Wonder. I thought this was pretty late in the film, but the shocking thing was there were no signs of animals such as rabbits, squirrels, birds, or an owl. Then it cuts to an image of a skeleton laying in the desert. This confused us. Then it cuts back to the film where we see Aurora crying in her room in the castle, but the terrifying thing was, it did not sound like cartoon crying. Ooh, it sounded like as if Mary Costa, the voice of Aurora, was actually crying. Then it cuts to Aurora, this time in a blue gown, and she was back at castle, but she was still crying. Then a breeze through the forest can be heard, and it sounded like the Kaibab National Forest in Williams, Arizona. Then it cuts to a sepia-toned image of a playground that looks similar to the one in Anthem, Arizona. And I say out loud, that doesn't make any sense because Anthem, Arizona was built in 1999. This guy goes way too deep into specifics about insignificant things. Luckily, nobody heard me say that, because the auditorium was empty. But in the image, there was a girl who looked similar to Princess Aurora. She was staring at us in a gloomy fashion. This almost made Rachel hide under the seats. Then it cuts back to Aurora with pink eyes from crying, and she said, "What is the point of living?" The scary thing was, her voice did not sound like Mary Costa at all as she continued on. "I betrothed to Prince Philip, but there was a man in the forest who loved me." She began to sob again, then said tearfully, "I need to end it all." Then she walked towards the spinning wheel, and a voice says, "Do it." Then Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather enter. Then Maleficent says to them, "You poor simple fools, thinking you could defeat me, the mistress of all evil. Well, here is your precious princess." The three fairies looked in horror at Aurora's corpse as it lies on the floor. Then Maleficent says to them, "As for you three, you shall die." But it did not sound like Eleanor Audley. Then Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather turn into fairy dust.
Delicious fairy dust. That was good, my pretty.
Then it cuts to the forest where Prince Philip is riding his horse named Samson to the woodcutter's cottage in the glen. Then he sees Aurora in her briar rose outfit saying, "You remember to come." When she went up to hug him, Philip began to feel the death touch, which means it was Maleficent in disguise as she laughs so hard like a maniac that it would give Eleanor Audley vocal polyps. I probably have a few vocal polyps myself doing all the crazy vocal shit that I've done on this series. Then a time card appeared that said, 1 month later. The strange thing about it was that it was spoken by the same French narrator from SpongeBob SquarePants. You mean Tom Kenny. Even an idiot knows who the French narrator is in SpongeBob. Did you also know that Tom Kenny was also Patchy the Pirate? A funeral was being held for Princess Aurora, Prince Philip, Flora, Fauna, and Mayweather. Then the film ends with a slow and sad version of Hail to the Princess Aurora. Rachel was crying and I was comforting her. We told customer service about the movie, and what did they do? They ejected the film reel for Sleeping Beauty director's cut, took it outside behind the movie theater, and destroyed it with a hammer. How are you going to destroy film strips with a fucking hammer? Someone could take the actual film strip, repair it, restore it if they need to, and put it on a new spool. It's not that hard. You can't actually destroy film without cutting it. Even if you wrinkle it to shit, it can still be flattened back out somewhat, and things could still be legible. Fuck, shit, tits, cock. That is all.
They apologized to us for any inconvenience, then we'd go to have lunch at Panda Express. After that, we decided for us to see a different movie called Hulk 2003 in Auditorium number 26, which made us feel better. If you find a showtime for Sleeping Beauty Director's Cut, do not under any circumstances watch it. But if you disobey my warning and you see the film entirely, it is safe to say that it is already too late for you. What a way to start the 2019 season for Undercooked Creepypasta, huh? Now, from what I can tell, this is a modified version of a creepypasta that was incessantly referred to me over and over again last year by the same person. Now, I don't know if this is supposed to be a legit creepypasta or if it's just supposed to be a troll pasta. Whichever way, however you slice it, it's bad. It's bad. There were some pretty glaring grammatical discrepancies in this story. Missed full stops, misspelled words, the usual stuff, you know. Sometimes it goes on a little too long, like a run-on sentence. There was also improper formatting for this story. When the dates were being written out, like June 24th, 2003, June 25th, 2003, for the next day, it was not on a new paragraph. It was on the same paragraph for the day before. Finish that paragraph, and then put the new date on another paragraph. I don't even know why you needed the dates. You could have just said June 24, 2003, and then just say the next day instead of June 25th, 2003. Then he goes far into specifics about certain things, like say, oh, this certain breeze through a forest sounded specifically like one in this national forest in Williams, Arizona. Like, okay, you have not heard a breeze till you went to the Cailou National Forest in Williams, Arizona. That is a fucking breeze. That is a wonderful sounding breeze, I must say. That is my selling point for Cailou National Forest in Williams, Arizona. No other breezes sound like it. Next up, how are you gonna smash a fucking film reel with a hammer? Put the motherfucker through a paper shredder, I don't give a shit, but smashing it with a hammer is probably the most ineffective way of destroying a film reel. Now, do you want my opinion on the most effective and commonsensical way to destroy a film? Burn it. Burn the motherfucker. Don't hammer the fucking thing. That won't do shit. You're just destroying the casing it's in, not the actual film itself. Is it cliche? Yeah. The story's cliche. Lost film. What would someone with an ounce of common sense do? Torch the son of a bitch. Then at the very end, you say, if you find a showtime for Sleeping Beauty Director's Cut, do not under any circumstances watch it, but if you disobey my warning and you see the film entirely, it is safe to say that it is already too late for you. Why is it already too late for me? All right? What are the unexplained circumstances for viewing this movie? Is it food poisoning at Panda Express? You know, what are we supposed to expect? If you're trying to be cryptic, this is not the way to go about it. You should say something about, you know, at least say, oh, I went crazy after seeing this movie. This movie messed with my psyche. Now, if you're trying to avoid a cliche in that, I understand, but if you're trying to thread in some kind of cryptic thing at the end, that's ineffective. It falls flat on its face and people don't know what to expect. Not that that's a bad thing, because if it's really well executed and people don't know what to expect, it adds another layer of fear to it. But this is a really poor execution of that, and it leaves more questions than answers. So much so that it confuses the reader. It sure as hell confused me. In closing, this creepypasta is the quintessence of a story written by a third grader. It reminds me of a slightly less terrible version of Wizard of Oz 1936, but that's not saying much. 3 out of 10 doggo dookies.
Okay, let's get this show on the road, shall we?
I always loved comics, especially superhero comics. Like a lot of people, I grew up reading Superman, Batman, Captain America, all that good stuff. But my absolute favorite was Spider-Man. So it's no surprise that I grew up to work at a comic book store. But that's not important. You want to know about the story. Well, one day after work, I stopped off at this little run-down toy store. The guy that ran the place looked about nonchalantly, almost as if I wasn't there. I looked around. There were a few nice collectibles on the shelves, but what really caught my eye was a strange action figure. It was a Spider-Man action figure, but unlike any I'd ever seen.
It was all red, its webbing patterns were disorganized, the spider was crooked and looked like a real spider. Also, the lenses appeared to be broken. There were small painted-in cracks in the mask lenses. That unnerved me a bit, but I still thought it was cool. I bought it for a mere 50 cents, and a comic book was given to me for free. Comes with a figure, the store owner said. The only thing I had ever heard him say while I was there. I left and brought it home to my apartment. I set the toy on the shelf with the rest of my personal collection.
Yes, I'm a nerd. Get over it. You're here for the story, right? I'm so quirky and nerdy and I'm just so funny because I'm quirky.
Anyways, I took the comic out of the bag and actually looked at it. It was creepy to say the least. It looked like an homage to the Amazing Fantasy issue 15, Spider-Man's first appearance. The title read, The Forgotten Spider-Man, issue 0. It looked like the action figure, but the person he was holding looked limp. His head at an unnatural angle, his eyes closed. It didn't say who wrote or illustrated it, no Comics Code Authority symbol, not even a Marvel logo. Well, that should have been your first red flag that this is not an official Marvel comic book. Let's just go ahead and get that out of the way. It started with Peter Parker, as per expectation, attending the radioactivity demonstration. I began to feel nostalgic as my eyes scanned the panels. The spider was caught in the radioactive energy, it landed on Peter's hand, and it bit him. That was normal. But then I noticed something weird. More like frightening. Instead of just a bite, blood poured from the wound. It covered Peter's arm. He was screaming, begging for help as the others looked on in horror. His body became covered in red, reminiscent of the Carnage symbiote, and strange black cords ripped from his wrists and ankles, wrapping into the disorganized web pattern that I'd seen on the toy. The spider that bit Peter crawled onto his chest and became a part of his body. A scientist reached out to Peter, but Peter lashed out and attacked him, strangling the others with black webbing in a mindless rampage. Suddenly, I forgot that I was a 25-year-old man, and I, like a frightened child, whispered, Spider-Man? I continued reading. Spider-Man, if I could call him that, started brutally murdering people. The blood on the page was such a deep shade of red. I almost thought that it was inked with real blood. I had to put it down. I was getting sick to my stomach. Then something caught my eye. I turned to see. Sitting on top of my fridge was the toy. It was crouched in the trademark Spider-Man pose. It was freaky. I had to put it on my shelf, standing straight up. The cracked lenses looked at me. And not just positioned in my direction, it was literally looking at me. I don't know how, but somehow I knew it wanted me to keep reading the comic. So I picked it up and opened it again. Spider-Man was still killing. But what I saw only made it worse. He was making his way to his home, ripping off Mary Jane's head and beating people with her spine along the way. Beating people with Mary Jane's spine on the way home. This isn't scary, this just comes off like a stupid parody. Did you really honestly think that this is shock value? No, this is a parody of shock value. Absolutely pathetic. Anyway, I was getting horrified. And then, in a full splash panel, he had reached his house. He killed his Uncle Ben first, blind with rage, and then ripped his arm off, beating Aunt May to death with it. Oh my god, what the fuck is this shit? I was getting sick again. I could have sworn I heard laughing in the back of my mind. It was the end of the issue. I saw a preview for the next one, which showed Spider-Man holding what looked to be Otto Octavius by the throat. I was grateful that the issue was over, but mortified by its contents. I turned to look at the Spider-Man toy. It was gone. Then I felt the issue slip away. In a fraction of a second, the toy was gone, taking the comic with it. Reading bootleg Spider-Man comic book at 3 a.m. OMG, my Spider-Man toy came to life. I sighed with relief, until a voice spoke in mind, in a cruel, mocking tone. Till next time, true believers. It's been a month since this happened. I learned that an artist who had attempted to submit his work, a full horror-themed Spider-Man comic book to Marvel Comics,
had died of overexhaustion, never eating or drinking, only working till his body gave out. That's just stupid. That's fucking stupid. I learned this after searching up the Forgotten Spider-Man on the internet. An article about the artist being the only thing I could find. There was an image of the artist's desk included in the article, showing an unfinished cover of the comic book I had read. I was still traumatized by the events of that day, but I couldn't help feeling bad for this artist, as all he wanted was someone to appreciate his work. Now I suppose that I'm that person, because I got this in my mail today, sent in an envelope with no return address. It was The Forgotten Spider-Man, Issue 1. Setting up a sequel to a really bad creepypasta that fails to be scary or funny and just turns out to be just mediocre at both of those things. Painfully mediocre. It was a very generic story. And the comic book story was such a shitty story too. I mean, I can see why Marvel Comics would throw this out the window and flush it down the toilet at the same time. No one wants to read a story in an alternate universe where Peter Parker gets bitten by a spider, possessed by said spider, and goes around senselessly murdering people. No one wants to read that. It's fucking stupid. Is that what the whole comic series was gonna be? Just Spider-Man running around rampant in New York City, just senselessly killing people? And then the whole thing with the toy, is the doll fucking possessed? If so, we've seen that thousands of times. Sonic.EXE, Tails doll. It's stupid. The whole thing is mediocre and stupid. 2 out of 10 dog shits. I'm giving it 2 out of 10 because, you know, the grammar was alright.
The Death of Mr. Ratburn, a creepypasta by Yoshi-Wee1. Warning: the following content contains blood and gore. It also contains disturbing imagery. Viewer discretion is advised. Introduction. Arthur, one of the longest-running cartoons behind The Simpsons. It first aired in 1996 and is running today. Of course, the show is now a complete joke. What I'm here to talk about today is a lost episode I found of Arthur. This episode was a top secret episode that no one other than the Arthur cast and crew have seen. The episode was made in 2011 and was meant to be the series finale of the show. The episode was completed shortly before 9 Story took over the show. After the cast and crew watched it back together, they were horrified and scarred for life by the episode's graphic content. Skip line. Mark Brown and Greg Bailey warned them not to watch the episode. They too were horrified and shocked as they thought this was the way to put down the show. The producers made an oath to solemnly swear everyone at Cookie Jar Entertainment to never reveal this episode to the public. As the move to 9 Story beginning, they took all of the tapes of all Arthur episodes, except this one. One employee wasn't aware of the tape and thought it was just a useless blank tape. He threw it out, and the garbage truck came and picked up the trash from the dumpster. This is where I came across the tape. The tape before the episode. I was dumpster driving for some cardboard boxes to give to my grandfather for his eBay business. As I was digging through some cardboard boxes, I noticed a tape. It was crudely marked in Sharpie, Mr. Ratburn. Okay, wait. Time fucking out. A couple of lines up, you said one employee wasn't aware of the tape and thought it was just a useless blank tape. If Mr. Ratburn was written in Sharpie on the tape, wouldn't the employee know this? So we're already off to a good start with some stupid-ass, fuck-ass, dumb-ass characters that are probably so stupid that they need to be reminded to breathe. Anyway, I was a former fan of Arthur, so I took the tape home to watch. After I got home, I turned on my VCR. I rewound the tape before playing it, because, you know, be kind and rewind. After it was finished, I pressed play. Episode. As soon as I pressed play, the PBS contribution screen appeared. It looked and sounded normal, which really baffled me since the tape looked damaged. The intro was normal as well. But after Arthur and Buster swam across the screen the pool scene, the frame rate slowed down dramatically and the water faded into a blood red color. Ooh, blood.
Nice to see you, Mr. Blood.
The screen then turns red, and Mr. Ratburn appears on screen. A very loud TV speaker exploding, "Hey!" with 5,000 fucking exclamation points, shouted by Mr. Ratburn, shook the whole room. It startled me bad.
I think I just skipped a few heartbeats.
The screen shuts off for about 10 seconds. The real episode starts with a overhead view, similar to the old Resident Evil games. There is no music or sound whatsoever. Only footsteps and doors opening can be heard. Arthur gets out of bed all dressed, ready for school. He was looking a bit uneasy. He leaves his room, goes downstairs, and out the door. When he opens the door, there is an extreme close-up of the door opening. As he is walking to school, there is still no music or sound except footsteps. When all the kids arrive at school, they look as if they're about to have a nervous breakdown. They open the doors to the school. The camera again has an extreme close-up of the door in a black background, just like Resident Evil. Now there is music, but super creepy music. It's the Shadow Temple music from Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. The students were walking to Mr. Ratburn's classroom. Again, another extreme close-up of the door opening. The students take their seats, but Mr. Ratburn was not there. He arrives late for class. ... Sudden Geiger's theme from Earthbound plays. As he is about to teach class, he starts acting erratically. He starts twitching his eyes, shake his hands, and a heartbeat goes off. There is an extreme close-up of his face. It appears as if Ratburn is about to have a heart attack. His eyes turn blank and he makes a devilish smirk with blood splattered on his face. He then screams like he has never done before. His screaming sounds like the voice actor voicing him is suffering in pain. Screaming for the pain to stop. Just very realistic screaming as if the actor was like this for real. Really driving that point on home, aren't we? The screen flickers and gets distorted. Pretty soon, half the screen gets covered in Ratburn's screaming mouth. He starts vomiting blood and chunks of his flesh, period, for 5 minutes, comma, he screams, and the color starts disappearing from the picture. Then the screen goes black. The "and now a word from us kids" segment appears. I thought, oh god, not this, I can't watch. Believe it or not, it does look pretty normal. A class of 6 grades go to a meat farm. The butcher shows them how to cook chicken. What can be bad about this? The kids had to sever the heads of live chickens with butcher knives. The kids were screaming since they saw the chickens running around without a head. I paused the video and threw up in the bathroom. I just couldn't take it anymore. I thought, is this a sick joke they are something? WTF were they thinking? The now back to Arthur scream appears finally, but the pic was a solid red circle. For the next 5 minutes, it shows Mr. Ratburn's deceased body lying there in an overhead view. It is still picture. The music playing was Akana Valley from Legend of Zelda: Majora's Mask. Then the screen shows Mark Brown, the creator of Arthur, laughing at his desk with red blank eyes for the rest of the episode. His laugh is distorted and demonic sounding. The screen's color slowly disappears, eventually leaving a black and white screen of Mark Brown laughing. The episode ends. Aftermath. I race to the VCR, period. Go to the sink and get a glass of water to pretend like it's holy water. I said, the power of Christ compel you. Dumped the water on tape. I grabbed tape and threw against the wall a few times. Then I grabbed a hammer and just smashed the crap out of the tape. It finally breaks, so I tossed it in the garbage can outside. I destroyed everything else except the film. Conclusion. I destroyed the tape.
I never saw it again. I told my friends and my family about it. No one believed me. In conclusion, I am personally disturbed by this jarring episode. WTF were the producers thinking by making this? Do they just want to end Arthur with a bang or something? That I will never know. The end. Holy fucking shit. Where do I begin? Okay, this was requested to me a while back by TVB, and I gotta say, this was a fucking dumpster fire. One glaring point to me was the employee who thought that the tape was a blank tape, even though it had Mr. Ratburn written on in a Sharpie, is a complete fucking dumbass. Couldn't even get himself out of a shower of shit. How did he fucking get a job working at Cookie Jar Entertainment or PBS or whatever the fuck? How do you even know the backstory of how this tape came to be in your fucking dumpster? There was no explanation to how you knew that. Not to mention the fucking grammatical errors in here with the misplaced periods and commas. Seriously, if you look at this story, I'll link it down in the description. Take a look at all the misplaced periods that are supposed to be commas connecting a sentence together. Reading this just gave me an extra chromosome. It had nothing going for it at all from the very fucking beginning. Also, not to mention, using music from other franchises just cuz, fam. That'll make a lit creepypasta. All in all, this story was a complete shit show. 0 out of 5 dog shits. I fucking hated it. Every single thing about it. It fucking sucked. Pasta trying to be good when it sucks enough to be a troll. Okay, let's see. Tony Hawk's Last Skater. I had just finished unpacking my things after moving house. My new home was waiting for me. Before setting all my shit up, I was just laying there, bored out of my mind with nothing to do. I just kept thinking about what I could do to pass the time when I saw something in the corner of my eye. A disc. I got up to see what it was, hoping that it was a game I haven't played in ages. I picked it up. I saw that it was an old PlayStation Tony Hawk game. Much like this one. Much like that one indeed. I quickly remembered all the fun I used to have playing it. I remember it being somewhat different to all the other games I had. I was about to plug in my PlayStation 2 when I noticed lots of scratches on the underside of the disc. This made me kind of sad, because I was hoping that I could have a fun, nostalgic adventure in my old game. Even so, I decided to try it out, just in case, you know? After popping the disc in, I started hearing a curious sound coming from my television. It was like the sound a record makes if you push down the needle too hard. Once the sound finally stopped, to my relief, I looked back at the screen to see a message appear, and it read, "This disc is unreadable. Please call our helpline number for more information. 333-333. I stared at this number in a peculiar way. Why, it was the same digit used over and over. I think I read that wrong. Why was the same digit used over and over? Later on in the day, bored out of my mind, I decided that I should try to get a new game to play instead. As I walked down the street, I saw a phone booth. I suddenly came over with a sensation I should call that number. As I called the number, I noticed that I forgot to put any coins in, but strangely it worked anyway because plot convenience. I heard a sudden cough. I heard a sudden cough. I heard a sudden cough like one of these. Like one of those types of coughs. What a chilling voice answered the phone.
Hello. How may I help you today?
Creeped out by his tone of speech, I quietly replied, I would just like to call about a game of mine. It is really scratched. and I needed to be cleansed. Cleansed of its impurities. I heard a calm breath under the static.
Very well then. Send it to this address. 999 Beazle Street. Beelzebub.
Why am I making a Play-Doh snake right now? I suddenly thought of how odd a name was for that town. And that and the fact that he gave me no other details. All he said was to send it to that address. So I calmly answered with a, "Thank you."
Thank you?
I heard another breath under the static.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Freaked out by this, I quickly slammed the phone on the hook and tried to ignore the creepy voice. 999 is the spooky number upside down. Let's see, when I got to the post office, I soon saw that there was no one else at all. In fact, I seemed to be the like that. I like that. It's a little bit of a grammatical trip up there. Seemed to be the only person in the street. I slowly walked up to the counter and asked the man if I could have a stamp. He turned and looked at me and just stared for a few seconds before calmly saying,
"Hello. How may I help you today?"
I stopped in my track of mind. I had realized that he sounded strangely like the person at the helpline. This is more like a cartoon. It sounds more like the plot of a cartoon of some sort. Spooky man on the phone turns out to be the same guy who was at the post office. This guy is stalking me. Why? I just wanted to buy all your chocolate. I don't know. I was careful when walking home after that. I was more than a little freaked out about the guy at the post office. I tried to make it home without any more scares. Will I be successful? I was. I made it home safely, don't worry. Now it was midnight and I just had dinner. I decided I would finally play the game. Pardon me. I sat there in my living room, waiting for the game to load. When without any of the company logos popping up, the menu screen appeared. Almost said menu scream. Apologies. But this was an odd title on it. It said in giant letters, Tony Hawk's Last Skater. I thought to myself that maybe this was the final game or something, and below it were 4 different modes. Begin, 2, music, and options. Wondering what kind of music the game had to offer, I chose the 3rd option. After a few seconds of loading it, came to a list of songs to play, and oddly, there was only one. Seeing as there was nothing to do, I pressed X to play the song, and it started playing that horrible record scratching sound. I pressed X continuously until it instantly stopped. I was so relieved that it stopped. Felt like my ears were bleeding. Bloody ears. Went back to the menu, and this time chose Begin. The game started up rather normally, nothing unusual about it at first. All there was to see was a gray concrete pathway, a few half-pipes on each side, and an empty night sky, but to my annoyance, the scratchy music was playing in the background. I got used to the controls very quickly, so I was having good fun grinding along the edge of the pipes. My character was rather odd, though. He was a Caucasian teenager with a red cap, black hoodie, and dark blue jeans. One thing I found odd about him is that the camera wouldn't let me view his face, no matter what button I press. I spent quite a few minutes riding up and down the pipes when I heard an odd note of a violin being played really loud. Bloody Ears reminds me of the Castlevania Bloody Tears theme. My character then stopped dead in his tracks. I mashed buttons trying to move him, but he wouldn't do anything. Did this for about a minute until the music stopped. My character suddenly began to turn to face behind him along with the camera. When it stopped, everything was gone, except for a lava pit with a rail going into it at an angle as if the game wanted me to grind it. Seeing as I had nothing else to do, I jumped onto the rail and started sliding down it. My character strangely went straight through the molten rock. When I got to the end of the rail, it hit a wall of concrete. In the wall of concrete, I noticed a gap. I carefully rode into it and saw nothing but blackness. I could see what was a small pin of white light in the distance. I continued to ride towards it when I heard that violin screech again, and what happened next would really freak me out. A chilling voice suddenly shouted, "Hurry! Hurry!" I rode as fast as I could, hoping to get to the end, and what appeared to be the lava flooded the screen. Everything suddenly went black after that. After a small amount of darkness, the screen suddenly changed to a loading screen. I wonder what crazy shit would happen next when the sound of backward playing violins played. Ooh, playing backwards. This made me shit scared. I've never heard of that term before, shit scared. Usually it's scared shitless, but shit scared's good too. But I didn't freak out too much. As I waited for the screen to load up, it was nothing but a plain white space with a guy standing nearby a massive gate. I got closer to the featureless guy to see what would happen, but I stopped and heard a calm voice say,
"How may I help you?"
Oh boy. This scared me. It reminded me of something I couldn't put my finger on it. He said,
"You've met with a terrible fate, haven't you?"
I like the Ben Drown reference.
"You deserve a second chance."
The screen went white and slowly faded into a rather well-rendered street, as well as PS1 could render. Maybe a term like "get scared the living shit inside me" would be a valid one. That would be a good one too. I soon started rolling my board across the ground, down the street, when I noticed something familiar. The street looked exactly like the one I live in! I was very curious and carried along, going until I found an open door in a shop. Guys, I reference being my story good now? I think I might have read this one years ago, like 2012 or something. It's ringing a couple of bells. Anyway, let's keep going. I curiously carried on going until I found an open door in a shop. Being curious, I looked inside to find a man behind a counter, who then said in a familiar voice, "Here we go again."
"Very well, then."
I was confused at this point. Very well, what? I heard that shrill noise again and quickly rode outside, growing fear to find a sign. Sign. What the sign had written on it would haunt me to this day.
"Welcome to Beazle Street. Population. You and him."
My character suddenly turned around to see a guy behind him. The camera instantly zoomed into the back of his head. He slowly turned around until I saw his face. I then realized that it was the guy in the post office. The camera then zoomed out to show the back of my character's head. He slowly turned around to reveal his features, and it was me, staring straight out at the camera, and then I heard a chilling voice.
"You're welcome, anytime."
The screen then went out into a black screen, and that was that. Now I want to leave the place where I live even more. I sat there for about 10 minutes in shock. After seeing what just happened, I hurriedly rushed up to my PS2 and turned it off. I rushed upstairs, grabbed the disc out of it, and threw it out the window. I rushed at packing all my things and ran out the door as quickly as I could when I saw that guy. He stood there just staring when he said,
"See you again in hell."
I'm really expecting if someone were to make this, that he would have like a stereotypical cartoon villain laugh along with this, because this is how it plays out. I ran from my car and opened the door and jumped in it. I shoved the keys in the hole, turned them, and put the car into gear, smashed my foot down onto the pedal. I shot up the road safe. I shot up the road. I turned back in fear to see who was there and saw nothing behind me but a pit of lava. I turned back and quickly drove away, starting to calm down.
I looked at my sat-nav to see that there was no town behind me. Just a mark that said a mysterious name. Mount Lucifer. Yeah, this category was very well deserved. It says, well, that was pointless. Let me do a quick review on this. There's not much to say about this pasta in terms of like grammatical errors, or it had its share of grammatical errors, but there's just nothing that jumps out at you as like actual real shock value. It seems more like shock value that would be, like I said several times throughout reading this, a cartoon. And maybe not a good cartoon at that. But yeah. Villain twirls his mustache and curses those wacky racers. Exactly. The antagonist of this whole story is like a cartoon villain. Is like a mustache twirling cartoon villain. And there really was no point in the gameplay. It was just a whole bunch of random shit crammed into random shit crammed into the meat and potatoes of what the story revolves around. I would find the grammatical errors scary if they were the same as Chris Chan's grammatical errors. Oh boy. It's Ben drowned for no reason. Yeah, exactly. Then the Ben drowned reference just completely killed anything it could have had going for it. Because of that whole, you met with a terrible fate, haven't you? That was cheap. That was hella cheap. Yeah. You know, I'll not the worst I've read, but it's bad. It's up there in terms of like clichéness and referencing other pastas, that kind of thing. I would give this one I will give this pasta a rating of 1.5 out of 5 dog shits. It all started at Christmas. I got myself a Dragon Quest IX game. I lost my old one. It started up yummy, completely normal. But the title said Dragon Quest Die. Confused. I still taste my character, calling her Kylie. Then I started. Where Ridley, I already had the strongest armor you can get, all the best weapons, and a full team. I checked them. One was Andrea, a marital artist. The other was Marie, a priest. And the last one was Stanley, a mage. I noticed they were the exact same team I had on my old game. All of them level 990,000. I had to sort of stop for a second because there were no commas in this big number, which was impossible. I walked into Angel Falls, the first town. There were no NPCs, '*S. I went over to Erin's house, who's the girl that helps you at the start of the game for the painfully uninitiated. The house looked normal as far as I was concerned, but upstairs Erin's room was drenched in blood. Her grandfather gave my character an icy glare and said, "You are too late. Erin is dead. Go home." I walked to the door of her room, but her grandfather said, "Are you sure, Kylie?" Yes, no, Toyne appeared. I selected yes. I wish I hadn't. Ivor, the annoying boy who also helps you at the start of the game, was standing over her body, mourning over her. Whenever I tried to talk to him, all it said was, "Ivor's too busy." Whenever I pressed A near Erin's body, it would say, "She's dead." I saved the game and shut it off, because it was nearly 11 at night, and my mom puts me to sleep every 7:30, so I was way past my fucking bedtime. The next day, I didn't sleep the other night.
Seriously, can we just talk about where the apostrophe is placed in this word? Okay, that's all I wanted to say. I was thinking about the game. I opened my DSi and the game Automatic Clay came on. I checked my team. There was horrible things on their sprites. Andrea was tearing the skin off her face with her claws. Marie's spear was running through her body and her face was twisted in agony. The spikes on Stanley's staff were stuck in his head with the word Suikaday carved on his chest. Kylie was on her knees with her sword going through her back. The words go and away were carved on each of her knees. Somehow, they managed to walk, but they seemed as if limping. I couldn't control them. They limped towards the top of the waterfall. Then they jumped off the cliff. The screen turned black with realistic screaming noises, breaking bones and squelching flesh. Then 2 words appeared on my screen. My team's corpés on them. Game over. This one was also requested by TVB Crap on the Utonical Discord server, link in the description. Please, we need to breathe some new life into the server because it's basically dead. Now, this being a fairly short read, it was also a fairly difficult read. Because of all the typos in this, it was like trying to decrypt fucking ancient hieroglyphics. It's like someone typed this on their phone with a really shitty touch screen. I don't know, it was like someone tried to type this one-handed on a phone that was too big for their hand. Not only that, but the plot of this entire thing had no rhyme or reason to it. It was just a whole bunch of shit thrown together for the sake of it. It kind of went this way and that way. And also, really shitty creepypastas go from 0 to 60 like that. There's no transition, there's no build-up. It's just turn on, immediately something spooky happens, or it starts out normal and then something spooky happens too quickly. No build-up. If you're also listening to this part of the commentary, I am trying something new where I have the text on the screen scrolling as I narrated. So to wrap things up, the grammar was absolute dog shit, the plot had the depth of a fucking dinner plate, and generally I think I would much rather watch semen crust up on a dirty asshole than read this story again. 1 out of 10 dog shits. In 2006, Sega was planning on releasing their first console since the Dreamcast. The console was similar to the current Nintendo Wii, except the controller looked a bit more like a Dreamcast controller. The 7th generation console was called Sega Legacy. The first and only game ever worked on for the Legacy was a new game to go along with the console, obviously, as one normally does, called Sonic Legacy. It was pretty much the original Sonic the Hedgehog, except the graphics were in 3D and there was first-person view enabled. Sounds like a cool console, huh? I mean, maybe? Everything was going better than expected. Before they announced it as finished, Sega gave the Sega Legacy to 5 employees who had kids. They wanted the kids to test out the console and see how they liked it. 2 of the families refused, but the other 3 were more than happy to test it out. Sega even promised them a free console afterwards. 2 days later, one of the employees, names will not be given, 8-year-old son, was playing Sonic Legacy. After he had gone to bed at 10 p.m., he woke up at random and turned on the Legacy. A few minutes later, he walked into his parents' room. His eyes were widened and he had an eerie smile. "What is it, son?" asked the father. The boy stood there with a big grin on his face. "I'm Robotnik," he said in a raspy voice. The voice was distorted and muffled. Suddenly, the lights went out. The power was out all night long. In the morning, the mother went to wake their son for school. He wasn't there. Nobody ever found him. Similar occurrences happened to the other families. Sega was alarmed and visited each of the families. The families returned the consoles. The Sega employees and programmers decided to play Sonic Legacy to see if it had anything to do with anything. The cheerful title screen ran. Since the programmers created the game, they easily went through the game. However, during the final boss battle with Robotnik, something odd happened. The audio began to sound distorted. Suddenly, the game paused. Sonic began to smile. Then went to a cutscene. The programmers and employees stared at each other in shock. The big shock was that no Sonic game had ever contained a cutscene in the middle of a final boss. A cartoon Sonic sat down on a rock. He was looking at something glowing. The glowing stopped, and they cut to the body of Robotnik. The eyes were torn out, some hair was pulled out. He was bleeding from wrinkles. How do you bleed from wrinkles? And his nose was jerked to the right. Sonic began to cut open the body, and he put the body over his body. Sonic now looked like Robotnik. That's the worst, that's the one worst fucking line out of this whole thing, and I will tell you why when I'm doing my recap. It then showed another Sonic running around. The Sonic dressed up as Robotnik gave an evil smile. The programmers and employees shook in terror. The fact that Sonic defeats his enemy, becomes Robotnik, and gets killed by another Sonic boggled their minds. It was a terrifying chain of suicide. All events after the cutscene finished are unknown. All that is known is that there was another cutscene afterwards. From the other room, people claim to hear a man speaking in Russian in a distorted voice. Here we go with more fucking distortion, everybody. When they came back in the room, they found everybody lying there dead with their eyes ripped out. However, 2 of the employees survived. One is blind and is confined in a wheelchair for life. He refuses to speak to anyone besides his family and close friends. The other employee is able to see, but he has never spoken about his experience. He is unable to be outside without someone with him, and is said to have recurring nightmares. All copies of the Sonic Legacy game were said to be destroyed. This led to the cancellation of the Sega Legacy console. In 2009, an avid video game bootlegger found a Sega Legacy. The eerie part is that he was able to play Sonic Legacy on the console without the CD. A few days later, he was found dead in his closet, where he had hung himself. So this is just a warning to all people curious. Don't try to find the Sega Legacy, unless you're either willing to risk your life or suffer from recurring nightmares and demons. Okay, so this review is going to be a little bit different because there was some potential to the story. It had a good idea, but it wasn't executed to its full potential. Now let me explain. I like the concept of an unreleased console. I like lost media and stuff like that in general. That's my favorite topic. I eat that shit like fucking crack cocaine. Yeah, you fucking eat crack. That's what you do with it. But things were described in pretty poor detail. And I understand this is supposed to be sort of a short story, but a little more effort should have been put into the writing aspect. The thought process was great, but you needed to write this in some more detail. For instance, I read back a line of this, specifically the part where Sonic put Robotnik's body on. It's a skin suit. I read that part to my friend Johnny, who is starting his own YouTube channel here in this coming little bit, and when he puts out his first video, we'll be sure to give him a shout out on my social media and whatnot. But he has literary experience, and he told me, he said, you can make something like Sonic putting on Robotnik as a skin suit scary. You just need the right amount of detail written in. And I have to agree. You know, not like a first-person perspective, you know, from Sonic or whatever, because this was written from a third-person perspective, but describe the visuals and all that. Don't get into, like, all the, you know, cliche shit, like, the blood, all that. But see if you can find, like, a sweet spot between detail and avoiding cliche. And then you got into the part where there was, like, a second Sonic running around, and it's like an endless chain of suicide, and that's just, that part was fucking stupid, I will have to admit. That wouldn't be shocking to anyone. It would just confuse the shit out of people. It's like, what the fuck? There's another Sonic running around? What's going on here? Also, cut back on the usage of the word distorted a little bit. Like, not everything has to sound distorted. But I also wonder why this console just all of a sudden became haunted out of nowhere. Or this game became haunted out of nowhere. And why when people play this game, weird shit happens to them, like they all die with their eyeballs ripped out, or, you know, become Robotnik and their voices distorted and muffled, or hang themselves in their closet. Because this was made by Sega, developed by Sega, and then went straight to their employees' children. So what third party got in the middle of this and, you know, possessed it and whatnot? Because this is a case of like a fucking possessed game / console. And it's not really scary enough to be one of those fear of the unknown sort of things. So I would have liked a little bit of backstory to what caused that, or maybe even a sequel. But this pasta wasn't good enough to warrant a sequel, let's be honest. To wrap things up, it had potential, but it didn't execute it well. I'm gonna ultimately give this one a 2 out of 5 dog shits. Had a good idea, it just didn't run with it.
Hello, my name is Eric. I am a father of 2 kids. Marcus, who is 7, and Lucy, who was 5. They all love things Marvel Comics related. But this one day, my kids were scared by this extended edition of Spider-Man from 2002.
One day, I was in my room with my wife, Annie, while watching TV. I was watching The Simpsons when my kids came storming into my room screaming, "Dad, the new Spider-Man film is out! Oh my God!" I said okay, and I told them that we would go see it after school on May 7th, 2002.
Tuesday came. I got out of work at 2:30, picked up my kids from school. The school they go to is called Sumner Elementary School. We drove down to the Regal Tall First 10 in Bunny Lake, Washington.
This is so very specific.
Really? Before the movie, I asked my kids if they wanted a Happy Meal from McDonald's. I sat down in the restaurant with them. After lunch,
After lunch, we walked down to the theater and purchased 3 tickets for Spider-Man. Right before we entered the theater, we saw Stan Lee sitting near the door. He asked, "Are you fellas seeing the new Spider-Man?" I said yes. He replied by saying, "Well, you will not like this version."
Well, you're not gonna like this. It's fucking terrible. We went into the theater. Our number was 1. I was surprised because we were the only ones inside. Eventually, weird for a new movie like this. What does that even mean?
I don't even know.
Previews that were shown with Low and Stuart Little too. The Powerpuff Girls, Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, Jonah of Veggie Tales, and the Country Bears. The preview ended and the film started normally, despite the fact I saw the movie before my kid. What? So you already went and saw the film? When did you? What?
Yeah, exactly.
So bad.
The film started with Peter Parker running to catch his bus, but the bus obviously speeds up. The next scene cuts to where Peter Parker meets with Harry Osborn's father. I asked my kids to wait in the theater while I went to the bathroom. When I finished my phone call in the washroom, I heard a scream coming out of the theater I was in. My heart sank down when I heard that.
How could he hear all the way from the theater in the bathroom someone screaming? Those walls are like...
Well, look at the next paragraph.
But how the heck would I hear something screaming? Okay, wait. But how the heck would I hear screaming all the way through a simple bathroom? I quickly rushed back to the theater and asked my kids what was wrong. Lucy pointed to the scream and I felt my heart sink to rock bottom.
It was a horrifying glimpse of
Mary Jane Watson screaming.
Her eyes had dark hollow holes. In the background, I could desperately hear My Nutmeg Fantasy by Macy Gray in reverse in the background. I told my kids to calm down, tell them it was just an image. How could he tell what it was in reverse?
It's then cut to the scene where Peter is visiting the graveyard. He spots Norman Osborn dressed as the Green Goblin. Peter Parker pulls a pocket knife and stabs his eye socket. My kids were screaming and crying as he was doing that.
Well, you're not gonna like this one.
You're not gonna like this poop.
Oh my god, I knew it. I found it, dude, a little bit. Dude.
Okay. I tried to calm my kids down and tell them it was just a film. And when it got to the scene where Spider-Man fights the Green Goblin on the bridge, Spider-Man takes off his mask and screams so loud I nearly covered my ears, and so did my children. We quickly ran to the exit of the theater and we saw Stan Lee again. But I told them that he was right about the scary edition of Spider-Man.
See, I actually replaced the film with Quiet Place.
We came home from the theater, and I asked Sony about who created that alternative version of Spider-Man. 2 days later, I got an email from Columbia Pictures, which said this.
Dear Eric Templeton, we are so sorry about what you saw in theaters. The alternate version you watched was created by Edward Fanning. He was a suicidal man that had no choice but to create an alternate version of Spider-Man. Back in June 30th, 2000, our script was finally done, but Stan Lee accidentally told us that Edward Fanning made the script for the missing film. Hope your kids are okay from this nightmare. In 2001, Marvel didn't appreciate the alternate version, but Edward Fanning said that if they didn't appreciate his version, he would fire us.
You go ahead.
So then, we released it on purpose. I'm sorry that your kids were so scared by this. Best wishes, Marvel Comics.
Why the fuck did he have to create that?
Yeah, really? That makes...
Suicide makes you make scary things. I'm 7.
Yeah, really?
Oh, shit!
Alright. I'm glad that this nightmare is over. I didn't get nightmares. Only my kids did have a nightmare. Where Peter Parker...
Why is it capitalized after a comma? Why is it capitalized after a comma? Only a proper noun. Sorry. Why is where capitalized? Jesus. Read a book!
Why is it jail?
Where Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson came into Lucy's bedroom, just laughing. And Marcus...
Wait, I'm rereading through this. After every comma, he capitalizes the author. I assume it's a he. Because self-insert is a he.
Exactly.
Okay.
And Marcus had a nightmare where Green Goblin shot him with a pumpkin bomb.
And they didn't capitalize Marcus, which is a noun.
It's a proper noun.
Yeah.
Not just a noun. The nightmare
it's a proper
is
noun,
now.
even more.
But it will still occur in the future!
Is he setting up a sequel?
The top comment is, damn it, Stan Lee, I miss him!
It's just a thing,
Just
I think.
Thing,
I
I don't know.
The year was 2009. My brother had just got a Wii for his birthday. It was a black Wii, which was the color Wii we both wanted. He had also gotten a game called Mario Kart Wii. I remembered playing it when I was younger on the SNES, except it didn't have the Wii at the end. I have a fucking headache. We played for hours until my brother passed out. Mom said I could stay up until midnight. She turned the Wii off and carried my brother upstairs. I couldn't help myself. I fired up the Wii once again and played Mario Kart. When I got to the main menu, the screen was filled with inverted colors instead of the usual ones. A slower version of the Mario Kart Wii theme was playing in the background. It was also reversed as well. I was startled, but I figured it was just a bug that only happened one time. I pressed start and the screen flickered before it finally went black. Like my Wii. I waited for a minute until it came back on. I then selected my profile and started playing the 150cc Mushroom Cup. When the game started, I was the only racer on the course. The sky was pitch black like my Wii, and it was raining. I was wondering what was going on. Then came the 3, 2, 1, go! I fired up the engine and I started the race. This time, I wasn't going fast at all.
I had selected Mario, and the vehicle I selected was the Wild Wing. Thunder rumbled in the distance as I cruised up a muddy road. When I got around the first turn, the horror started. There was a pile of freshly crashed and smoking carts with mangled clothing and body parts within. Then, all of a sudden, Mario went ballistic. He started crying loudly as we passed all of the rubble. I saw Luigi's severed head laying on the side of the road. Why had this game worked perfectly when my brother was playing with me? Then came a sign that read, "Turn back now," written in blood. I was daring and edgy and went past that line. And as soon as I did, I unleashed hell. Mario sped so fast he was just a blur. The screen flashed as violent screaming went on in the background. I heard harsh whispering as I passed a wreck of what once was a Mario Kart. Then, someone in the TV shouted, in a satanic voice, "Mario!" Then Mario screamed. You heard realistic wheels skidding across the road, and then a horrible smashing sound accompanied by a loud snap and gush of a crushed Mario. The screen went red, and then went black. I was on the brink of a heart attack. I was scared so badly. Then the loosing screen showed up. It's not spelled losing, like lose. It's spelled loosing, as in loose, like it came loose. The loosing screen. The motherfucking loosing screen. Anyway, it showed a depressed Mario on top of the hill. All of a sudden, he revved the engine. Fuck you, phone. He revved the engine and sped off the cliff, followed by blood-curdling screams of pain and depression. Suddenly, I heard the crash followed by hideous shrieks of pain. I was scared to death. The screen slowly popped up a message, and the message said, "Suicide." I screamed and I tried to turn the Wii off, but the screen just showed Mario's kart accident and flashed "suicide" again and again. Horrible demonic noises came from the TV as well as brutal images of dead Mario characters. I then picked up the Wii and chucked it across the room. I didn't sleep for the whole night. The next day, my mother yelled at me for smashing the Wii. My brother was bawling his eyes out. I tried to tell my mom the story, but she didn't believe me. I then told my brother the story, sobbing beyond compare. He didn't believe me either, conveniently. I was in true shock. I never touched a Wii ever again. I never wanted to see a Wii again. Now every time I see a Wii in a store, I always think of horrible things. Suicide, suicide, suicide. What the fuck is this shit? It's like my fucking roommate Schmello ate a whole bunch of rotten ass bananas and then took a shit on a plate. It's like he ate fucking... It's like he ate a whole bunch of alphabet soup and then shat it out in the bowl. I think a game of Scrabble played between two half-retarded Siamese twins with half a brain could make a better pasta than this. I don't know, maybe it's worse to me because I have a really bad allergy-induced headache right now. But like the edgy inclusion of, "Oh, suicide is scary, woo!" If I was playing Mario Kart Wii and then it started acting like this, I wouldn't be scared. I would be rather offended that it basically told me to KYS. In fact, I would blame it on the fucking brother. He must have switched out the discs when I wasn't looking. He didn't even have to throw the Wii across the room and break the motherfucker. He could have just unplugged that shit and be done with it. But then we would probably be getting into another really cliche trope within these pastas, is that when you unplug it, it's still playing. For some unknown reason, it must be possessed. It's still playing even though there's no power connected to it. At least it didn't go down that route. Because if it would have, I would risk being exposed to COVID-19 because then I would have to go to the hospital because of brain damage because of the facepalm that I would give myself. There's only really one grammatical error, but the story is just pointlessly edgy and just makes no sense. This was probably written in one evening by some edgy teenager. Probably showed it to a small little group of friends and say,
Oh yeah, that's scary. I think a little drop of pee-pee came out. It gave me nightmares of the suicide, the Suicide.
Anyway, I'm done harping on this story. Put it on the shelf, boys. We got another Undercooked Creepypasta here. 2 out of 5 dog shits on the dog shitometer. Anyway, that concludes this episode of Undercooked Creepypasta. I know it's been almost 3 months since the last one I did with my friends and...
You know what's amazing about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater? The levels, the bails, the 2-minute timer, collecting skate, getting the secret tape, finding hidden areas, and getting sick high scores. Over the years, I'd beaten the Pro Skater game several times until Underground took over and ruined the charm of the original series by adding jackass elements to the game. Although the Skate franchise dominated Pro Skater, I never really got adjusted to Skate and moved on to other games. I, however, have yet to let go of Pro Skater and wanted to see what the community created based off the franchise to keep me from spending more money on the mediocre HD remake. This is old. This is old. This is ancient. This is when Robomoto made the Tony Hawk's Pro Skater HD thing. Before the ultimate downfall, that would be Pro Skater 5. But that's for a different video. That's for a different video. I decided to search deep within the internet for Pro Skater game hacks to see if I could find brand new games based on Pro Skater. Well, this was a little bit before Thug Pro came out, so I can't use that excuse, so... Which is when I came upon a large 100-something megabyte zip file shown as Tony Hawk's Skate or Die. Gameplay. I wasn't able to capture any gameplay footage of the hacked gameplay at the time of writing this, but at least I can describe the details of the hack. I extracted the zip contents with all the content, and all I saw was a file that read THSODEXE with an image of the letters THPS shown as TH, new paragraph, PS, close together in the normal Pro Skater font. I loaded up to see a border of the THPS logo from the PS1 cover art saying, loading. The game goes full screen to show a logo of the PS1 Tony Hawk title screen, but instead of showing the full title, it shows Tony Hawk as normal, but instead of Pro Skater, it says Skate or Die in the same font from that game of the same name. That was kind of a awkwardly constructed sentence. Trying to say that out loud, which is just a little awkward. Even more surprising, the Skate or Die theme music was playing instead of the typical THPS music that would play at the title screen. The menu loads up, and it's the menu from the first Pro Skater. I usually pick Tony Hawk because he's my favorite character. Too bad I have little interest in the other characters in the game. Like the original game, I have to play levels in order to unlock them, and of course, the first level is the warehouse. The game loads, and already I feel a breeze of nostalgia from this hack as the graphics look one-to-one to Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Open bracket, porting skills, close bracket. The HUD looks exactly as I remember it, and nothing looked significantly altered. That was until I bailed. Usually when you bail in a typical Tony Hawk game, you would see small spurts of blood and get back up in about 3 seconds to continue the run. But in this hack, when you bail, the animation for standing up is absent, and you see your character on the ground, but I could tell that the creator tried to edit the animation well, but looked a little flickered and glitched. Around Hawk's laid down model was a circular pool of blood covering head to toe. After a few seconds, the screen flashed round over. Then a second later, "You are dead," as the Mortal Kombat announcer from the third Mortal Kombat exclaimed to me. And weirder was the fact that the lettering was the same font as in Mortal Kombat 3. This didn't really creep me out as it was suspected of a hacked game. I had completed some objectives before I bailed on my first attempt of this hacked game, only to see that somehow the game denied evidence of completing these challenges.
I knew a few things for sure. I can't bail, otherwise I die, and my objectives reset. Creators like to capitalize on death to death. The creator is a fan of Mortal Kombat, and this game is hardcore mode. Finally, a new challenge to test my controller skills. I said in a cheesy-ass attempt at thinking it was cool to say skills with a Z. This could take a while. Right off the bat, I can say that it's a little cringy at just how self-aware this pasta is, but I couldn't quite finish the game yet as I had other important matters to attend to. What I was doing will remain a mystery, unless you ask nicely perhaps. ... semicolon, close bracket. My parents said that we're going off for business and wouldn't be back till tomorrow, which gave me a chance to spend many hours on this hacked game, even though my parents didn't want me rotting my brain out. Open bracket, excellent parenting, close bracket. I hate one thing. Okay, let me stop for a second again. I already talked about how cringy it is that this pasta's sort of self-aware, but I also hate how it plays out or reads almost like an email or a chat log. I don't like that. With all the like open close brackets and all that other stuff, it's just it's irritating. It's irritating. Anyway, back to the pasta. I went back onto my PC and loaded the game again and just started putting all my focus and effort into this game. Playing more and more, I kept pulling off insane combos into the 100,000s and even millions without bailing, finding every single nook and cranny I could get my hands on without missing anything. I felt like I would unlock something if I 100% the game as any character and proceeded to do so until I felt like getting air and feeding myself. Open bracket, unlike others who play non-stop and don't bother about hygiene, close bracket. After about nearly 4 hours of playing this game, I finally 100% my career as Tony Hawk and was waiting for an unlockable to show up. And like in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, with the font, music, and everything, I saw the text, "New character, Scorpion, unlocked." And then I thought, Scorpion? Like Mortal Kombat Scorpion? I looked through my existing characters before me, and like I predicted, it was Scorpion from Mortal Kombat as a selectable character. In the old games, it was common for a Tony Hawk game to come with Easter egg levels, characters, and secrets, and it was great to see an unlockable character in a game like this, instead of a hack that has everything you unlocked right from the start, and games like that make you feel like you've earned nothing from the experience of a game. As I look as Scorpion, I noticed that his character model was the same model from Mortal Kombat 9, but the modeler was clever in creating the model for this hack and styled in the old PS1 semi-pixelated style, which I thought was very nerdy yet awesome. When I selected Scorpion, however, the screen froze and the background music halted as if to tell me that I did something wrong. I thought for a second I had crashed the game, but it took a whole 10 seconds to cut to a black screen. The screen fades into an old PS1 CG-style cutscene. Open bracket, pretty impressive for a hack, close bracket, showing off Tony Hawk and Scorpion skating side by side in a pro skater competition. The in-game audience applauds as the skaters just ended their run, and the judges tallying their scores. Of course, Tony Hawk wins, but Scorpion doesn't know anything about sportsmanship and decides to use his signature spear attack to take Hawk down, but he pulls out 2 spears instead while remarking, open bracket, in a Sega Genesis form of audio quality, close bracket, "Get over here!" The spears don't pierce the stomach, and instead aims for the eyes, yanking on them a few times until you can see Hawk's eye sockets. Scorpion returns to hell to escape from his disastrous behavior. This is when things start getting weird. As his eyes are pulled, the screen cuts to black. Only a few seconds later, I see a disturbing image. The camera ever so slowly moving in on Hawk's eyeless head. The background around him has a couple blood stains and a sort of rust color around him. His eye sockets are just staring into my soul. Atmosphere is intensifying around the image as some bass fills my headphones until clipping to the max. Hawk's face slowly turning to an angry grin, with the screen shaking. And then the bass stops, and Hawk's head is looking to the ground, with the scene almost completely still. eye pulse effect screams from his body as I hear a slow and steady heartbeat. And then, complete silence. After about 5 seconds, I see Hawk lift his head instantaneously with the empty eyes and that Zalgo mouth. Oh god, Zalgo. Oh. This was an early 2010s creepypasta, so you saw a lot of these pastas that had like crossover references and references to different games, all that shit. But anyway, let's keep going. I could even hear his character scream, and it sounded just like Hawk himself, but in studio quality. You mean one of his screams from like Pro Skater 4 where he's literally like, yeah, one of those. Gotta say his sound clips from Pro Skater 4 were a little extra. Anyway, the screen zooms in quickly during the scream, and after a half a second of showing his disturbing new looks, the scream fades out, and the scream echoes for a good 15 seconds. That's a pretty long reverberation right there. I then see Scorpion open a portal to hell, taking Hawk with him. You mean he was back already? Or did he just create a portal to hell from hell while he's in hell right now? I don't understand. Anyway, he opens a portal to hell, taking Hawk with him. I'm literally WTFing right now. And that's underlined. That has like an underline through it. Let's see. I could understand the eye sockets, but that Zalgo mouth made little sense to me. Why was it used? Why was Scorpion involved? Well, I don't know, writer. You wrote this. You wrote this thing. You tell me. Anyway, why was Scorpion involved? Who was the mastermind behind this attack? The creator really left me with some unanswered questions on the matter, but it didn't stop there. That's pretty ironic, given that I could use that exact sentence in this context of me reading this pasta about the creator of this story. Let's continue. Welcome to Hell. After the creepiness of the events that took place at the Pro Skater competition, the game boots me to a Tony Hawk's Underground 2 level, known originally as Pro Skater, renamed Hell, in the same font as a typical Thug 2 level. Instead of starting me up in the futuristic aircraft hangar or the ancient temple that looks like something the Mayans might have built, the game immediately boosts me right into the Hell section of the level, still maintaining the Pro Skater graphics and sound. Looking at Hawk's face, I could see the model of his face change to Zalgo Hawk. This is starting to read like a troll pasta. Still staring into my soul, I kept looking at it to see if it would change and animate, but the animator decided to just use that one frame instead of animating his face whether I bailed or not. When I bail in Hell, however, I found that the rules of gameplay changed back to the way the game was supposed to play. And knowing how this level worked, open bracket, despite my lack of excitement from an underground level, close bracket, I knew I was going to bail a couple times. So it started to seem fair, except that the game was still using a 2-minute timer, even though in a section like this, it should really be free skate since this is a bonus unlockable level in Thug 2. I tried to skate my way up to the portal, which lead me back to the Mayan temple, but had really noticed that the portal was completely absent from this hack. Now I'm really stuck in hell. I decided to open up the main hallway by wall planting the switches on the sides to the demon's head, which lead you to the devil. I open it up as the cutscene plays as normal, but when I skated through, I couldn't get back to the main skating area as there were no portals to take me back. Now I'm stuck in the hallway. My timer shows me at 15 seconds left on the clock, so I travel to the room with the devil. I tried to trigger the hilarious jazz-esque dance animation, but nothing popped up. Time ran out as I was fiddling around in the devil's room. Hawk's body was forced to the floor using a hack's bail animation from the hack as the timer hit 0, and just like before, there was a pool of blood again. Instead of taking me to a menu, the game proceeds to an in-engine cutscene of the devil talking about Hawk. In a typical, overrated, cliché, demonic voice, the devil proclaimed, "Your ass is mine, Hawk." The screen goes instantly to black, and changes the scene to what appears to be the devil's main office. Something like this was never shown in a Tony Hawk game, and even more so that this cutscene was also real-time in-engine footage. The devil spoke once again. this time to explain the whole situation of the matter. Hawk's face appears normal in this cutscene for some reason.
Mr. Hawk,
calmly exclaimed the devil.
It has come to my attention that your impending franchise is doomed to failure.
But the franchise was doing successfully until the Ride series ruined the whole franchise, but was brought back to its roots in the HD version. Not really. At least I thought it was at the time. The devil continued.
Everything is going according to plan.
And then he paused for a second.
Despite your great efforts to help others in the past, I have felt the worst sense of disgust as I see you building new skate parks and helping the less fortunate. It sickens me to even think about it. I had sent Scorpion to capture you, since we had been very close ever since he was born into my family, and since he's managed to survive the brutal Mortal Kombat tournament and brought you to justice, I'm going to reward him by letting him torture you.
Torture? Really? Open bracket, typical, close bracket. The devil really loves to show no mercy to these kinds of things, and yet he somehow manages to stay laid back despite the suffering Hawk is about to receive. Scorpion drags Hawk to the back room and unleashes his spear attack like last time, but this time he grabs around his cheekbones, and for a split frame, I can see Hawk's entire face pulled off. The screen loads me back to the hell level, and I look at Hawk's model again. This time I can see the inside of the back of his head and sides. There's no mottled skull, no brains, no cords, just an empty frontal texture. I played around with Hawk for a while until I bailed, and the screen started to slowly tint red with atmospheric music playing in the background. And then I saw that face again. Empty eye sockets, Salgo face, and the bloodstains all in just one frame. Before I know it, the game goes black again for about 3 seconds, and I'm back to the desktop. Every time I try to open the game to play it again, all it does is show me that image until I press escape. I immediately delete all contents of the game, including any files in different locations and registry entries from the game itself from the existence of my PC. That game still haunts me in my dreams, yet I continue to face the pain of that day. It was fun right until Scorpion, and now I don't know if I'll ever play a Tony Hawk game again. Hopefully soon. Now, I found this on the Some Ordinary Gamers wiki, and I think Mutahar narrated this one in the past, and I think he had some good thoughts about it. And what I have to say about this is, if it were a parody, I can see it working. I don't like how it was written, especially in that if it was to be in a parody or a parodic style. It really blurs the lines between what is supposed to be serious, what is supposed to be a troll pasta, what's supposed to be parodic, and what isn't supposed to be parodic. After rating this pasta, I'm just kind of left confused. I'm left confused as to what direction the author wanted to take this story, as it could be fun in a parodic sense. This could be a very fun story. It was a little long-winded and had a lot of extra fluff that didn't need to be. I think if the author condensed the story some, it took out some of the extra fluff, cut some of the fat off of this thing, I think it could work as a troll pasta. And if it were a troll pasta, I could definitely forgive the grammatical errors, because I find grammatical errors in troll pastas to be a tad bit humorous and ironic. But, I don't even understand if this is supposed to be a troll pasta or a real attempt at something scary, but, be that as it may, it just doesn't land. It doesn't land as something that's supposed to be unironic, and it doesn't land as something that's supposed to be ironic. So, what are your guys' thoughts on this? Post in the comments below what you think of this, whether you think it's supposed to be real, whether it's supposed to be a troll pasta, whether it's supposed to be unironic or supposed to be parodic. I don't understand. Maybe you guys can help me defog the situation and see the true direction this author wanted to take the story in. Hello, and thank you for making it this far into the compilation. I'm actually pretty impressed. For this last one, it's a bit of a wild card because it's not quote-unquote an official Undercooked Creepypasta episode, but someone had a capture of one of my old streams where I read the Chris Benoit DVD Creepypasta. And you're gonna hear me say Benoit over and over again because I'm just an uncultured swine, and it's Benoit. It's one of those French names. But anyway, all credit goes to Ryo Sakai for capturing this stream and putting this up, because if it weren't for him, then this would not be around. So, enjoy.
So here we go. The last one of the night. Soviet. Note, I didn't write this post, I'm just posting it here. I've been a big fan of pro wrestling since 1998. Since I was 2 fucking years old. My favorite superstar for a long time was Chris Benoit. However, in 2007, Benoit killed his wife, his son, and finally himself. The incident became highly infamous, resulting in a new legislator and a complete cleansing of Benoit's career from the WWE archives. Some harsh shadows that I want to get rid of. Okay. All this blue light is making me look dead. I mean, I'm dead inside, so I guess it's kind of fitting. It was also shocking for all of those who followed Benoit over the years. The strangest thing happened on the 1-year anniversary of his death. Searching on eBay, I found a Chris Benoit DVD. The price was $1, including shipping. I was amazed at such a low price and thought no damage in buying what will most likely be a collector's item in the future. Yeah, my voice is dying. When the box arrived at my house, it was in good condition. It had 3 discs, all seeming intact and untampered, ... But in a pocket in the back of the set, I saw another disc. Its label read 4th disc, deleted scenes, and special clips. I wondered if this 4th disc was a new edition, but that never made sense to me, seeing that WWD erased him from their universe. Even in his lifetime, I can't imagine they would dedicate 4 discs to a wrestler made iconic by WCW, considering their own super creation Triple H only got 2 discs in his earlier box set. I first inserted the 1st disc on the tray of my DVD player. This was an unusually short documentary, a couple of longer matches, and some rather dry bonus features. Then the strangest thing happened. At the halfway point of duration of the current video clip, a pop-up message was displayed. It read, with no quotation marks, mind you, ellipses, want to see more? Out of jumpiness, I wanted to scream, no. That was a rather weak no. Let me try that again. No. No, bitch, no. The message then changed. I expected it to read, go to disc 2 or something like that, but instead it read, yes. There's the quotation marks. There's the fucking quotation marks. And I was like, what the fuck? I was scared already. The disc ejected by itself. I was creeped to death. I checked the set. I saw in the box that the 2nd and 3rd discs were missing. The 4th disc was still in his pocket. So we're not even going to notice. We're just making one little note about the 2nd and 3rd discs missing. We're not going to try looking for them or anything. No. No. No! Not for me. But on the 4th disc on the DVD tray and the feature started, there were these strange messages that occasionally popped on the TV screen. They said, "Do you know who did this?" Or, "Chris couldn't kill them." These messages lasted 2 or 3 seconds. It then showed us in the living room of what I assumed to be the Benoit family. Oh, showed us the living room. I am, like, dyslexic as fuck, so... And at this point, I'm probably not even joking. No, Luigi. Chris in the distance was holding something to the dresser in his bedroom. I couldn't tell what it was due to mediocre definition, but I had a damn good feeling what it was going to be. Shirley lifted it off the dresser, and it turned to be a gun. It turned out to be a gun in his hand. He shot whoever was filming him on the first shot. When the cameraman fell and the camera tumbled, I could see that his wife Nancy was filming the event with their son Daniel. Then the unexpected happened. But not behind Benoit, in the window was a man that looked like an agile gargoyle. Are we really gonna take a stage 4 Luigi? Are we really gonna take a tragedy like this and try to put like a creepy, you know, spin on it, like an unnecessary creepy spin on it that
That's almost like a parody, but you know, whatever. He wore an evil grin on his face. He snatched Benoit's gun. He shot Benoit in the back of the head 15 times in a row. What did he like stop and reload the gun and then go back to it? Like the gargoyle. Can you imagine the gargoyle just like finding more slugs and just like pumping it back up? Benoit somehow seemed barely alive. The gargoyle was laughing like a devil. I was about done with this. Pictures of dead and mutilated Danny, Nancy, and Chris were blaring on my TV screen. There was a title above these pictures that read, "Dead." It shifted to, "You are next." It shifted again to a language I was completely unfamiliar with. It could be a mixture of Yiddish and Swahili for all I knew. See, I stopped the DVD player and called the cops. I told them to get over here and look at what I had, but the phone lines were broken. Scared shitless, I scrambled about the room. Came across a strange note that said Chris, Daniel, and Nancy were killed by a gun.
"And I will kill you with my bare hands."
I ran to the door and left the house. I saw the gargoyle hunting in my living room. I wanted a gun, but I found that the fourth disc was still in my hands. I never let it go. See, I threw the fourth disc onto the ground. I stomped on it until it was broken. When it snapped in half, I set the two halves on fire. The gargoyle vanished. Apparently, that disc was his power source. That seems very cliche as well. Later, I called the guy man. The guy man! Hey, guy man, how you doing? We sold the DVD on eBay, and this is what he said to me. "Your immortal power is all I require.
Now the prophecy shall be realized. Your annihilation will not be in vain. You will live on. I am your vessel."
Luigi died in a shroom overdose. He said that he saw ghosts. He tried to save me. He was just high. Guys, what if Mario actually smoked weed? Wouldn't that be so wacky and crazy? He goes around telling everybody, "Hey, I smoke a weed. Yeah, I smoke a weed. Hey, you smoke a weed? Cause I smoke a weed."